Okay, it's 9:01. We call the meeting to order. If I can get Supervisor Tiffany to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. We have a full house. So if I can get a motion to accept the certificate of posting.
Also move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So on to the regular agenda. This is the adopt the resolution certifying the election of 2022, November 8th. Joe Paul, or is it going to be Francisco? Either one.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board, County Clerk, Auditor, and Recorder, Joe Paul Gonzalez before you. The item before you is the acceptance of the statement of vote and the declaration of the election results.
Okay.
Here to answer any questions you may have.
So before we go to the board, is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Members of the public who are present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Monica. I would like to express my concern for the county supervisors voting to certify the election, knowing that there is currently a recount in progress. I think it's the responsibility of the board to honor that process and to wait until the recount is finished and the results have been shared with the public. I know Francisco is very open to transparency. He wants to have public trust in the process, in the San Benito County elections process. And I believe that if the board goes ahead and certifies the election, knowing that a privately funded recount is currently in progress, I think that that would be contrary to the board's efforts here and the county's effort to build up trust and work with the community. Again, these recounts are paid for privately. So someone has raised money, has paid for this recount to happen. I think it's only ethical. It's the responsible thing to do to wait for the recount to finish and then to call a special meeting to certify the election once the results have been shared with the public. Thank you.
No other comments.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, can I clarify and ask?
Back to the board.
Yes. If you can address the comment to see if it has been completed, because I know there was a concerted effort. I know there's a time frame. Can you direct your concerns to the public comment?
The recount that's being conducted is for one of the seats of the city of Hollister. This, the acceptance of the election results for the statement of vote is for all the seats that were up for election. And the declaration of the results of the winners is only as it pertains to the county seats. So the recount does not affect what the actions that the board are taking today. If perchance there was a possibility of a change in the results of the election, because the recount was requested within 5 days of the certification of the vote, that that change could take place in spite of the fact that the board has accepted the results of my certification.
So to clarify, Joe Paul, if we're not certifying city seats, we're only certifying county and statewide and federal
Well,
seats?
Only the elections official certifies the results. You simply the board accepts the results and declares the winners of the county seats.
So in essence, we're certifying all the races.
Again, you're accepting the results
Yeah.
of this statement of vote.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Joe Paul, should the recount yield different results, what would that then do if we accepted the election results as presented to us today?
That's what I mentioned earlier, that if there was a chance that the results would change, nothing would change in the acceptance of the certified results. Those were the certified results as of the date of certification. If there is a change to the one office that
The contested office, yes.
it may happen, but honestly, it's very improbable that would happen in that election, in that contest, because the challenger was 20% behind the actual winner in that election. So it's not probable. And I think the board can be assured that you can simply, accept the statement of vote results and declare the winners.
So I believe we had one public comment come in late. Yeah, we have one public comment that came in a little bit after. It's actually the candidate, so I'm pretty sure she's the one. Sure.
The board has any more questions, Joel could clarify.
Celeste Bocanega.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I am currently having the election department perform a hand manual recount for my run as City Council District 2 candidate. Because this process is still going on, possibly until Wednesday or Thursday, and I am paying, and the public is helping, and it's still going on, I recommend that you delay the certification of the election. The reason why I recommend this is that if you certify and there is fraud found, then you are legally liable for certifying a fraudulent election. So please consider this. Thank you.
Chair, may I address the board on this issue?
Sure.
Yeah, this is Joel Ellenwood. I'm the Assistant County Counsel. I represent the Elections Department. As Clerk Joe Paul Gonzalez related, the certification of the election is done by the elections official. The presentation of the results to the board is for the board to take action to declare the winners of county offices under the jurisdiction of the county. The city is not under the jurisdiction of the county. The action that's being taken, proposed to be taken by the board, is to declare the winners of county offices. So the sheriff, the assessor, et cetera, and members of the Board of Supervisors, and also to declare the results of countywide initiatives or referenda. That's what the resolution before you will do. It has nothing to do with City Council. Those results would be certified, or any change as a result of the recount would be certified by the elections official to the City of Hollister for their appropriate action for offices under their jurisdiction.
So are you saying, Joel, that the county doesn't have any right to question the city council seats or otherwise?
The county has no jurisdiction over the election of city council members.
No, that's regardless. My question is, does the county have a right to question, or the board of supervisors have a right to question any elections, whether it's city or otherwise?
The certification of the election is a duty of the elections official, not the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors acts on those results for offices under its jurisdiction.
You're not
So
answering
the
the
short
question.
answer would be no, as
We
far
don't
as
have a
city
right to-
council races are concerned.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I was going to ask the question. The speaker mentioned fraud, and I take that seriously. I keep a clean record, and I don't want a charge of fraud attached to my name. Was that statement true?
No,
That concerns me.
because, again, the elections official certifies the results of the election or the results of any recount. The Board of Supervisors has no role in the certification of election results.
Okay, thank you.
And also, I don't know whether, normally the certification of the election takes place after the elections official certifies the results and it comes to the board. And then that has to occur before the board swears in the new board or any of the new officers, elected officials.
Yeah. Well,
Mr.
irregardless, I mean, I think it's a little bit ambiguous that there's no accountability on the Board of Supervisors, and I don't, otherwise there would be no reason for us to even support or accept it, right? It should stop technically at the elections office. So that, it just, I think you created more questions rather than answers.
There are two,
I know that there's actually a Supreme Court case right now where it's literally before them to, it has to do with the First Amendment right of the petition, the right of the people to petition the government for a redress of grievances. I'm not saying I don't want to certify. I'm not saying, actually, I do want to certify. I know that this board, that's my understanding, is we become the second certification, the final certification. Either way, my point is petitioning the government is a right of the people. That means if there's a question, by us moving it forward, then we're basically denying the right of petition. And I'm feeling very uncomfortable with that. So at least I want to certify, my point is I would rather abstain from this vote because I don't want to be a part of anything that could end up coming back as a potential violation of that First Amendment right. So those are my 2 cents.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution accepting the certified statement of election results for the November 8th, 2022 general election and authorize the chair to sign.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Joe Paul and Francisco.
Thank you.
So if we can have the judge come forward.
The clerk's gonna bring him
Okay.
back.
I thought he was in the audience.
Just have to, I only need one so I can read it. Okay. All right. You want to just go ahead and call him up?
Judge, go ahead, yeah, if you.
Where do we want him?
We can put everyone to come up, but you.
Yeah, all the, so this is the supervisor seats first?
No, we're gonna, I mean, how many, I think we're gonna bring everybody up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All at one time.
All at
is
one
how we
time is
do it
fine.
Normally,
Yeah. Do you want to? Yeah, go ahead, bring him.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Please, all the,
Yeah. I mean, it's a full house.
thank you.
Yes.
We could have County Supervisor District 1, Dom Zanger, County Supervisor District 3, Mindy Sotelo, County Supervisor District 4, Angela Curro, Assessor Tom Slavic, Auditor Controller Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Clerk Recorder Francisco Diaz, District Attorney Joel Buckingham, Sheriff Coroner Eric Taylor, Treasurer Tax Collector Public Administrator Melinda Casillas, and County Superintendent of Schools Crystal Lamonto.
All right. So I'm going to ask you guys all to raise your right hand. And I'll go ahead and speaking of this, but make sure to kind of position yourself so everyone can take a photo of you. All right. You ready? All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to read the oath. If you agree, say I do, and then I'll have you sign these, okay? All right. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. All right, thank you guys.
Yeah. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess so you can thank the winners of the election. Thank you.
Let's see what it is when you open it. Where's Joel? Mr. Buckingham, Mr. Diaz. This is just a little something from yesterday. Yes. Merry Christmas to you. Francis.
Yes, you guys are in.
Merry Christmas. So happy. Congratulations. Thank you. They were having
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll give it to her. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh, nice to meet you, Vanessa. How are you?
Very much.
You can, I can keep them right here. Yeah.
catch them signing it, right? Yes. Just move in there, yeah. Just move in.
Good morning.
Oh yeah, send those.
I'm good. How are you guys? Thank you, Vanessa. I'm Monica.
Oh, you're welcome. Nice to meet you.
Oh no, Dom. need to speak with?
No, I just wanted to go around and I wanted to get a picture of him.
Oh, yeah. I think we need a
Yes. Oh, okay.
What do I have scheduled for tonight?
At my kid's school, like, sorry, I was like, where's the door? And they're saying you can go pick your kids up and bring them home. I could get down there tonight and get them up. Or I can just wait till Friday. I did. since we're District 3 together. Well, I appreciate all the compliments.
Once they get talk, call me or whatever. Either way,
Sorry.
I'm available.
I know, right? We can't miss that's right. You'll learn it, but.
Big learning. But honestly, I mean, I think I should. When I first started,
Yes,
I
it's the
said,
tent lady. She's out there sweeting tent. Oh, you know what? Go ahead and get another one by yourselves. I didn't
at
mean
that
to.
point, people aren't going to beat you up if you don't know everything.
I want to start with greens so we can do this and then I go.
Yeah, we got to get.
Let's get over here now. Okay.
Do this quick there. All right. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ramos.
You too, thank you. How many?
We have 10 here in
We
the
actually have some music.
I don't know how many.
Oh, like a walkout song. That's perfect.
And what was our rule?
30 minutes. So with these 10, we're at 30 minutes.
Okay. So it goes over by 1, then we have to drop everybody to 2. That's fine. Then we'll just keep it at 3.
Or did you want to decrease it in 2? Oh, thanks.
If you could please take your seats. Because we're at the. Why am I not seeing this on this agenda?
It's a little confusing because we have regular.
Oh, we already did these. That's why. Duh. Yeah.
Exactly.
I thought it was 2. 2 is enough to be confused. Okay. 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 All right, everybody. We're back to we're presentations and recognitions. So this will be for State Representatives Ana Caballero and Assemblyman Robert Rivas. If we can accept a resolution to outgoing supervisors, so if we can have Assemblyman Rivas's representative come up and share a little bit.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Andres Rodriguez, representing Assemblymember Robert Rivas, and we also have here Vanessa Gonzalez representing Senator Ana Caballero. And we have a few resolutions here that we do want to present to the outgoing Board of Supervisors. So first we have two. We have for Supervisor Peter Hernandez and also for Supervisor Bob Tiffany. I'll start here with Supervisor Peter Hernandez. I don't know if they'd like to come up here so we can go ahead and present it.
That's gonna look nice in my office. Thank you.
And we'll just share a couple excerpts here from the resolutions for both supervisors. Sorry. Whereas a first-generation Mexican-American, Peter grew up in the agricultural community of San Benito County and proudly owns a small business, Juana Chavez, in downtown Hollister. And he launched his public service career as a volunteer for the San Benito County Probation Department, where he assisted in establishing its Juvenile Review Board, and went on to serve on the Hollister School District Board of Trustees from 2014 to 2018. Whereas first elected on November 6, 2018, to represent the more than 13,000 constituents of District 3 on the Board of Supervisors, Peter Hernandez has supported the passage of a new behavioral health facility building with an estimated cost of $14.5 million, collaborated on the Small Business Recovery Assistance Grant Program for small businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, participated in 2 rounds of the California Microbusiness COVID-19 Relief Grant Program, funded partly through a California Office of Small Business Association grant for microbusinesses that face systematic barriers to funding, and served on several committees and commissions, including the Regional Park Ad Hoc Committee, where he supported the passage of a 70-acre Review Regional Park project in San Benito County. We'd like to present you here with a resolution on behalf of the California legislator. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Assemblyman Rivas. It's an honor. I really do appreciate this, and I thank you for your service too.
Thank you for your service. Good morning, everybody. Vanessa Gonzalez on behalf of Senator Ana Caballero. And so now, on behalf of both of our offices, if you want to welcome Supervisor Bob Tiffany. So as well, I want to kind of share some background on Bob. I know he's been in the community for a while, but I just want to share. He's a 4th-generation San Benito County resident. He got his MBA at UCLA, and returned to Hollister in 1987 to manage his family business. And whereas dedicated to serving the local community, Bob has held numerous leadership roles, including president of the Hollister Downtown Association from 1989 to 1991, and president of the Hollister Rotary Club in 2000. And he also served as a member of the Community Foundation for San Benito County Board since 2003, and on the Southside School District Board Trustees for multiple terms. And whereas a fine example of public-spirited resident willing to assume the responsibilities of leadership, Bob Tiffany is generally respected, admired, and appreciated by all who have had the opportunity to know him and work with him, and to reap the benefits of his exceptional spirit and devotion to making a difference in San Benito County. Now it is resolved by a State Assembly member and Senator Ana Caballero. Thank you for your service, and I know I've had the pleasure working with Bob Tiffany from the Business Council and then now as a supervisor. So again, thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much for this honor. Greatly appreciated. I was going to comment that I saw on social media that Assemblymember Robert Rivas was in a photo just recently with President Biden. I'm shocked that he's not here instead to be presenting this. But with that being said, I really do appreciate the senators and assembly members' kind words. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Bob. Okay, I believe we have DA Hooper here to accept her recognition.
Do we need to vote on accepting the resolution for?
Yeah, we recommend.
We could do it all in one.
Yeah, we
Okay.
recommend you do that.
DA Hooper, if you could please come up. Here. I'll say a few words to Ms. Hooper for her 16 years of service, which is pretty amazing. The amount of time that you put into San Benito County, serving our community, protecting the innocent. I know that it's doesn't come without its struggles, but we appreciate all that you've done for our county. And so I'd like to give you this certificate with great appreciation and gratitude of 16 years of enduring, dedicated service and unconditional commitment serving as a district attorney of San Benito County. Thank you.
It's been a great honor to be able to serve this county, first as a deputy DA since 1987 and then as DA since 2007. I am going to miss my work family very much, and I wish every of the new electeds and the existing department heads a very prosperous term. Thank you.
Okay. If I can get a motion to accept the resolutions awarding the supervisors and DA Hooper.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Now on to the department head announcements. CEO Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we do have some announcements. I'd like to call Tracy Belton, Health and Human Services Director. Her office has an announcement concerning flu and COVID. Maybe they're online.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning. If you could also add Nick Calvin from Public Health if he's not already on. We just have a brief update on COVID-19 as well as the flu. Nick's going to provide a brief update. Nick?
Perfect. Yes, thank you. To give a brief update. We are seeing an increase in cases. I know we gave the Board of Supervisors update about a month ago on our situation, but
Hey, Nick, we have difficulty hearing you. Maybe Tracy, can you paraphrase for us?
Could we pause it?
A little bit worse because of just the increase.
Thanks. All right, Tracy, you're up.
Give me just 1 second.
How about we do this, Tracy? We'll put you on hold. We got Steve Loop out of our RMA office. He'll go ahead and present first.
All right, good morning, supervisors, and congratulations to all the electeds. With just one quick announcement for folks that live in Aromas, this Friday from 5 to 7 p.m., we're going to be having a community workshop to discuss some recent construction on Carr Avenue and Anzar Road. And during the workshop, we're going to be discussing some slight modifications to a few driveways and some things along those lines, as well as some traffic calming measures. We'll present some traffic calming measures to the community and get their input. And so if you've been to the Aromas Grange, it's at the corner of Rose and Bardou. It'll be 5 to 7 p.m. this Friday. We hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve. We have an announcement of administration as well. I want to thank Monica Leon for all her work. We had a employee appreciation event last week, and her efforts showed, and as well as other staff. We had a lot of staff that helped, our department heads and other staff. I think it was successful, and just appreciate the fine work that went into that. So I want to thank them. Also, I'd like to invite up our new budget officer. I'd like for him to say a couple words. Ramon Vaughn, and we're thankful for him taking on this role. Again, we've taken him from our auditing office. Thank you, auditors, for their fine work at educating staff here, but really appreciate him coming on board, and looking forward to working with him this next year on the budget, and wanted to introduce you to the board and to the public.
Good morning, everyone. Congratulations to new members of the board and all the elected officials. My name is Ramona Bon. As Ray said, I was with the auditor's office. I was there for about 4 years, and I did learn a lot. Thank you, Joe Paul, and everyone in the audit team. They're a great team, and so I come to you with a lot of experience in understanding the financial statements of the county and a lot of the departments. I focused with helping general fund departments, and I also have a little bit of experience working with HSA, folks at HSA and behavioral health. So I look forward to working with everyone on the next budget cycle. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. It's the same phone number that Gabe had, so if you have it on speed dial, just change the name. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramon. Appreciate
Welcome
it.
aboard. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go back to Tracy and her team.
Good morning. Let's try this again. Our apologies. Technical difficulties still, how many years later? So Mallory Schmidt, our epidemiologist, is going to provide the report out. I believe that her hand is raised, so she will go ahead and give the report out. Mallory?
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, good. Yeah, so just to kind of cover what Nick was going to go over in the simplest terms possible, we are seeing rising cases and numbers of COVID and flu significantly. And RSV has sort of plateaued, and we've seen a very slight decline in RSV, which is a good thing. Hospitalizations for flu and COVID are also starting to increase a bit, at least over the last 3 weeks. And then a couple of other big things I wanted to touch on was that we are offering COVID and flu vaccines through our own local health clinic, and also you can find them at pharmacies, throughout the county. These are some of the best ways to protect ourselves this season, as we are still seeing all of these massive increases in COVID and flu numbers right now. And then I just wanted to also remind you guys, we have testing available for free through our OptumServe sites for COVID, and a big change there is that we're also offering flu testing for people who are symptomatic through those OptumServe sites as well. So those are probably the biggest things I wanted to make sure you guys all knew. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Those are all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board. Board announcements. Who would like to go first?
can go first, Mr. Chair, if you want.
Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, first off, just we haven't met since before Thanksgiving, so I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving and had time to spend with families. I had the opportunity to volunteer that day with my 14-year-old son at the beautiful St. Francis Retreat, and for the most part, we bussed tables and cleaned up after people, and it kind of took me back to my days as a busboy at La Peep Restaurant in Milwaukee. Anyhow, beyond that, I attended Lights On, rode in the San Juan Holiday of Lights Parade. Great job by Rotary of San Juan Bautista. There was a really nice turnout considering it was pouring rain for the most part that day. And the floats were really highly regarded, and everyone did a great job. I'm on the 3CE Board of Directors, and we're going through a CEO search. There was been a couple special meetings, and it's possible that we'll hire a new CEO for the 3CE organization next week. I'm on the COG Board of Directors. We've had several special meetings to hire a new executive director, and I'm extremely excited. On the consent agenda today, there's proposal for the contract for Benu Abraham to be ratified as executive director. And then Granite Rock held a celebration for a new solar farm at the Romas Quarry that they oversee. It's a new 5 megawatt solar farm, and it will help power activities at the Romas Quarry. And just it was a really nice presentation, and it really they're really setting a great example for the business community, and showing that you can do things the right way when it comes to the environment and save some money in the meantime. And then just again want to reiterate thank you to the staff on the county appreciation luncheon. I thought it was very, very successful. This board wanted to revive some sort of mechanism to show we appreciate our employees since the barbecue hasn't happened in the last few years. And I'm just looking forward to having further conversations about what we can do going forward. I know that we did a survey, so that'll be interesting to see what people thought about that, and then maybe we can think of some other sort of things we might be able to do. And then I attended the Aromas Grange Community Potluck. That returned. It's the first time since the pandemic, and our family brought a nice turkey. I cooked my first turkey for that event, so that was interesting. It was just a really nice event. And if we're going to be going to the Aromas Grange for this event on Friday to the town hall, and Aromas is just a very unique, fantastic community, and everybody kind of knows everybody in Aromas, and the Grange is kind of the meeting place where they all meet each other, and it's like a big family there. So absolutely wonderful time. And then lastly, just want to say very encouraging to have all this rain, but I know everyone says this, but I want to just put out another reminder to please drive safely out there. You still have those occasional drivers that try to go 20, 30 miles an hour over the speed limit when it's raining, and that is not wise. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to, for those of you who do not know this, let everyone know that as of Friday, Santana Ranch Apartments do have power, which is great news. I want to thank Supervisor Dirks and many others that have been pushing and trying to advocate for getting it turned on a little bit sooner than was expected, actually, after all of this. So thank you to all those people that helped out in PG&E for finally getting it done. So that's good news, because we need more rentals. As far as meetings, as usual, for all of us, it's a busy time. I wanted to mention a few things. First of all, I'm the chair on LAFCO, and we were able to locate and appoint a new and hire a new executive officer. So with Supervisor Gonzalez and the other LAFCO commissioners, we have a new executive officer. Her name is Chris Berry. LAFCO, for many of you that don't know, is a very important commission, and it's great that we have a new executive officer to help lead the commission. Continue to work on water issues, Best Road Water, also dealing with Sunny Slope Water, putting a new sewer line at Ridgemark, some issues there. Wanted to mention that at Hollister Hills Ranch a few Saturdays ago, I attended a nice event where Hollister Hills Ranch was designated by the state as a point of historical interest. And there was a dedication, and the entire Howard Harris family was there, and learned more about San Benito County in 30 minutes or so than I've ever known growing up here. Also, of course, attended the employee appreciation luncheon. It was a great event, as was already stated. I also attended last week my final RCRC board meeting, which is Rural County Association, and there's going to be a new person on board, the board. This is a group, statewide association, that does a lot for rural counties, a lot for our county, and as usual, a lot of information on broadband grants, et cetera, that they've helped us achieve. Yesterday met with people from Hazel Hawkins. We're having an informational presentation today on that. Also, all of us I know met with our lobbyist, to discuss more opportunities where we can get grants from the state, and then have continued to meet with my successor, Angela, to try to get her up to speed and running. And no matter, I told her, no matter how much you learn beforehand, you're never quite ready. So anyway, I know she will do a great job. I did want to take the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I've never been one to be succinct, but I was going to touch on a few things since this is my last meeting. And it has been a great honor to serve on the board for these last 2 years. I went back and took a look at some of the things that this board has done over the last 2 years, and it's frankly amazing, how much I think was accomplished, and it makes me feel very proud, and I think all of us up here, as well as Supervisor Dirk, should feel very proud of what we accomplished. But I'll just quickly comment on the things that we addressed. First of all, COVID was a huge issue 2 years ago. Particularly Supervisor Kosmicki and I worked very closely with public health on that to get our vaccinations up, to get more vaccines. That was we forget, but that was a huge issue a couple of years ago. County roads, of course, is the favorite subject from so many people, and I think this board we'll see the impact over the next year or two, but I think with the help of Steve Loop in particular, this board has done more, or will have done more, in terms of improving some of the roads here over the next year and a half than many previous boards, and I feel great about that, including what's going to be done down in District 4 on Cienega, Union, Southside, Panoche, New Idria. Supervisor Kosmicki and I worked to hammer out a tax sharing agreement with the city, which I think was a very important accomplishment. We did hire a lobbyist firm, a grant writing firm. We set up a tax incentive program for expanding new businesses, attracting new business, expanding existing ones. We updated our cannabis ordinance. Really hasn't had much impact yet because of the pricing, but eventually it might be a source of revenue. We also, later today, we're going to be taking up affordable housing ordinance, which I think is a very, very important thing that we're updating. Again, my role on RCRC, LAFCO, and many, many other ad hocs, whether it be ARPA or COVID. Homeless was something we continue to work on. We have a lot to still do on that. One of the things I've been most passionate about has been behavioral health. We obviously have issues to address there, but I'm very excited that later today we will be welcoming new leadership when we hire a very, very experienced and consultant to help us lead behavioral health and make the changes that are so desperately needed. Working with ARPA money, which has been a great thing to have, federal money. I'm very excited that the library looks like we're going to finally get expansion of the library, and that's, I think, a huge accomplishment for Nora and the board and everyone that's been involved with that. Parks have been a huge issue. I know Supervisor Hernandez in particular have been very passionate, as well as others. The Riverview Regional Park is a very exciting park coming forward. Broadband grants, lots going on with broadband. We set up a reserve policy to keep us, fiscally strong. We removed new community study areas from the general plan, or directed staff to do that, which I think is important. Something I'm passionate about. Measure Q was defeated, which I think is going to be huge for the county in going forward in terms of revenue. I already mentioned water issues. The point is, a lot has been done in the last couple of years, and there's a lot yet to be done. There's certainly accomplished things that we weren't able to get to, things that still need to be done. But I think we as a board can be very proud of our accomplishments. And anyway, I want to thank you, and I've enjoyed serving with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Palm. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, for that summary. It makes us sound like we've got a lot accomplished, so good job. It's been almost a month since I've been able to give an update. Mid-November, I attended a CSAC conference in Orange County, and I came back from that conference with something akin to the RSV virus. So between the 18th of November until December 1st, I was pretty much bedbound, still taking phone calls and conducting business from home, but it just really knocked me out. And we need to work on our healthcare, medical care in this community. I know that there's an agenda item later, and I'll express more, but it's just inadequate for the needs of the community. But going back to what I did is I gave myself a deadline of December the 1st to kind of recuperate as much as I could. Finally got antibiotics just on Friday of this past week, and so I'm feeling much better. But on December 1st, I attended the Business Council out at Sean Herrera's house. It was a nice get-together. I also attended the staff appreciation. That was a great showing. I'm glad so many employees were there. It was good to see and speak one-on-one. I did take pictures and I posted them, and so there were 2 posted on Facebook. And I have B. Gonzalez Ramirez as my Facebook name. So if you want to go back and check out the pictures, I kind of took people who wanted to pose and then just some candid shots. And I do that frequently, so you're welcome to go and steal a picture, tag your name, whatever you want to do with it. I met with First Five. We're looking at the Resiliency Network and trying to get a community center up, so that was interesting. I attended a AAA meeting during the week. I met with a possible candidate for my planning commissioner for District 5. It looks like that will probably be on the agenda in January, which is great because there's a meeting, I believe, later this month. Trying to think. Yesterday, I attended a broadband last mile briefing with Senator Ana Caballero, and Gracie was on the line with us, but it looks like there might be legislative and grants in order for us to patch up the last mile, the middle mile, and so I look forward to that. And then later that day, there was a CSAC meeting, Housing, Land Use, Transportation, looking to prepare legislation. And then I attended by Zoom the City Council swearing in last night with Mayor Mia Casey, Dolores Morales, and Roland Resendez. And so that was a nice event. So it's been busy. I'm still not well, but I'm still open to phone calls, so reach out. I also have various meetings with the hospital, but as I said, that will be something that we address a little bit later. Thank you.
Okay. Our new supervisor, Dom Zanger, if you had some, I know you get a free pass through Go, but you want to share some thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just really happy to be here, and I'm not one for long-winded speeches, so I'll try to keep it pithy. And going forward, I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible. But huge thank you to all my constituents, all my supporters. I'm excited to work with the board here, even if it will be very short-lived, I guess, until the new board comes in. But just eager to work with the county and get some good things done. Congratulations to everyone that was sworn in today. And you'll have to forgive me if I jumble my words today. It's because I am nervous and overcaffeinated. Thank you.
An honest man. I love it. Yeah. So we have a full agenda today. I'll be brief. I know we need to stay really focused. We have some pretty, I would say, very important items to be thorough and talked about. So I'll try to give the supervisors cue if we can try to keep our thoughts very focused. And then, so as far as my announcement, well, to clarify also, just for those that are maybe not sure, when it comes to Dom Zanger's position, basically, the previous Supervisor Dirks was an appointed position. That's why Supervisor Zanger's up here with us today. The new board will take seat in January. So my announcements are, I had a meeting with the CFO. That's going to be a thorough conversation of Hazel Hawkins Hospital. That's coming up, obviously. So I'll reserve my comments. Supervisor Kosmicki alluded to us hiring a new COG director, so I'm really excited about that. She seems very passionate and ready to do some good work for the county. And then we had a conversation with the wine industry to be continued. There seems to be interest on a potential T-bid, which is a tourism business improvement district. Tourism has been, I would say, a highlight or a focus for the Board of Supervisors because we're trying to get creative and without speaking or putting words in the supervisors' mouths to try to increase revenue for the county, but at the same time, and obviously preserving the culture of our beautiful county. I know that there's has to be creativity, right? We're dealing with issues of revenue because of a lot of things, right? And a perfect example was when I went to when I attended the Board of Supervisor chair meetings, basically with the governor about homelessness. That in and of itself really highlighted that the state looks to be $25 billion in deficit, and homelessness is a top issue, and he alluded to that basically we're spending a lot of money and the return is just not there, so things have to change. And then the county appreciation feedback, I think, is amazing. I thought it was a good support for our employees and just thanking them. And it was our opportunity as supervisors to actually serve them in person. And I thank all the supervisors that showed up and supported. Even some of the supervisor elects were able to be there. So, and then lastly, I had a meeting with our lobbyist Michelle Rubalcaba yesterday. Really good conversation. Just trying to, obviously, this is my last month, so all I could do is kind of try to share with her what we've experienced in the last 4 years and what we need moving forward. Ultimately, it's the conversation always comes down to revenue, or I would say an easing off of the regulatory elements that are burdening our county, like the unfunded mandates. And then lastly, Supervisor Gonzalez, I wanted to thank you for being committed to attending CSAC and getting the training that you got. So for those that don't know, the California State Association of Counties, they offer a credential program for elected California board members through the CSAC Institute, which was founded in 2008. This enables a member of the Board of Supervisors to obtain a county supervisor credential. This credential requires completion of at least 30 credits in a variety of areas relevant to a county government. Supervisor Gonzalez is the first board member from San Benito County to complete this program and gain a credential through CSAC. Congratulations.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
And that sums up.
I actually took this course so that I could be a better chair, but that's another story. But anyways, I just am a firm believer of continuing ed, and I'm hoping that our new supervisors coming on, Mindy, Angela, and Dom, get associated and familiar with CSAC. It's such an awesome organization. It really does train and give you the tools and the skills to just do your job better. And then you're interacting with other supervisors in other counties that might have similar situations, so we can learn from their mistakes, or if we have a success story we can share, and it's just really beneficial for the networking. So I'm hoping that the new board coming on really immerses themselves in CSAC and makes the most out of it. We pay membership anyways, right? So we might as well. And this was an awesome course. It was a year course, but I crammed it in about 6 months because, again, I knew it would be beneficial for me being able to carry out my role. But as I said, I'm still 2 years on the board, and I am running for re-election. 2 years on the board, and I'm going to be able to use it in the next coming 2 years and then possible, other terms. But highly recommend it. Angela, Mindy, and Dom. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. So if we can go to the clerk for public comment, this is for anything, for the opportunity of the public to address the board on anything not appearing on the agenda.
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Belen Martinez.
Hola, buenos días, mesa de supervisores. Mi nombre es Belén Martínez y soy un proveedor de IHSS. Yo tengo 37 años cuidando a mi hija. He sido su proveedora por 36 años y quiero decir que este programa es un programa bueno que me ha dado acceso a poder cuidar a mi hija.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Belen Martinez. I'm a provider for IHSS, and I have 37 years as a provider for my daughter. This program is a great program and has given me access to be able to take care of her and her health.
Como ustedes ya saben, para qué estamos aquí. Seguimos regresando aquí porque continúan rechazando el seguro médico para los trabajadores de cuidado en casa.
As you know, we continue to come back here because you continue to reject our proposals for health insurance for home care workers.
Como proveedores de IHSS, ayudamos a cuidar personas mayores de edad y personas con discapacidades.
As IHSS providers, we help to take care of people who are elderly and people with disabilities.
El trabajo que hacemos es esencial en nuestra sociedad y lo único que pedimos es tener dignidad y respeto en nuestro lugar de trabajo.
The work that we do is essential in our society, and all that we ask for is to have dignity and respect in our workplace.
No es justo que los trabajadores que cuidan la salud de los demás no tengan una buena manera de cuidar su propia salud.
It is not fair. It is not fair that workers who take care of the health of others do not have a good way to take care of their own health.
Muchos trabajadores se quedan sin atención médica o pagan demasiado por el seguro médico que pueden encontrar.
Many workers are left without health care, or they pay way too much for health insurance, for the health insurance that they're able to find.
Esto tiene que terminar ya. A los trabajadores nunca deben de elegir entre ir al médico o correr el riesgo de enfermarse más.
This has to end. Workers should never have to choose between health insurance or running the risk of getting more sick.
Por favor, ahora es el momento de escuchar a los trabajadores de IHSS y asegurar que nosotros podamos cuidar nuestra propia salud.
Please, now is the time to listen to workers of IHSS and make sure that we are able to take care of our own health.
También quisiera agradecer a los que vinieron a apoyarnos, algunos trabajadores de otros condados que sí dan seguro médico y a otros que no trabajan en IHSS, pero vinieron a apoyar porque entienden que el cuidado de la salud es un derecho humano. Gracias.
I would also like to thank those who came today to support us, caregivers. Some folks from other counties, and also some folks who don't even work in IHSS, but they came here to support because they understand that healthcare is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lidia Mojarra.
Hola.
I'm sweating.
Hola, buenos días, señores supervisores. Mi nombre es Lidia Mujarro y soy proveedora de mi propio hijo.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Elidia Mojarra, and I'm a caregiver for my son.
Tengo ya 7 años en el cuidado de mi propio hijo. Y vengo
I have 7 years taking care of my son.
para hablarles a todos los supervisores y nos puedan escuchar. Yo he tenido problemas con mi aseguranza. Como ahorita todo está caro, rentas, de comida, ya no nos ajusta el sueldo que tenemos. Y quería hablarles sobre mi problema de que yo soy diabética hace 5 años.
Right now, we wanted to come talk to you about health insurance. Right now, as we know, the cost of everything has gone up, food, rent, and I wanted to talk to you all about because 5 years ago, I became diabetic.
Mi problema es de que ahora con la pandemia subió mi problema económico porque me descansaron de mi trabajo que duré 15 años.
During the pandemic, my economic problems got worse because I was let go from my job of where I worked 15 years.
Y a base de eso ya he tenido que comprar mi propia aseguranza.
And because of that, I had to buy my own health insurance.
Y yo para que me ajuste más mi dinero, yo he comprado la aseguranza un poco más barata.
In order to, for my finances, I had to buy the health insurance that I could find that was the cheapest.
Pero el problema es de que cuando voy a la farmacia, el medicamento está caro y no me ajusta.
But the problem is when I go to the pharmacy, the insurance doesn't cover much, and so I have to pay a lot for what I need.
Y por caso tengo que pagar más de aseguranza para cubrir todo mi medicamento.
And for this reason, I had to pay even more for health insurance to cover my medication.
Yo tengo miedo de faltarle a mi hijo porque yo soy la única que puede cuidarlo.
I'm afraid of not being able to be there for my son because I'm the only one who cares for him.
Pues su padre hace poco falleció y
His father passed away not too long ago,
y él era el que me ayudaba también en el cuidado de mi hijo.
and he was the one who would help with the care of my son.
Es por eso que me he unido yo a la unión para venir a suplicar a los supervisores que nos escuchen.
That's why I'm here with our union today, to ask the supervisors to listen to us,
Para que nos escuchen a proveer una aseguranza digna para todos los que cuidamos a nuestra propia familia.
to provide good health insurance for those of us who take care of our own family.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Maribel Jaime.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Maribel Jaime.
Good morning, my name is Maribel Jaime.
Soy trabajadora de IHSS.
I'm a provider for IHSS.
Felicidades a todos los nuevos supervisores.
Congratulations to all the new supervisors.
Estamos aquí como cada temporada de nuevos cambios, nuevas caras, que nos escuchen. Necesitamos aseguranza para todos estos proveedores.
We are asking that you listen to us. We need health insurance for all healthcare providers.
Nosotros los apoyamos a ustedes, votamos por ustedes.
We support you all. We voted for you all.
y necesitamos que nos apoyen también.
And we need you to support us as well.
Necesitamos aseguranza para todos nosotros.
We need health insurance for all of us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Nancy Miranda.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nancy Miranda.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Miranda.
Vivo en el condado de Monterrey.
I live in Monterey County.
Como el condado de Santa Cruz y otros condados, sí tienen aseguranza los proveedores de salud.
Monterey, like Santa Cruz County and other counties, do have health insurance for home care workers.
Me interesaría que todos ustedes apoyaran a estos proveedores.
I ask that you help to support the workers in this county.
A mí también me gustan los resultados. Muchas gracias.
And I like the results. Thank you.
Ana Heredia.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Heredia, formo parte de CUI 2015, proveo cuidado en casa por más de 4 años.
Good morning. My name is Ana, and I'm part of SAU 2015, and I've been a provider, in-home care provider for 4 years, more than 4 years.
Antes que todo, quiero aprovechar para darle la bienvenida a todos los nuevos miembros y supervisores.
I just want to start by saying welcome to all the new supervisors.
Y con la esperanza que así como ustedes contaron con nuestro voto, nosotros podamos contar con ustedes.
And with the hope that the way that you all could count on our vote, that we can count on support from you all.
Cuando llegué a este hermoso país, soñé con tener un trabajo, con tener una casa, una familia.
When I came to this beautiful country, I came with the hope of being able to have a good job, have a good home for my family.
Pero nunca me imaginé que la vida me daría una sorpresa, algo que no estaba en mis planes, una discapacidad dentro de mi familia.
But I never imagined that life would give me a surprise, that my plans would change because of a disability from someone in my family.
Y por esa razón, estoy de nuevo aquí el día de hoy para volver a pedirles que nos den el apoyo para poder contar con una aseguranza de salud para mí y todos mis compañeros, que se encuentran la mayoría de ellos cuidando a sus clientes.
And that is why we're here again to ask for your support in getting health insurance for myself, for my coworkers, who the majority find themselves taking care of clients.
Ya perdí el número de veces que hemos venido a pedirles su apoyo y lo único que hemos conseguido fue una presentación de información general, la cual ya conocemos.
I've lost count of how many times we've had to come back here to ask for your support, and the only thing that we've been able to see from the board was a general presentation of general information that we already knew.
Sabemos que de su parte dicen no poder ayudarnos o no pueden hacer nada por las negociaciones. Entonces solo me queda hacerles una pregunta. ¿Dónde nos dirigimos para conseguir una respuesta?
We know that from your part you can't answer us about negotiations right now. We're here to ask just one question. Where do we go to get the response we need?
¿Me pueden decir?
Can you tell me?
Bueno, ya se acercan los días festivos y mi deseo de año nuevo para ustedes es que ustedes y sus familias disfruten lo disfruten con sus familiares y amigos.
Well, the holidays are coming up, and my wish for you all is to be able to spend time and enjoy time with your families and friends.
El deseo mío y de mis compañeros de este año es que logremos tener lo justo.
And the wish from me and my coworkers is that we reach a fair contract.
Seguro médico, salarios aceptables, así podamos tener nuestro contrato después de tanto tiempo.
Health insurance and fair wages, that's how we can have a fair contract after so long.
Creo que lo merecemos.
I believe that we deserve it.
Gracias. Happy holidays, everyone. Y that's it. Thank you.
Gracias.
Valerie Eaglin.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm very excited to see this transition happening. One more year, folding over into another. Reach San Benito Parks Foundation is terribly grateful for the service that Bob Tiffany and Peter Hernandez have given and Betsy Dirks as well, a great park supporter. We appreciate the emphasis that you've given to the regional park. Much appreciated. And for the whole board, we've had a great year. We're very excited about the Riverview Regional Park and the Sunnyside Park. We're looking at just great things happening. So we're very excited to be partnering with you again, and especially in, what, let's see, I think it's 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. I have public hearing. Sorry. Elias Salinas.
Thank you. There's no way I wasn't going to do this. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. First of all, I'd like to start off with thanking all the candidates that ran and those that were very successful. I am looking to a very bright future. We're going to have, for the very first time, the majority of the board will be female. We will have, in the city of Hollister, we will have 2 females as well, with 1 city mayor. And so with that, I think we all know that the future of San Benito County is female empowerment. And with all that said, I know and I'm very confident that both the city and the county board will be able to work together for a better future. I know that it's been tried, but now that I see it, I think it's going to happen. Congratulations again to all the elected officials that were sworn in this morning. Now back to business. 41 consent items today. That's an entire meeting that can happen. When the new board comes on board, I will be back up here again asking that you have more than 2 meetings. 41 consent items. You are putting in their items that the public is not aware of because they don't do their homework. I was up until 2 o'clock this morning going through every single item, the agenda packet, and everything that's there. I am the 6th supervisor without ever being elected, okay? Please consider, as the new members that are listening behind me, you must do the diligent work in public. That is one of the things that Supervisor Kosmicki always says. You gotta be transparent. I come up here all the time and I pull items from the consent agenda because it goes over a certain dollar amount. A certain dollar amount must be allowed for the public to see what it is that you're doing. When you slip it under consent, nobody pays attention. If you all recall, a few years ago, under consent agenda item, the supervisors were giving themselves a raise. And it was Marty Richmond that brought it to the attention of the public. And then they backed off, and then years later, which I always advocated, the Board of Supervisors is a full-time job. The supervisors are out there, and they're literally on call for 24 hours. Emergencies happen, and they get that phone call, and they've got to be available to go out and find out what's going on. At the same time, I encourage those that are coming on board, boundaries. Set your boundaries. People will call you and contact you, and they want you to do something. You don't have the power. You're only 1 vote. But you have staff that can go out and help answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. Now bringing it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I was looking at the agenda and I noticed right about this time frame we would have future agenda items, and it's not listed at all on the agenda. So
Technically, Supervisor Gonzalez, that's in our board announcement, so if you had a request, you could make that request then.
okay.
Yeah. And that, it says it on the agenda, future agenda items also.
I see.
Did you have a request? I wanna.
Well, yesterday I was stopped at the post office by one of the speakers, and I tried to explain that the insurance is just way too expensive because they're in negotiations. We can't have a conversation, but I was hoping maybe that we can do like a cost-benefit analysis so that the union, the employees would see that it's like cost prohibitive. They keep asking, but I don't think they know the real numbers. And I was hoping that maybe we can do something like that to show what the actual cost would be, because we keep saying no, it's too expensive, but what is too expensive? And so I was just wondering if that's a possibility.
CAO Espinoza.
Will of the board. You guys want to?
I mean, it's.
So you could direct it now, or you can go into closed session the first meeting in January and determine whether you want to put it in, I'm sorry.
We could wait till January.
Yeah, you could do it closed session, then determine whether or not you want an open session at that time.
Okay, so if you could bring that back, I believe.
Yeah, I'll do that because it's a new board coming in. Yeah.
And we were going to bring that back to the board anyways as an update.
Okay, thank you.
Closed session.
All right.
With HR.
So that being said, now we go to our first public hearing. It's 10:27. Opening up the public hearing. This is for the Lands of Lee project. I believe, just to clarify, we have over 10 speakers for this agenda item. So I will, with some grace for sure, but I believe it's incumbent upon us because of the time to have it to 2 minutes per speaker. Unless, ultimately the goal is to not allow for redundancy. If there's anything new, then obviously we want to hear that. So go ahead, Abraham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Abraham Prado, Assistant Director of Planning and Building Services, County RMA. Thank you so much for having me here. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to briefly state that the item was, the lead planner is my colleague, Ariel Goodspeed, Principal Planner with RMA. She's done a great job. She actually took on this project earlier this year. There was a lot of turnover amongst staff, and she's done a great job bringing it through Planning Commission. She is ill. She got ill at the end of last week, and she's been out. But I'll be presenting this item, and if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, it will be about a 15-minute presentation from staff. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, we'll have the appellant provide a 10-minute presentation just to talk about the appeal of why they're appealing, and then open it up for public comment.
So 25 minutes total?
If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Okay. Sure, yeah. You have 2 minutes down already, so.
And I'll try to move through this as efficient as possible. Thank you. At the regular meeting of November 16th of this year, just last month, the Planning Commission of the San Benito County did not certify the final environmental impact report for the Lands of Lee subdivision, did not adopt a statement of overriding considerations, and did not adopt or approve a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Also, the Planning Commission voted to deny the approval of the tentative subdivision map for the Lands of Lee. The project applicant decided to appeal the decision of the Planning Commission, and the public hearing for the appeal is before you with this item today. The property is located at 291 Old Ranch Road. It's outside of the city of Hollister city limits, east of Fairview Road, just north of Airline Highway. The project consists of the demolition of an existing on-site residence, a barn, a septic system, for the subdivision of a property that consists of approximately 39.58 acres onto 141 residential lots. 121 of them would be for single-family detached homes. 20 would be single-family attached duets. Duets, for members of the public, is essentially like a duplex, 2 units on one building, but separate from a duplex, which is 2 units on one lot. A duet is essentially 2 units and on one building, and each unit is on its own lot, and it's about 2,500 square feet lot for each of those duet units. The overall project would have a 15% designation for below market rate housing, which consists of 21 units, and I'll go into it a little bit more in detail. And 25 of those 141 lots would have accessory dwelling units built in within the project. The rest of the lots would have an option per Assembly Bill 68 for the property owner or future property owner, if the project is approved, to be able to build an ADU. But the 25 of these lots would actually come in with an ADU as part of the development with this project. The proposal also has a 1.9 acre public neighborhood park. And I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later, but it's dedicated, and the applicant will be also improving the park. 0.5 acre passive open space, internal roadways and sidewalks, and improvement to Old Ranch Road. Very briefly, at the Planning Commission meeting on November 16, staff and the environmental consultant Rincon provided a summary of the project overview, then also provided a summary of the environmental process. Then the project applicant addressed the commission regarding the aspects of the project proposal. The Planning Commission then opened up the public hearing. 14 persons spoke and for and against the project. And then after the public comment period was closed, the planning commissioners commented, deliberated, and asked questions. Then the planning commission chair called for a motion, and the commission denied the certification of the final EIR. And due to this, the commission also denied the tentative subdivision map. The project site is immediately bordered by rural residential to the west, and also rural residential citizens with vineyards and associated winery to the north. There's also planned development to the south. As you know, it's the Dividend Homes Fairview Corners. It's been entitled but not yet approved, right to the south of this project site. And then to the west of the site, west of Fairview, we have Roberts Ranch, and we have other developments that are currently under construction. As you can see on this slide, Fairview Corners is a 60.16 acre site that has 189 lots that has been entitled, 5,000 to 8,000 square foot size lots. And that was approved in 2013. To the east, to the west of Fairview, we have Roberts Ranch. Roberts Ranch is actually in the city's jurisdiction, but it's in the vicinity, as shown in the vicinity map. And that property is under construction at this time with a total of 241 units. 49 of them are multifamily apartments, and 192 are single-family homes. To the north of Roberts Ranch, adjacent is west of Fairview. West of Fairview was actually approved in 2007. Documents actually take it back to the early 90s when it started as annexation, pre-zone for annexation. And that was approved in 2007 as a tentative map for a total of 507 residential single-family homes, 60 duets, and 100 multifamily apartments. Then Santana Ranch, which is to the north of Lands of Lee, was approved actually in 2010, and that's a total of 1,092 units. And as you can see in the vicinity map, south of the Fairview Corners, we have the Gavilan College San Benito campus, just as a perspective for the vicinity of the site. The main site access would be provided from Fairview Road to the project site via Old Ranch Road. And Old Ranch Road would be extended to the proposed park eastbound, as you can see at the east terminus. And the road would be meeting county standards at 56-foot wide right-of-way. The road would be 2 lanes, one going eastbound onto the project site and one westbound onto Fairview exiting the project site. The fire department has indicated that a secondary access to and from the site is not necessary because of the building code requiring sprinklers on all of the homes per the California Building Code. However, the site to the south, the Fairview Corners, if and when that gets developed, because it's been approved, entitled, but not yet under construction, that would create a secondary access to the project site that would actually go all the way south to Gavilan College. And also on Fairview Road, going southbound, there would be a left eastbound turn pocket onto the Old Ranch Road, onto the project site. That's part of the road improvements. As part of the Fairview Corners development, there is a condition that indicates that at a certain percentage of building permits, I believe it's at 135, there would be a requirement for an analysis, a warrant analysis to see whether a signalization is warranted at the Fairview Corners site entry that aligns with Cielo Vista. So at that point, when warranted, there will be a study that would be made to see if a signalization would be done on that area. Utilities, very briefly, the proposed on-site water infrastructure. The Sunny Slope County Water District would be providing water, potable water to the project site, also non-potable water to the landscaped areas and the park that's proposed at the east site of the area. And this would be funded through CFD and maintained by Sunny Slope County Water District. The proposed wastewater infrastructure, the environmental impact analysis evaluated two options. One is to do the proper infrastructures to carry on and convey the wastewater to Ridgemark, and option two is to connect to the city of Hollister, convey all the wastewater to a manhole that's located west of Fairview, and then convey all the wastewater to the City of Hollister Reclamation Plant. Option two is the preferred option. The City of Hollister and the Sunny Slope County Water District have been in discussions in regards to a potential connection, not only for Lance of Lee, but also for Cielo Vista, for Gavilan College, and for David and Holmes West Fairview Corners. And so it is our understanding that there will be meetings in regards to this determination for the connection as an out-of-jurisdiction service with the City of Hollister City Council at the beginning of 2023. Stormwater infrastructure is proposed on site through a mechanism that would carry all of the stormwater into a underground water basin that would be east on the beneath the proposed water beneath the proposed park, and the county of San Benito would actually be maintaining this utility with a CFD. The CFD would be required as part of the project. Regarding land use and zoning, so the property is actually designated right now as residential multiple. Residential multiple allows for up to 20 units per acre. And the whole area between Santana Ranch, if you could picture it, and as I know it's a little small on the slide, but Santana Ranch has its own land use designation or PUD, and all the way down to Fairview Corners, all that is residential multiple, and so that allows for up to 20 units per acre. The zoning currently right now for the site is rural. Rural actually allows 1 unit per 5 acres. Obviously, the proposal is not consistent with the zoning. The proposal is consistent with the general plan, but not the zoning. So as part of their application for the tentative map, there's also an application for a rezone and a plan unit development, which would allow the zone to be conforming with the general plan. And the rezone is for residential multiple, which would allow for 8 to 20 units per acre. And the residential multiple is provided to zones that would be able to provide public services. And the net density on this project is 8.30 units per acre. And so with the rezone, it would be consistent with the zone. The plan unit development, very briefly, that is being proposed as well is for a mixture of units, 121 single-family homes as indicated, 20 duets, and 25 of the lots as indicated would be ADUs. And the single-family homes are proposed at approximately 4,200 square feet. Is a little bit less than the standard single-family home, which is about 5,500 square feet. And the lots on the duets, the individual duets, would be at 2,500 square feet. And that's the reasoning for the plan unit development. Very briefly on the affordable housing, the project is proposing a 15% on-site deed restriction below market rate affordable housing plan. And on the affordability aspect of the proposal, the developer is proposing to construct the 20 duets that are being proposed would be for the below market rate, and then there would be 1 single family home for a total of 21 units, and that's the 15% of the overall 141 lots that are being proposed. And the 14 out of those 21 units are being proposed by the developer as moderate. With the regional housing needs allocation, the moderate is 81 to 120% of the area median income. 7 of those units, 5%, are being proposed by the applicant as workforce housing, and those would be on the category of above moderate for our RENA numbers as a county, but they would have a cap at 150% of the area median income. So that is a proposal of affordability that the applicant is proposing that is before you as well, Mr. Chair and Board. And also, in addition to that, the applicant is proposing to pay $4,500 for each of the market rate homes, the 120 units, and that would be to provide for a down payment assistance for the 21 affordable homes, either down payment assistance or closing costs or a combination of both. And although the ADUs, the 25 ADUs that are being proposed to be built on site are not required to be deed restricted or not obligated to be rentals, it would provide an additional stock. Currently, the market shows at about $1,200 to $1,500 per month as rental for ADUs. So that is also being proposed, although in full transparency and full disclosure, they are not counted towards our RENA numbers, but they are being offered for as part of this project. The left turn pocket from Fairview Road there's a clearer picture here on this slide. Essentially, it would be a southbound on Fairview Road, left turn pocket onto the project site that's being proposed with this development. And this slide is showing a secondary access that again is per the fire department is not required, but if Fairview Corners does develop, it would take it southbound as a secondary access. And then the applicant is also providing an 8-foot privacy fence along the western property line and northern property line. It's a good neighbor fence, 8 foot in height. The environmental review, briefly, the project consisted of an environmental impact report, and there were so many different categories that were evaluated as part of the environmental impact report. And we did have a few categories that resulted in significant unavoidable impacts that could be mitigated to a less than significant level. And then there was one category where there was a significant impact that could not be mitigated to a less than significant level. And those that were mitigated are air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, noise, and cultural resources. The one that was not able to be mitigated to a less than significant level is transportation. The vehicles miles traveled threshold of significance is 19.6 per capita, and the project shows a 21.3 vehicle miles travel per capita, which is above and beyond the threshold of significance. And even though there's a requirement that the developer would have to pay in their fair share for a bike lane on Fairview, that's still not going to mitigate the vehicles miles traveled for the project site. And so therefore, there must be a statement of overriding consideration that would be considered and or adopted if the board so desires to adopt the project. But before I get into that, finally, I just want to indicate that as part of an environmental impact review, the lead agency is required to review alternative and analyze alternatives. So there was 3 alternatives that were analyzed as part of the environmental impact report: the standard no project, the reduced density analysis to reduce the project approximately 25%, instead of having 141 lots, 106, and then the alternative 3, a higher density, making the project essentially all multifamily, all duets. And so what was analyzed, and the conclusions on this is that there's still a significant unavoidable impact on the vehicles miles traveled, and so therefore the preferred option is the proposed option because of the mixture of housing. And with that, the last bit of information before I conclude that I would like to share is that, as mentioned, when there is a significant unavoidable impact that cannot be mitigated, the lead agency would have to adopt, if they want to move forward with the project, a statement of overriding considerations. And essentially what that is, I'm sure you know, is that the the lead agency would have to weigh the significant impacts that this project has created, compare them to the benefits that the project will be providing, either economic, technological, all the different benefits that the project is proposing. And so in this particular case, the project is proposing three main aspects for the statement of overriding considerations for your consideration, and that is one, the construction of new housing, and it's a mixture of housing, 141 units that consist of single-family homes, duets, and also accessory dwelling units for different families of different economic backgrounds. The second is a recreational benefit, a 1.9-acre park site, as indicated earlier, that is not just dedicated, but the applicant is also, the San Benito County requires the dedication, but not necessarily the improvement. The applicant is proposing to improve the park with shaded seating, picnic areas, open grass areas, benches, picnic tables, and walking and bicycling paths. And third, a traffic circulation, Old Ranch Road would be improved to conform with county standards, and there would be pedestrian access to the park, and then pending development to the south, there would be connection to the south as well, to not only the development to the south, but also to Gavilan College. And with this, Mr. Chair and members of the board, the staff recommends, one, to conduct a public hearing, which we're doing on the appeal, receive the staff report, hear the appellant's presentation and arguments in support of the appeal, and receive public comments and deliberate. And two, adopt a resolution to either A, deny the appeal and sustain the Planning Commission decision based on findings to be specified by the Board of Supervisors with supporting evidence in the record, or B, grant the appeal and adopt a resolution to certify the final EIR, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopt the statement of overriding considerations, approve the vesting tentative subdivision map with conditions, and C, adopt ordinance number 1051 for a zone change of the property to residential mix and planned unit development, combining district, and approve the affordable housing agreement for the Lee subdivision project. At this time, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, we can have the appellant come in and provide their reasoning behind the
He took
appeal.
3 of your minutes, Bill.
Sorry, my apologies.
I have a question really quick. Abraham, you had said something, the down payment assessment was $4,500, but I'm seeing a number that says 25,700. So which is it?
Thank you for that, Supervisor Gonzalez. So $4,500 per unit for 120 units, and then so all of that would add up. Everything that adds up to would be divided into 21 units. So then that number that you mentioned would be for each of the 21 affordable units that would be provided for down payment assistance and closing costs.
When I do the math, I get 25,700, not 45.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm just saying because there's a difference between 5,000 and 25,000.
Yeah, so you're right. You're right. So 4,500 for times 120, and then divided by 21. That's your 25,000.
Abraham, yeah.
Okay.
We need to be in order, so we need to give Bill his time. So, and then we'll go to public comment after, and then it'll come back to the board for discussion.
Vanessa, do you have?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'll try to be as quick as possible, respect your time. I would ask that I reserve a few minutes at the end of this presentation to have some time to rebut as well, if that's okay.
Okay, that's okay.
So many of you know me already. I've been in this community for 35 years. I had San Benito Shutter for many, many years, and in the last 4 years since I left San Benito Shutter, I've been running Martha's Kitchen here in town. I envisioned this project some time ago as a way to create housing for our Native sons and daughters. The reality is so many of the projects that have gone in this community have been built to be profitable projects, and that's resulted in fairly large homes. And it's time that we have something that is smaller, that's more affordable and more attainable. So the fair market homes in this project are smaller than prior projects. In fact, the largest home in this project, for example, is smaller than the smallest home that's being built over at the Promontory by the Ridgemark Tennis Courts, for example. The idea being that smaller homes are more affordable in general. In addition, we are providing the 15% below market rate housing, and above and beyond that, we're providing a minimum of 25 ADUs. We're going to offer them on 103 different lots. The purpose of that, and let me get through the slides here. I have a slide on the appeal, but Abraham spoke to that, so I won't be redundant on the time. The general plan for this area is RM, and Abraham spoke to that as well. So this is the kind of project that the county envisioned to go in this area. The idea, as I was saying just a moment ago, is to really create efficient housing for our community. So they're smaller homes on smaller lots to be more affordable, to use less electricity, to use less water, to be more affordable. We are providing the land for a park as the county requirement is, but we're also going above and beyond that and building the park out, spending around $600,000 in improvements for a park that we aren't required to do because we really want to provide a benefit to this community. We've mixed all types of housing into this community so it's a cohesive community, and building the affordable on-site and the mixture on-site rather than having one type of housing on one side of town and another type of housing on the other side of town. We're really trying to take care of the missing middle. The affordable housing, as Abraham detailed, we're doing 10% moderate and 5% workforce. And then the ADUs are designed to reach the actual low. The ADUs market rates are around $1,200 a month for ADUs. I went on Zillow a couple of weekends ago, and there was actually an ADU in the city that was up for $1,200 a month. The maximum for low income for a household of two is about $1,450 a month that they can make in a house payment. So the ADU does satisfy the low, even though it's not a deed-restricted RHNA low-income unit. And I think that's very important because the county is short stock in the smaller and more affordable sizes. And that's really what we're trying to achieve here. And then, as Supervisor Gonzalez was asking for clarification, we are putting $540,000 into a pot that will be used as down payment assistance for the 21 below market units to help get those people in, whether it helps them with a down payment that they don't have or additional down payments so they're not subject to PMI and things of that nature, so that those homes remain affordable and sustainable to them. The workforce housing targets a missing middle that's really been missing in this community. A lot of projects have built low and moderate and then market rate. But there is a gap in the middle of workforce, which really comprises of teachers, firefighters, police, nurses, and so forth, who make too much money to qualify for the technical low of moderate or low, but don't make enough money in order to buy the market rate house. And so that they are included in this project because without them, we don't have a community. And they are an important backbone of our community. I already spoke to this, and I'll conserve your time. There's quite a bit of linkage going on here, and I wanted to speak to that. You have heard that there is a connection to Dividend Homes, which connects to Gavilan College. Not only does that become our secondary access, but that becomes the only secondary access for the college and Dividend Homes. When Dividend was approved with their tentative map, that was something that the fire marshal pushed for, to have a connection that would ultimately connect to this project and provide secondary access. At the Planning Commission, a former planning commissioner requested that we provide bicycle connectivity. And so we've added that in here, and it's very, very hard to see on this map. But if you look at the top of the subdivision, you can see a little yellow square. And what that is that's an 8-foot bicycle thoroughfare. When we envisioned it, because the whole project's not being built, there is a road going to the part that's not being developed that could eventually connect through. But we added that because the idea is that someday, as the projects build out in this area, you should be able to get from Santana Ranch to Gavilan College on a bicycle and not have to go down Fairview Road. And that was something that was envisioned years ago by the county. So at the request of the public, we did add that. The project does connect across Fairview to the Roberts Ranch and provides pedestrian access that continues on to the Whale Park and the rest of the city as well. There's another illustration of the secondary connectivity. Water conservation. So while we've had some rain this month, we have been in a historic drought, and water is on everybody's mind. The smaller lots with no turf do use significantly less water than traditional homes. The data from Sunny Slope Water shows, for example, the homes in Santana Ranch use about 1/3 of what traditional homes use, and these lots are even smaller. And going a step beyond that, we are plumbing purple pipe for recycled water, not just to the park, which is what's been the tradition in this county, but we're also plumbing it to every single lot. Eventually, recycled or reclaimed water from the city's water treatment plant will work its way over to this town. And in fact, that pipe's going to connect to the Whale Park. So once the Whale Park has it, this entire subdivision will have it, and again, reduce the potable water use on every single lot. And of course, you know, there will be water-saving fixtures and those types of things used in the home as well. Another very important element, and something that we voluntarily did, was strike an agreement with the high school to help get a new high school built. The high school doesn't have enough money to build a new campus, and they need one. They're already oversubscribed. And the only way they're going to get one is if everybody chips in and everyone feels part of the pain. And so we made an agreement to provide them with money, a significant amount of money above and beyond the fees that they're entitled to. And we did that in the hopes that we will set a precedent for any future developments, both city and county, to step up and provide additional money to the high school so that they can fund a new campus. Because without another campus, that campus will just get further and further crowded, and the money has to come from somewhere. And the development community is definitely a part of that picture. And we recognize our moral obligation to the community, and we've stepped up and done that as part of this agreement. So in conclusion, this project is located where the county planned for the housing growth. It is the type of growth that the county has been asking for and wanting for years, with smaller market rate houses, workforce housing, and all of these factors. We can actually provide housing for our civil servants. The affordable housing will provide down payment assistance to make that doable for the folks. We will have connectivity to the adjacent neighborhoods and provide secondary access for Gavilan College, connectivity to the city of Hollister. These will be energy efficient, water efficient homes with recycled water infrastructure built in. There'll be a fully improved park on site above and beyond the county requirement, and will provide extra money to help create a new high school in this community. I realize not all projects are good for our community. I've been a member of this community for 35 years, and I'm dedicated to the well-being of this community. And that's why I put my retirement savings on the line to try to bring this project to fruition. I truly believe that this project will bring what we've been asking for of projects for many, many years. And so I would ask today that you guys would act favorably upon my appeal and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay. Before we go to the board, actually, I need to disclose myself that I had an ex parte communication with Bill, the project owner, as advised by County Council. We encourage other members to do the same. So, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to disclose, although I did not have any ex parte communications with the applicant, I did speak to others, including Seth Capron from the Housing Advisory Committee, particularly about affordable housing components in this project, and others in the community, both on the pro and con side. Thank you.
Okay. Now to public comment.
Hold on, I've had some conversations with the applicant, but they've been more election-related.
Okay.
So we didn't talk about the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Jeffrey Small.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Jeffrey Small, financial advisor to the high school district. The district sees Bill Lee as a role model for the development community. Bill is the first landowner that has voluntarily come forward to help the San Benito community address one of the most critical issues, which is funding a second high school. Bill has agreed to voluntarily increase his developer fees from $2.98 to $5 per square foot. That is 166% of what Bill is obligated to pay. We often hear of overachievers giving 110%. Mr. Lee is giving 166%. And then some. Mr. Lee is also supporting the district with other community partners, including KB Homes and the San Benito Community Foundation. Mr. Lee realizes that funding a second high school is not possible without the partnership and support of the development community. Mr. Lee and the Lands of Lee Development are role models for the type of home building partner that ensures our young people and working families are successful. Signs of growing infrastructure and new housing have become synonymous with our landscape. The reality is that the community needs a new high school.
Cindy Croker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. How many of you can look back and point to at least one high school teacher that inspired you to learn and become a more productive citizen? Our teachers, firefighters, police officers, and civil servants who work in our community should be able to live in our community as well. The median sale price for a single-family home in Hollister is just over $750,000. The average teacher salary in the San Benito High School District is approximately $84,000 a year. As part of the Lands of Lee project, Mr. Lee is allocating $540,000 for down payment assistance for 21 homes for moderate income families, including teachers and first responders. That equates to $26,000 per home. Imagine how impactful that would be to one of our teachers desiring to live in the community they work in. In addition, as part of Mr. Lee's agreement with the San Benito High School District, Mr. Lee is offering the opportunity for teachers to purchase homes within the Lands of Lee project. The San Benito High School District greatly benefits from Mr. Lee's generosity, as it will directly help the district recruit and retain high-quality educators within our community. Signs of growing infrastructure and new housing have become synonymous with our landscape. The reality is that the community needs a new high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Frusetta.
Good day, Board. My name is John Frusetta. I'm the Chief Business Officer for San Benito High School District. As a fifth-generation resident of this county, the well-being of our community is close to my heart. This, of course, includes the financial stability of the school district. Without a second high school, the educational quality of Hollister High School will be severely compromised. Developer fees are one of 3 essential components that are required to fund schools. Currently, we estimate that a new single-family residence will generate about $6,000 in developer fees. If 4,000 new homes are built, the district will generate approximately $24 million in today's dollars. This will only fund about 11% of the cost of a new high school. Many people think that property taxes from a new home will contribute to the cost of a new high school. This is a common misconception. The state funding formula for annual operating expenses is based on a set amount, which takes into consideration local property taxes, with the state backfilling the remaining entitlements. Approximately 80% of these funds are used for salaries and benefits, with the remaining amount used for books, supplies, and other services to run the district. There is very little money remaining for the construction of new facilities. The term sheet between the district and the Lands of Lee project helps generate the additional funds needed for a second high school. It also reinforces the need for additional community partnerships with the city, county, and Gavilan Community College, as well as other business opportunities that will come as a result of Bill's initiative. Signs of growing infrastructure and new housing have become synonymous with our landscape, and the reality is that our community needs a second high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sean Tenenbaum.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, thank you very much for having us here. Honored to be before you once again. Thank you for allowing us to make comment on this project. Home builders sell homes based on the value of having an excellent high school. To maintain a high-quality educational system in our community, we are seeking partnerships with the city, the county, the Building Industry Association, and developers like Mr. Bill Lee. The San Benito High School District is proud to support Mr. Lee and his collaboration with the district in developing the Lands of Lee project. It is a model project for our community. The Lands of Lee project will enable students to achieve a high-quality education, present quality employment opportunities, and allow our educators and young people to remain and/or return to our wonderful community. You previously heard from the Director of Human Resources, Ms. Cindy Krokauer, and the need for affordable housing, not just for our teachers, but for all public employees in this community. Mr. Bill Lee has stepped up and has agreed to work with the district in developing a program where our local public employees have the priority and/or preference to purchase homes in his project. To this end, the district's legal counsel has reached out to county counsel and assistant county counsel, and they have started discussions on defining the scope of this program and creating a working group in collaboration with the city of Hollister so this program can become a reality, not just to be implemented by Mr. Bill Lee, but potentially by subsequent developers as well. Our councils have only recently started discussions, and they are motivated to continue developing this concept into concert, providing for a legally viable, affordable workforce housing program. We are very excited to be working with the county team on this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elvira Zaragoza Robinson.
Good morning, board members. It's my pleasure and honor to be here before you to give my strong endorsement and support for the Lee project. As many of you know, I've been a lawyer for over 40 years here, and 35 of those years I've been associated with Gavilan College. I was on the board of trustees for 20 years, and now I'm the chair of the Measure X Oversight Committee that's going to oversee the expenditures for our college, because we in San Benito County deserve the best college we can get. We deserve getting Gavilan College back here in our community. We started here, and it's going to be exceptional. We need a neighbor such as the Lee Project to be associated with our campus, with our students, with our teachers, to provide the housing, to provide the access to another park. But I strongly support the Lee Project, and primarily because it's going to give us for Gavilan campus another access road. We only have one in and out to the campus. We need another one in case there's an emergency. If something happens on campus, where else are we going to get out? And the Lee project will provide that. So thank you, and I strongly support the Lee project.
Thank you.
Carson Coer?
Carson
Sorry.
Clower. Is that right? Oh. He left.
Okay. Linda Lomp? Or Lamp?
Lampy.
Good morning, supervisors, and congratulations on the new elected. And I just need to personally say to Mr. Tiffany, thank you. You always took my calls or returned my calls, and what just emotional support sometimes when I'd call about things that we were going through Hollister Community Outreach in my father's house, and I truly appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And also I wanted to thank Supervisor Betsy Dirks, because she actually came out and helped me serve our homeless friends, and came out when we were distributing food to see, and Colin has seen that when we were over in San Juan Bautista. And the reason that I'm speaking for Bill Lee today is I don't know if you all know the impact that this man has had on San Benito County and Hollister. Hollister Community Outreach is a very small organization to begin with. It's made up of just volunteers, my husband, myself, and a few people, and we serve mostly our homeless friends. Prior to the pandemic, we were serving about 86 families a week, mostly Wahican community, people that are not documented, people that are afraid to come forward because of that status. I'm going to hurry because I see the clock is ticking. But astoundingly, during the pandemic, because of Bill Lee, because of Martha's Kitchen, we were serving 1,100 plus families a week. You multiply that times 4 or 5 people in a household, and think about that would give us 105,000 meals a week that were going into the bellies of people. And Bill Lee worked to bring that to Hollister. Thank you. I know he's going to do, he cares about people, whoever they are, and we need to care about everybody in this community, including affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Mary Anderson?
Good morning, supervisors. Well, I think Bill should run for governor at this point. I am a neighbor to Mr. Lee, and unfortunately, this project is creating a lot of problems for me. But I am opposed, and I'm hoping that the Board of Supervisors will uphold and deny the application. We're not questioning Mr. Lee's absolute wonderful contribution to the community. Question is no longer a primary resident to the community, but you can't just build something like this and walk away from the area saying there's not going to be any impact. 8 houses on my fence line, is, I think, asking a little much to grant more open space area. And the traffic, the impact on the landfill, the impact on water, we can't say, yeah, the applicant's a great person. That's not the question. The question is whether or not it's good for the area, the community, for the project to be built at this time, and to convert the zoning from rural, which, I have all of our 4-acre neighbors or 5-acre neighbors. You know, we enjoy that rural area. And at some point, yes, it will be developed. But is it now, due to all of the issues that we're having both in the community with the hospital and the lack of medical care, is now the right time for this development? And setting the boundaries and, you know, future guidelines as to how developers propose to the Planning Commission as far as their contribution is definitely something that, you know, the county and the city needs to look at. But hopefully you'll take the consideration of it's not just the person, it's the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosie Cepeda.
Good morning, esteemed Board of Supervisors. Congratulations to the new supervisors. My name is Rosie Cepeda. I'm the Public Information Officer for Gavilan Joint Community College District, and I'm here to read a statement of support for the appeal before you by the Lee Subdivision County File PLN 251 for approval of the Residential Mixed Plan Unit Development and Affordable Housing Agreement. With the upcoming 2023 breaking ground of our San Benito campus, this project addresses very urgent housing needs for the diverse student populations we serve. First, out of the 46 units, this project will provide a minimum of 25 ADUs for low-income families, 14 units for moderate-income households, and 7 units for the missing middle or workforce housing. Second, with the current state of inflation, high rents, and gas, this project would benefit the students we are here to serve. Being able to go from renting to buying for many low-income families in Hollister will lift a tremendous burden. So many of our students in Hollister struggle to complete their studies at our college because of food and housing insecurities. Even when our college offers rent vouchers and food boxes for our students, many must work 2 or more jobs in order to pay rent. We even have students who couch surf and who sleep in their cars. Third, the timing of the Lee project falls in line with the building of our new San Benito campus. Our new campus will require the hiring of more full-time instructors in Hollister. It is to the benefit of our students and our entire college community to have instructors who can afford to live where they teach. As the mission of our college is to serve the entire community, this affordable housing project addresses desperately needed housing. We urge this governing Board of Supervisors to vote to approve the appeal, move this project forward. If not now, then when? The time is now. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Graham Mackey.
Good morning, Chairman Hernandez and other board members, and welcome, Dom. I'm standing here to support the Bill Lee project. I have a long list of the benefits, but they've already been adequately described, so I'm not going to waste any more time. In my view, Bill and his team followed the protocols of the county and addressed all of the general plan requirements for this project and some more. And for it to be turned down seems a little strange. It seems to me that maybe our general plan isn't written very well if he conforms with almost everything and then is rejected. He's invested a lot of money in this project, and if this project was turned down, it would set standards that new developers might not even want to come here. So I feel pretty strongly that this is a good project for the county, and I believe it should be passed, and I'm asking you to approve the project. Thank you.
Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. If If not now, if the time's not right, when is it right? You have to make a decision based on policy and not on procedure and not on politics. Gavilan College is very important to San Benito County. We're talking $98 million, if I remember correctly, in bonds. And we have nothing but a plot of land in San Benito County. This developer is going beyond the standards of what any developer has ever proposed in San Benito County. And I come before you many times and I speak about the developers not coming through and not keeping their word and not going with the agreements that they write. Bill Lee is a man of integrity, and you can see it on what this proposal brings to. This is not about Bill Lee. This is about the proposal that can change San Benito County, can help Gavilan College, where it was approved to only have one entrance and exit. There's no ingress, egress, as it should be when fire departments require that. The fire department required that of the project on the Lido property off of Enterprise. They have 3. This is Gavilan College, where eventually it should have thousands and thousands of students if it works the way it's supposed to. And they only have one entrance. Mr. Lee is offering to have the second entrance. It's $540,000 of his own money that he's willing to offer for down payments. Who does that? Developers are here to make money, and Mr. Lee is actually coming forward and offering something that's never been offered in San Benito County. And let's not forget, we have a shortage of housing in the state of California. Thank you.
Julio Rodriguez.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I just have some major concerns about the Bill Lee project. One of them is I believe the project only exacerbates the affordability crisis in California. Right now, the San Benito County's socioeconomic makeup is changing. We know that. A majority of these houses being built are not for people living here, or if they do live here, they have to commute out. We have a jobs and housing imbalance. That's just the reality. So to fix our community is not responsible for housing Santa Clara or the Bay Area. That's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to take care of the citizens of San Benito County first. When I was looking at the affordability requirements and what they will provide, I'll be honest, I'm very disappointed. I've worked with students as a former assistant. I've worked with students who are literally living and sleeping on the ground, horrible conditions. And to say that this is going to provide some housing, no, it's frankly, it's not enough. There are people being displaced in this county as we speak. And what about the commute times? We know that people buying these houses, like you said, $85,000 is the median income. The only place you're going to make $85,000 is going to be in Santa Clara. So I believe this project only exacerbates the environmental issues. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Valerie Eaglin.
This is a really big subject. I'm impressed by all the different comments that have been made and the thinking through of the connectivity between properties going to the college when it's built and the parks issues. For me, that is extremely important. That we promote bicycling and that kind of transportation the fact that this property will allow for connectivity, as well as some central parkland that will service that area. For those reasons, I find it supportable. As far as affordability goes, I'm wondering if there's not some deed restriction, and I'm not seeing that type of thing that would say this is really dedicated, but the number of ADUs as well. I know if I needed to rent a place, that's all I could afford. And basically I live in not too much bigger of a spot anyway, as an ADU would be. So student housing and professors, teachers, they're not underprivileged on that level around a college. So their affordability factor is pretty good. And that's just out of my own experience. So I support the project for its connectivity and its park aspect. And I hope they make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irma Gonzalez.
Hello. Hello, and I'd like to welcome Supervisor Zanger. You represent my district. You also represent Gavilan College District. I am the Gavilan College trustee for Area 7, which is where this project is located. And I believe that this project does benefit the community, especially in Gavilan College. Currently, our student-centered funding formula is due to expire in a few years. We're going to be going to basic aid. What that means is that we will need more students. Full-time equivalent students will need to rise. We're building a new college that's been in the works since 2008. I'm looking forward to it. Having the community have the housing right nearby, walkable, we'll have an increase in students. It could be adults. It could be the students that have parents that live there. This is important to us. For us to succeed, we need to increase our enrollment, and this project will definitely do that. The secondary road is extremely important, as is the workforce housing for our teachers. There's so many things, and I don't want to repeat myself, but student housing insecurity is real, and our students do go from couch to couch. The ADUs and the affordable housing is something that is real and that could help us. And I'm asking that you do the right thing, and please approve the project. And also, keep in mind, when a community college prospers, the community prospers also. And I'm asking you to please approve the project. Think of our students, think of our community, think of our new college. Thank you very much.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. My name is John Casey. I'm a resident of the County of San Benito, and I also sit on the Housing Advisory Committee for the county. I'm in favor of the Lee subdivision and actually voted in favor of it at the Housing Advisory Committee. And in re-reviewing the packet, I continue to support it. I believe we must provide for various levels of affordability in housing. This project provides support for what is often termed the missing middle, the moderate income population of the county, pricing and deed restrictions to encourage and support affordability across several income categories. It also anticipates and encourages the building of accessory dwelling units or ADUs. It provides support through in lieu fees of $540,000 to support a down payment assistance program. Among the other things that have been brought up here, there's a lot to like here. I believe we must look at each project on its own merits, and I am able to support it. Thank you very much.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Seth Capron. I'm a 52-year resident of the county.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. You've heard a lot about some positive features of this project. Certainly there are many. I think the proposal for smaller lots and lower prices is beneficial, although I'd like to see developers go further in that direction. This project proposes replacement of the low income units required by the Affordable Housing Ordinance with homes at 120% to 150% of the median income. I don't think this aligns with the Affordable Housing Ordinance. The rationale for eliminating all the low-income units as presented in the proposal is an assertion that low-income families need to be closer to transportation and services. I can testify that most low-income families in our county own automobiles. CSDC is currently helping 24 low and very low-income families build mutual self-help homes on Southside Road currently. They don't have any trouble getting out there to the site to put their hours in and build their homes. I'm concerned about the idea that the proposed ADUs would meet the low-income housing requirements. ADUs are a good way to meet our housing needs, but there's no guarantee that any of them will actually be rented to low-income families. Many will be used as bonus space or for teenage children. Although the rents may be relatively low, middle-income renters are likely to be interested in renting these units. These units won't count toward the county's low-income RHNA numbers, and for a reason, because there's no deed restrictions proposed. Workforce housing is very much needed in our county, but not at the expense of meeting our low-income housing commitments. I also believe that what is proposed as an in lieu fee is not in fact an in lieu fee. It may not benefit the buyers. To make a home affordable to a particular income level, the mortgage amount has to be set so the monthly payment plus taxes is less than 30% of the buyer's income.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Got it. Okay. Okay, well, I wrote to the Board of Supervisors last night, and unfortunately, I am against the subdivision on the east side of Fairview Road. I believe that it is in the wrong location and at a bad time. I think we should wait until the new board that's been elected, until they have a chance to hear this out and have a chance to vote on it. You haven't heard enough from the people that live right directly around this subdivision. The one woman who spoke, I feel your pain. I live underneath the detention basin of Santana Ranch and have houses planned on my fence line. They did this about 30 years ago in the same sort of way, planning on the future. And it's just guessing on what you have around you. The Gavilan plan, Fairview Corners, it's not there yet. So you don't have that second access. I want to go for, at Roberts Ranch. You have Award Homes and Roberts Ranch on the west side of Fairview, but it's in the city limits already, and it's contiguous to other subdivisions. And this one, to me, just looks like it's an island sitting out there with hopes that something's going to be built around it. And this idea that you're going to have a bike path from Santana Ranch there. What about those poor people in between Santana Ranch and this Lee subdivision? Are you going to run them off their property? I just feel like this has not been looked at enough. You haven't heard enough from the people that are going to be directly affected by it. It's going to devalue.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. This is Rob Bernosky. I haven't studied over this project much, but just based on what I've heard today and my short conversations with some of the players, I'm for the teachers having two daughters who are teachers, and basically our social life being surrounded by educators. We want high quality people in our schools, but you really cannot buy a house on a teacher's salary, even down here in San Benito County. So I'm very much in favor of the project for that reason. What I am leery of, though, is it seems like a huge premise of this is we're going to, it'll make huge inroads towards getting a new high school. And I just am asking the board to ask specifically how much money would go towards the high school, and is that reality? Putting that aside, we have a culture here at San Benito County of really not planning in the long run. And yet we are starved for assets like a better community college and another high school and an actual functional hospital. So what I am encouraging you to do is ask the hard questions, dismiss, big claims, look at the fine print. And if this project makes sense, you are the elected board today, make a decision. If you don't have a lot of your questions answered and you haven't read the fine print, like making sure that fees are paid upon the building permit being issued and not the occupancy permit, and making sure that sales taxes are paid on the goods that are delivered here to build the homes and not paid in some other jurisdiction where we don't get the benefit of them. Pay attention to those details and make this a good project to possibly approve. Bill Lee is a good person. I don't think there's any nefariousness in it. I think his goals are just
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Jackie Morris Lopez, San Juan Batista. So I'm not speaking from the perspective of a NIMBY or not in my backyard. Mr. Lee sounds like a stand-up citizen, and the premise of this project and the reason for it and the goals also sound very, very good and meeting certain needs. But I just want to point out some facts today. As I was listening to comments, I looked up the population or the workers that he's trying to address by affordability of homes. And he mentioned the first responders. And I'm going to tell you what currently Hollister's pay rate for a firefighter is. And you can Google search this. And that starting salary of $94,000 to $140,000. That doesn't seem like a low paying job. Hollister area nurses, I looked this up as well, anywhere from starting to 75,000 to 175,000 to 170,000. And teachers seem to be the only group that are in the lower salary bracket. They don't reach a six-figure salary unless they're an administrator. So the teacher's salaries, the average in Hollister is anywhere from 52K to 77K. So looking at the facts, that premise alone kind of makes me question whether or not those houses really need to go to the people that can't pay or for the regular priced homes in Hollister. The other issue is that the one issue that cannot be mitigated is the traffic on the road. I live in San Juan Batista, so I have to jump on 101 if I want to go north from 156.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, good
Good morning to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Zachary Headley. I've been a resident. Hello, good morning. My name is Zachary Headley to the Board of Supervisors. I've been a resident here for over 20 years. And I would just like to say that I don't know all the aspects of the project, but what I do know is very simple. One, I would refute any opposing to this project due to the fact that the only thing I've heard so far is people's fence line. And under law, their fence line is their fence line. And maybe we have the resources to help out anybody who has an aquifer who's been tapped into, but there's water rights there. And on top of that, we have a gravity-fed system and everything seems to be good. I believe that the other issue that I've heard has to do with a simple understanding of we need to take care of our residents. But anybody, whether it's a sleeping town, a commuting town, happens to be a resident here now. So once you cross the border and you're in San Benito County, you are now a resident that should be taken care of. Children should be taken care of, and so should our colleges. Our residents have a right and an ability to be able to access a college. It's very simple and very plain forward. If you look at the very simple fact that we do have a man who's invested into this county, we do have people who are working, and I'm watching and paying attention, and I am for this project to move forward, regardless of who's leaving, who's not leaving. I highly suggest we continue forward with this because it will help the community with jobs. And that's about it.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board. Anyway, the contributions that Bill Lee is making towards high school, Gavilan College, are real important. But as important as that is that his intentions is to build workforce housing. We need housing for regular teachers, firefighters, government workers, and that's the intentions of this project. Also, what you got to look at is the connectivity of other residential projects in the area. It's always been, the intentions of that Fairview corridor to be higher density residential development. And this project fits right into that plan. And it has good connectivity to, water services, wastewater treatment. Hopefully it ties into Hollister wastewater treatment plant. So we could utilize that for recycled water and city services. So I stand in favor of the project. Have a good day.
No further comments.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board. Who would like to go first?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Kozbicki.
Just to start off, if I may, I have a question for the developer. Is that okay? You'd mentioned that other housing projects locally have been built to be profitable. I just want to make sure that the record is clear. Are you saying that you're not expecting to profit from this project?
We will have a much lower profit margin for this because we've given so much back. Typically, other developments are done by corporations that have minimum standards for the profitability. I am a single individual. I just need to be able to recover my costs and just be a little bit in the black so that I'm not in the red. And that's all I'm attempting to do. And that's why I've given so much back, like the high school and putting in the down payment assistance and building the smaller houses. You make less money doing those, but in the end, it's the right thing because we don't need another project that just comes in and takes from the county and leaves us with a bunch of monster houses. We don't need any more 3,000 foot stuff. And it's more profitable to build that. this is much less profitable, but it is better for the community, and that's why I'm doing it.
And then with regard to the high school fees is what the Speaker Bernowski mentioned. So what I heard was about $2 over and above per square foot. So considering a high school costs at minimum $150 million to $200 million, what would the total be of the above and beyond the $2 times the square footage amount that you're actually contributing to the high school above and beyond the requirement?
For this project alone, Jeff, what's the total square footage of the project? I'm sorry? Okay, so be about $1 million contributed.
We haven't figured that dollar amount. That hasn't been discussed with the high school.
Well, yeah, I think the high school actually has the detailed numbers.
'Cause I would rather have an exact number as opposed to just kind of throwing a number out there like $1 million.
The square footage that gets built, there's still some approximateness in it because there's multiple models that are offered. And so there can be smaller or larger models ultimately built. That's why it's not an exact.
Okay, great. Appreciate that.
Sure.
And then with regard to staff, there was something in the staff report that mentioned the proposal to have there was during the HAC proceedings, Housing Advisory Committee, there was a proposal to have the developer add in low-income units as opposed to in lieu fees because it's very clear that this project lacks true affordable housing. And it mentions a 3-3 vote with the Housing Advisory Committee. So 3 people voted not to send it back and consider the low income. Who were the 3 people that voted not to send it back and consider the low income? Do we have that?
In regards to the particular people that voted,
yes. For the record,
I'll try to get that for you.
Okay, if you could get that before I'm.
I believe I was one of them. Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Dirks, I believe, was the other, and I can't think of the other individual.
So the 3 voted not to have the consideration for true low-income housing.
We were satisfied with what the project was entailed.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just for starters, I just want to be very clear that, whatever charity has been done, community involvement, those things should play absolutely no role in this decision. It's an extremely dangerous precedent to consider that sort of thing. We'd actually be providing a playbook for future developers to say that they'll get special consideration as long as they perform a level of community service before the project's consideration. And I think that's inherently unfair to our residents who expect us to make land use decisions based on land use considerations and their impacts on the community. And with all due respect to the room full of people, I think we all knew there was going to be a long line of people that Mr. Lee has engaged with to come here and speak positively about this. We all know that the developer has been making a lot of connections and donating a lot of money to political candidates the last few years while pushing for this project. And I don't think there's any coincidence with all that. And I ask that you, again, consider that this is a land use decision, not a popularity contest. As for Gavilan College, the expansion is happening. The new leader there has said it again and again. The expansion is happening with or without this project. And the contribution to the high school district is a very small fraction of what's needed for a new campus. The project itself, it's at least 166 units, including 141 in the description, and a minimum of another 25 ADUs. And among those units, once again, no low-income affordable housing included in the plans. And I think that's unfortunate that we're still at this point. And it really underscores the inadequacy of the ordinance that we're actually going to be considering later, the affordable housing ordinance. The developer's justification for this, the low income not being included, was that the project is too far from services. That's what I read. So if you're going to make the argument that it's because the development is too far from services to accommodate low or very low income families, then I just have to ask the question whether that says something broader about the quality of the development itself and the proximity. I thought we were past the point of dismissing negative impacts of a project's proximity to core services, and of course that comes into play with the EIR's conclusion that there were significant and unavoidable impacts with regard to the transportation or the VMT requirements. And as an aside, I want to point out this statement of overriding consideration, as mentioned in some of the materials that went out to the board. The statement of overriding consideration that has to be approved in order for an approval of this project actually is legally insufficient and legally challengeable due to the fact that it excludes an analysis of fiscal impacts to substantiate the claim from the developer that the project would result in generation of positive net tax revenue for the county. So there's actually a requirement, if you're going to make that statement in the statement of overriding considerations, you have to be able to substantiate that, and that has not happened to this point. So if there is a majority of this board that has a will to approve this project today, I will just put that out there that you're approving something with an inadequate statement of overriding considerations. Overall, I agree with the Planning Commission's overwhelming opposition to this, and will propose that we add findings to back it up. The vote was 3-1. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but my understanding is it probably would have been 4-1 if the absent member had been present. I might be wrong there. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And as an important note before making a motion later, it's my understanding the County Counsel's Office has indicated that there could be findings recommended. We can do that today. We can recommend findings if there's a denial to come back either at the end of the meeting today or by Thursday of this week, so that there's nothing stopping this board from making this decision. Nothing is stopping this board from making this decision if there's any thoughts about continuing this to the next board. And then as for a last note, our staff has indicated, no, that's all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, supervisors? Just a point of clarification, I know County Council, we need to have findings, whatever the decision is, to make sure that it substantiates the decision of the Board of Supervisors.
That's right. And we can get them done whenever the board wants to meet. If you want to meet this year, we can get them done. And we just need to know which direction to go so we can finalize the findings to reflect the board's desires.
I'll go ahead.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
I totally support this. When this was brought to the Housing Advisory Committee, we were looking at the affordability aspect, and we were looking at the RENA numbers. And there was a suggestion that was made to Mr. Lee, and he went back and he modified his numbers. So granted, they aren't checking the box for the RNA numbers, but they are in terms of looking at workforce. And so I don't see anything wrong with this project except for possibly the transportation issue. And it looks like the project conforms to the requirements that are needed. Smaller homes on a smaller lot. It's going to focus on workforce housing, the affordable housing. Thank you for the down payment, $25,700. It looks like for each unit. The connectivity to the college. We all know that 2 exits are desperately needed. The connectivity to the city of Hollister, the efficient homes, the low water use, because I know that was one concern that the board, the Planning Commission looked at, was the water issue. So we have the homes on a low water use feature. The infrastructures are going to accommodate future recycled water system. And then the generous donation to the high school. I wouldn't have given that much, but I thank you for doing that. And unless we can find a significant reason to reject this, I think by law we have to go ahead and approve it. I'm for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear on the RENA number situation here. So the workforce housing, we get that, but we don't. This project doesn't help us in the same way that it normally would to fulfill the low income section of that. Is that right?
Thank you, Supervisor Zanger. That is correct. It meets the above moderate for the workforce housing. So it's within the above moderate, but it's not above moderate. Is not necessarily considered to be the part of the low. The low is essentially very low. Low and moderate is usually considered to be the low, but they are the benefit of the workforce housing that they're providing is that they're putting a cap on 150% of the area median income, as opposed to just allowing it to be at the greatest extent of the market.
Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. But the low is not. We don't get that.
Correct. It's not within the low or very low. Correct.
Okay. And then the EIR found there'd be, I think it said no impact on aesthetics. Is that correct?
Correct. Aesthetics wasn't correct. Wasn't any significant impacts on the aesthetics aspect.
And why is that? Just because it doesn't block the mountain range?
There are various categories within the aesthetics. One of them is it within any identified beautification corridor? Does it block natural scenery like mountains? And so because it's designated in the general plan for residential multiple, and because what they're proposing is consistent to the densities, and it's not going to be blocking any significant beautification sceneries, then correct, there was no significant impact that was identified with the aesthetics.
Right. And so regarding Gavlin, Gavlin is dependent on this independent project to have an alternative route, alternative access. Is that the case right now?
So for Gavlin, from what we know about the project, it appears that there's going to be one way in and one way out, that it's approved. The county doesn't review and approve Gavlin. That's more of a state, but that's how it was approved. And so with the development of Fairview Corners and Lance of Lee, it would provide that connectivity. But otherwise, the state architect is how they approved Gavlin the way they did with one access in and out.
Okay, and as far as the unmitigatable and significant transportation impact, you said one of the ideas would be to pay their fair share, the developer's fair share of a bike lane, right, on Fairview. What does that look like?
That is a requirement that because the San Benito County Council of Governments has identified a bikeway and pedestrian master plan throughout the county of San Benito. Fairview Road has, I believe, a phase 2 state 2 type of bicycle path, which basically indicates that there should be a striped line and certain signage on the line. And so as development occurs along Fairview Road or projects that are going to be using Fairview Road for vehicle access, they're supposed to be contributing a certain percentage. There's a study that would be done that would indicate how much would be the impact of that particular project on Fairview Road, and so that would be a fee that we would have to collect as part of the approval if the board so desires to approve the project, and that would go into when the line goes in, then that money gets funded, but we collect that money regardless from the developer.
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess my concern is just. One of my concerns is that these developments in the past we've seen, they haven't really helped the county out much fiscally. It doesn't really pencil out the math. And so if we're also not getting the fulfillment of the RENA numbers that we particularly need, it seems like it's a big piece of the puzzle missing for us. So I don't know, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me just say that it is before us, but I frankly wish that this project had been more fully fleshed out at the Planning Commission level. I watched the meeting, and there was just a start of discussion about different conditions that maybe could be modified, and unfortunately, in my mind, when it looked like maybe it would be continued, it was pushed to be denied so it could come before us on this appeal. I think that's unfortunate, and I'll make some further comments on that. But it is before us today, and let me just say that I think this is a tough one. It's a very important project. It's in many ways precedent-setting, and I've spent a lot of time talking to people and thinking about this. I have to say that although we're not making a decision on the applicant, as was pointed out, I do feel that Billy is an exceptional citizen in our community, has done a lot, and I know Bill a bit, and I do know that he's sincere in trying to bring forward a good project, and I appreciate that. But with that being said, the decision is on the project itself. With that being said, there's a lot to like in this project. Has been pointed out. First of all, it does follow the general plan, and I think as a board we can't just ignore that fact. This is an area that in the general plan it's laid out as residential mix for land use designation, and so Bill is basically following what the general plan is telling him to follow. There's also a number of that have been pointed out, a number of other features that are really significant, I think, that are very positive. We're getting a park, as he points out, and I can tell you, dealing with this at Sunnyside Estates, we're not just getting the land, we're getting a park, which is really important. We're getting walking and bike trails, the connectivity to Fairview Corners and Gavilan College is a positive thing. I think maybe most importantly, there is a clear effort to try to build a little bit more creatively a development that is going to be a bit more affordable. I know there's some questions about that, but I think I do applaud the effort to have some smaller homes, ADUs, some of the more creative aspects of this development, I think are very positive. I also think that as was pointed out, the aspect with Samuel High School District is significant, and we do need a second high school, and in order to get there, we're going to need other developers, frankly, like Bill Lee, to step up and help support that. So I think that he's setting the lead here, and I think that's very positive. So anyway, a lot of positives. I will say that there's at least a couple of issues that I find significant that concern me about this, and in order for me to fully support it, I would want addressed. And in a minute, I'll ask a question as how we might do that. As has been pointed out, although there are a lot of creative and kind of extras that you might say for affordable housing, the fact of the matter is the project does not meet the affordable housing requirements. Here in a bit, we're going to be looking at an updated ordinance, but even if we don't look at that ordinance, the existing ordinance does call for 15% affordable housing, 10%, which is moderate, which this project does have, but 5% is low income. And although I really do think the idea of workforce housing is important, and I know that that's something that as a community we need to continue to look at, and I'm certainly not against that. This development in many ways would be precedent setting, and in the past, too often I think developments have in one way or another worked around having to build low-income affordable housing. And I'm not suggesting that that's what's happening here, but nevertheless, I think that we need to, as a board, and we've been pretty clear about this throughout the time I've been on the board, is that we're going to have to insist that low-income housing be built. And so, for me to be supportive of this project, I would ask that component be brought back in, the 5% low income. The other thing I was going to say is that, and I do appreciate the ADUs. I do appreciate the effort with the down payment, although I think there's some real questions how effective that will be. But those are all, in my mind, extra. Like I said, I think the low income component I would need to see in there. The other important condition for me, at least, is, and this was brought up at least briefly at the Planning Commission meeting, is that currently there's two options which were laid out by you, Abraham, as far as wastewater treatment. Option one is connecting to Sunny Slope Water, and as was stated, that's not the ideals option. Option two is connecting the city of Hollister wastewater. For me, I would insist that that be a condition, that it be the second option. Now, the good news is that with the recent election, I think there's a very good chance and opportunity that option two is a viable option, and that we are going to be able to connect, if this project is approved, that it would be able to be connected to Hollister wastewater treatment. The reason why this is important is Sunny Slope Water, would be a lot more infrastructure involved. They do not recycle water, so it's environmentally not nearly as beneficial to the community. And we also need to, again, set the precedent that I know Sunny Slope Water is going to be working with the city, as was stated by you, Abraham, that we need to continue to work toward using that regional wastewater plant, which is the way it should be in this community. So that's a critical component for me. I have some other concerns, but and you know that people have brought them up. I wish the timing, frankly, was a little bit different. Gavilan College is about ready to be started. Fairview Corners, I don't know what the timing is there, but anyway, it is we are where we are. I guess for me, what I would say is that the bottom line is I would be supportive of this project, but I do need to have a couple of things, a couple conditions changed. The question is how we go about that. Like I said in the beginning, I would have wished that the Planning Commission might have fleshed this out a lot more thoroughly. I think there was an opportunity, and so ideally, I wish it wasn't before us here today, frankly. I wish that it was brought to us with some of these conditions looked at a little more closely, but we are where we are. So I would suggest that either if there is a majority support for this, that we go ahead and either continue the appeals so that these conditions can be fleshed out between the county staff and the applicant, so we know exactly what we're voting on. I guess there's an option to remand it or give it back to the Planning Commission. I don't know that that's realistic at this point, but that would be another option. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that this board not make a decision before the end of the year. I realize that it might mean that we have to have another meeting. But anyway, I do think it's important, to me at least. Let me make one last comment, which is more of a general comment, and that is that I feel like whatever the decision is made on this project, whether it's approved or it's denied, I really would encourage the new board to take a look and think about addressing the general plan. And just as we recently made the decision to direct staff to amend the general plan and to eliminate the new community study areas because we didn't feel like that they any longer coincided with where the board was or where the public was. A lot has changed since the general plan was started in 2010. It was completed in 2015. A lot has changed in that time, whether it be in terms of traffic or in terms of road conditions, infrastructure, a number of things. And I think that we need to take a look at it at where we have planned residential development and decide, do we still feel like that's where it should be? Because what I'm hearing from some people that are going to still be, potentially on this board, and I hear from some people in the public, they don't agree with that. So I think that needs to be looked at. I also think that there's a real opportunity here. Again, with the change of leadership at the city council level, there is going to be a lot more cooperation between the city and the county. And so I think it makes a lot of sense for the Board of Supervisors and the City Council and their respective staff people to sit down and look at housing on a more global sense, a community-wide sense, so that we work together and we decide really where residential should be going. Anyway, those are my comments, and like I said, I after Peter jumps in here, I'd like to hear maybe what the next steps might be. And Bill, I see you standing up there.
Chair, if I may, could I address the couple of things that Supervisor Tiffany just
Well,
spoke to?
you're probably going to want to address some of my thoughts too, Bill. So if I can share just a little bit, and we'll give you a chance right now to speak.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's overall, I respect you, Bill. I think you as an upstanding citizen in our community. I love what you do with Martha's Kitchen. I mean, at the end of the day, this is, what is the commitment of the Board of Supervisors as it pertains to development, and even us as individuals? I would say me, as I've campaigned, right? What was my intention, right? There's a lot of issues, obviously being very green, not understanding those issues well enough. Now seeing the development of a lot of, there's a lot of burden increasing. We're going to have a hospital item coming up pretty soon. The burden of the high school has been a growing element in our community and need to address that. My point is I think we have to commit to clarifying the expectations as it pertains to growth, to address the needs of our community, specifically our residents, right? It was mentioned affordable housing. That's technically not met with this. It's an attempt to try to address it. But, and I do appreciate the creativity with what you did with the project, Bill. I just know that we are definitely a bedroom community, and only becoming more and more so, because we don't have the ability for our residents to stay here long enough to be able to afford, right? Especially once they become fixed income, if they retire, there's just limitations to that. And I have a strong conviction that too much change too fast is negative to any community. So that has to be considered. And then obviously my thought too is we just came off of an election. Measure Q got shot down by the public, which to me shows a vote of confidence to the board, ultimately our county, that we're going to be responsible as it pertains to growth, right? We didn't give it over to the individuals to do the referendum process to try to manage our growth in our planning and our, so that means it's incumbent upon us to be considerate of those expectations. That I know that when I was out there, whether it was campaigning or even just as addressing my constituents' concerns, housing always comes up. That's the number one. The impact, and I hate the fact that there's this division between brand new people that come into our community and our residents that have been here for a long time. And that to me is because, the infrastructure element is only getting worse, right? We just have I could easily go off into so many things, but bottom line is I believe we need to tighten up a statement of findings, right, where we clarify what the expectations would be. I do believe Bill's project could be a good project, so I think maybe if we come up with a way to have an expectation with the affordable housing, and then also to summarize the statement of the overriding considerations, because fiscally we already have enough of a burden as a county. I want to be really careful that we don't increase the burden with impacts that we're not going to be able to manage and we're going to have to answer for in the future. And our brand new board is going to have to answer for ultimately. And I do not like, and I know being a brand new supervisor, not liking the fact that the prior boards had made decisions that I had no authority over, and ultimately now coming on, all of a sudden we're getting the brunt of that burden. So there's too much to consider. I don't want to say no to the project. I do believe there needs to be an opportunity to amend it, or at least a statement of findings that would support the needs of ultimately the interests that are being the concerns that the board had just addressed. So I don't know if that would mean, Supervisor Tiffany, you would make a motion. I know you had mentioned to continue it and then come up with some kind of an amendment to those to the point of those findings.
Mr. Chair, can I add that if we're going to go that route, then it might be more appropriate for the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, they're not meeting this year anymore, I don't believe. Do they have one more meeting? But there wouldn't be time to agendize this. So I don't know. So we either, it sounds like you want it sent back, Bob, Mr. Supervisor Tiffany wants it sent back to be revised.
I don't know what the best way to do it, and maybe Mr. Lee, I don't know if you have any suggestions.
Well, at this point, we committed to Bill for him to give.
Yeah, I don't see how we negotiate this or work this out here, but maybe you have a suggestion.
Maybe I could try to address a couple of these things. So the easy one on the sewer, I agree with you, the city's the best route. When we started the EIR, we had to look at both. At this point, as the applicant, we're completely agreeable to strike option one and only condition this in option two. So I think that alleviates that concern. It sounds like the affordable is the remaining large concern. There's a couple different ways that we could do this. You know, we do have, just so you know, this, when I started this process, Harry was still at the RMA, and he said, follow what LECO did. And what LECO did was the 10% moderate and the 5% workforce with some down payment assistance. And I recognized that's not enough. And that's when I brought in the ADUs, and there's 25 of them, so instead of 21 units, you get 46 units. But I understand the concern about creating something that's deed restricted to low. A question that I guess I would ask is, you know, if we were to deed restrict 7 ADUs, because the only reason we've been reluctant to deed restrict ADUs is it confuses the buyer of the regular house. But if we were to deed restrict 7 of those ADUs, you'd have 5% at the low, 10% at the moderate, and 5% at the workforce. So you'd essentially have 20% affordable housing. Would that be agreeable, and would that satisfy the concern?
Abraham, how does that, as far as RENA, how does that work on something like that?
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. In regards to the RENA numbers that were basically allocated by the state, unfortunately, ADUs are not considered as part of the regional housing needs allocations, even though they do provide a significant stock to our community and a need to our community. They are not necessarily counted towards the regional housing needs allocations. It could be that in the future that may change, but at this time they are not counted. They are seen as meeting a need to our community. But certainly deed restricting them will, you know, at least offer that you know, potential to actually make them rental, as opposed to not knowing right now if they're going to be for like an extended family, or like Mr. Capron raised in his comments.
Right. And Bill, I hope you appreciate the reason why I feel strongly about this. It's just, it's something that this board has been looking at tightening up for really the last year or two. And there's, you know, frustration, frankly, with, you know, where we are with Santana Ranch, because that was what the commitment was made. So I think that, you know, as I go out the door, I feel, you know, strongly that we need to draw the line, and that's why I feel so strongly about the low income, even though you're clearly making an effort in other areas. I get that. I don't know if there's and this, you know, why it's difficult to do this, but I don't know if, you know, if there's trade-offs in other areas. I realize if you're close to the margin, but anyway, that's something that I think we need to work out.
Let me offer an alternative suggestion. If we took the 14 moderate units, which is 10%, and made 7 of them low, could we make the other 7 workforce, so that we still have 15% for the 15% below market, but we get 5% into the low? Would that satisfy the need?
Well, again, I hate to be the one. I don't think it's appropriate probably for me to just negotiate this, but obviously I'd want to know where other board members weigh in on this as well.
And Mr. Chair, I just think this is inappropriate for this board to have a negotiation in this, you know, environment. I would think we would just have to, if there's there's support for the project, 2 people that, you know, on the board that want to flush it out. I just think taking it to the Planning Commission at this point and bringing it back next year is the only option.
you know, the other option, and maybe either county council or Ray, you can weigh in on this, would be to have this continued and then have, you know, within the next whatever number of days, try to work out the details, have it come back to us. That's another option.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the same thing. I mean, we'll have to sit down. I'd have Abraham and his team work with, you know, Mr. Lee's team. I don't know. I know we have a holiday.
Yeah.
We have an office closure. That item's on the agenda. So
I think in the least, personally, I think if there could be a motion to continue it, I do believe because there would be a different expectation as far as the breakdown of the ADUs, or I'm sorry, the affordables, so that the public could have a chance to weigh in also. So that way it'd be a little bit more formal instead of right here, right now. And if that means before the end of the year, it's up to the will of the board. I'm moderating, right? So whoever wants to make a motion for whatever, or if you hand it to the brand new board, which is going to be a pretty intense conversation all over again for them.
And Mr. Chair, I would also add that if we're going to push this off and give more homework for the staff to do, in my view, we cannot approve this project with the current statement of overriding consideration. There's no fiscal analysis that justifies a net tax revenue generation for this project, and that is required.
Well, that's the point, Supervisor Kozmicki, is if that changes.
Excuse me, with respect, nobody ever wants to hear from the lawyer, so I'll make it very quick. That statement of overriding considerations no longer exists. You're absolutely accurate. It was revised, and there was no fiscal study. It's been removed. There also was not an employment study, and the generation of construction jobs was removed. So you may have an older version. It is now a legally valid statement of overriding considerations. But here's an idea. Thank you all for all of the energy and consideration that's going into this. A couple of things. First, on the vehicle miles traveled, to change traffic standard under CEQA, there's not an alternative to this project that doesn't end up with a significant unavoidable impact, just so you understand. So there's not a better project to do on the site that gets around the traffic. It's just any project, even no project, is going to have a significant unavoidable under the new standard of CEQA vehicle miles traveled versus the old level of service standard. Okay, that's a product of all of California. Every project in California is doing a statement because of the new standard vehicle miles traveled, number one. Number two, your general plan, as I think all of you have articulatively set forth, not only has mandated this for a fairly dense level of housing, 8 to 20 per acre, you're about to start your cycle again. So not only is all the inventory you've already earmarked going to be needed for more dense housing, you're going to have to come up with new inventory because you're now back in the next housing element cycle. No doubt Abraham and others in your planning staff are going to be bringing that forward to you in the future. So at least one of the halfway measures we could take today, and we really do want to do the low income. We do want to do what you would like us to do on this project, okay? So we're all ears. We're listening very intently, trying to figure out a way to do the vision of the project was to take care of the missing middle, but also to not only reflect your old ordinance, perhaps the one that you're going to act on later today. We can do that. Today, we could certify the EIR, because that's just a standard that the Planning Commission decided to stop at. So with respect, the Planning Commission didn't spend time with the other entitlements because they didn't want to. They wanted to kill the project at the very first thing. There was conversation about it. County Council adeptly said, then when you don't certify, you deny. So the idea that was the applicants urging, yes, we understood, like County Council did, that without a certified EIR, we just were falling on our face, so we might as well come in front of this policymaking board. But the thing you could do today, you could certify the EIR and make all the requisite CEQA-related findings. And you could adopt the zoning that's mandated by law. You adopted a general plan that said residential multi at a general plan designation level. By law, within a reasonable amount of time, if we never showed up, you're required by law to do the rezoning that's in front of you. So those two things could be done today, the CEQA adoption and the rezoning with the PUD. and then put off, hopefully to later this month, the map that carries the conditions of approval that we will absolutely spend the time to negotiate with staff, that we believe when brought back in front of you, you'll applaud and say, thank you for doing that extra effort. You'll get the affordable housing program you want, and you'll get all of the other things, because it really is at the map that the good ideas that are being shared right now show up as conditions of approval. So you can certify the EIR and do all the rezoning required by law, and then we bump the map and we work out the conditions with staff.
Mr. Chair, I had a question as long as he's here. Why is the developer so intent on this project being considered before the January?
I think, sir, with respect, when you've spent the time and resources that have been spent, then you'd like a decision to be made.
But we just got the item, and we just got it this week, so
But that
the
is-
new board would have a few days to review
Well,
it.
and to be clear, yeah, I'm personally not used to negotiating directly with an attorney. No offense.
No
At
offense
that
taken.
point, I would rather probably go through my attorney to make sure that there's
Of course.
clarification as it pertains to the land use laws, which I don't know.
There's
So-
no monopoly on good ideas, and every rare time they come from an attorney.
Yeah.
But I agree.
Yeah.
Can I make that maybe the motion to go ahead and certify the EIR, do the adoption for the rezoning, and then come back to do, as he said, the math, to figure out the conditions of approval that would include the low-income housing?
May I address the board with respect to that
Yes, please.
proposal? In order to approve rezoning on the basis of the EIR, because there is a significant and unavoidable impact in terms of vehicle miles traveled, you would also have to adopt the statement of overriding considerations before you could approve the rezoning. We received a modified statement of overriding considerations that has 3 items listed instead of the 6 or 7 in the original statement of overriding considerations that was included in the agenda package presented to you. We have not had a chance to review or evaluate that revised statement of overriding considerations. So while it would be possible for this board to certify the EIR, it could not take additional actions to approve elements of the project without approving the statement of overriding considerations. And respectfully, we would require additional time to review that for legal sufficiency before recommending it to the board.
Joel, is it, if I can ask,
Yeah, I was going to say it's on the
Or it's
table
gonna
right
die-
now.
it's gonna die for
It's
lack
on
of
the
a second.
table. We need a second, and then we can go with further conversation.
I'll second, but I do have a question.
Okay.
It's part of my second. Is there an advantage to certifying the EIR today as opposed to if we're going to have it come back to us to make a decision on the map? Is there an advantage doing it one way versus the whole thing at the?
Not particularly, no.
Is there a disadvantage? How's that?
Really, the certification of the EIR should most appropriately accompany the entire package to either approve or deny the project.
Okay.
And not be dealt with separately. I don't
Yeah.
think there's a benefit to doing
I'll
it.
withdraw my second. I think
Okay.
I would rather wait.
And the attorneys address risk, right? And so that's why I would imagine he's recommending it to be one thing.
Well, may I make a second motion then, that we go ahead and then just have this at the first January meeting? I know that's not the desire of the developer and his attorney, but it seems like that's a consensus of the board. You guys have some concerns. It would give some time to iron out everything. We can address the statements of consideration, we can look at the math, and then bring it back at the first January meeting.
Can I ask a question? And I guess I'm asking this about.
Are you seconding first?
You need to get us,
Supervisor
you need to get
Oh.
a second first.
Again, I guess I'll second, but I may withdraw the second after depending on the answer.
And if you have to,
here.
that's okay.
this is why I'm going off the board, because obviously I don't know, understand these rules. Is it realistic for county staff, whether it be county council or planning staff, Abraham, you somewhere, to work this out before the end of the year? I know we got the holidays to deal with, so really it'd have to be within the next week, I would think.
I mean,
Because I think that it's more, I'm sorry.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment, thank you,
Yeah,
before the end of this year as opposed to January.
If that's the desire of the board, I believe, and I'll defer, of course, to Joel, that we're closer to the findings that are necessary. I think we can do that with the modification. I think that, and I'll defer to Joel about whether we say that the default, maybe it's the default affordable housing position would be the 10% moderate and the 5% low, because unless the board finds an exception or deviation from the affordable housing is recommended or desirable.
I will be frank with you. We have the critical planning staff out ill, and our ability to work on all of the elements necessary by the end of this week is very limited.
The board wants it, yeah. It's up to the board.
And Mr. Chair, I just have to point out the obvious here that I have a feeling that the developer has discussed this with members of this board, potentially has a feeling on the future board, and we're actually literally talking about whether to push it off or not because of the developer's strategy of thinking that perhaps I haven't talked to the new members, but perhaps one of the two or both of the two maybe aren't favorable to the project.
I'd have to call a little bit of a point of order.
With that
Yeah,
statement.
I'll Supervisor Gonzalez, if I may, I'll call a point of order.
Yeah.
With all due respect, Supervisor Cosmicky, assumptions doesn't help anybody.
I just wonder why we're rushing this. Yeah. That's my question. I just don't understand that.
All things considered, I would say that the conversation of this board has been pretty consistent to try to address those issues that are being considered, but obviously give due process to the developer to be able to have a opportunity basically to address the issues to the board. Whether it's now or later, it doesn't matter. What matters is ultimately that we follow the process and honor the right of the developer to be able to address his concerns. And if the board wills, right, I'm not making the motion, so whatever the will of the board is, my duty as the chair is to manage that conversation.
I can address options available to the board if you would like.
Please. Go ahead.
Okay, Chair, is that acceptable
Sure.
to you?
Go ahead, Joel.
All right. So either if the board is prepared to recommend that the matter be that the project be revised in accordance with the two issues that Supervisor Tiffany has mentioned in terms of the sewer treatment and in terms of including 5% low income. There are two options. One is that the board could remand it to the Planning Commission, and keep in mind the Planning Commission is going to be reconstituted next year based on appointments made to fill the current vacancy in District 5 and for the new supervisors who are taking office. So we'll be dealing with a new Planning Commission next year if the matter is remanded. So we'll really be taking a fresh look at it, and so that the project could be remanded to the Planning Commission with directions to make those changes in the project and to revise the findings appropriately, because the previous Planning Commission made no findings. So there would be a direction for the Planning Commission to make appropriate findings, and then it would come back to this board with recommendations from the Planning Commission and a set of findings that this board could either approve or modify if it was unacceptable, and then appealed as a result of the decision from the new Planning Commission. and that would be a more deliberative process. The other approach would be for this board to continue it to a future meeting in January or February, for the new board to consider findings that reflect the changes that have been discussed here today.
What about continue it to a meeting before the end of the year?
or
Because
one-
that was an option also.
Well,
If I may, one other option would be that the statement of overriding considerations that you say you have not had an opportunity to look at were vetted with your chosen EIR consultant and your staff, and they both supported it. That I don't think would take you much of a moment to take a look at, because it's the same ones that were there before, but the ones that supervisors recognized didn't have support were removed. So you only need one for a statement, there's three. So I don't think, but secondly, we have now been vetted. We have been through all of this. The only issue hanging fire is the affordability. And as your county council said, if we default to simply following your ordinance, that issue is handled. And so there isn't any vetting of going back through everything that your staff has done an A+ job with, and I apologize that it's been in front of you. But the idea to send it back to a planning commission who would not even give us comment, even if partially reconstituted, fully reconstituted, is a delay of process that is unfair. We have done everything we were supposed to. We are now here in front of you. You've heard the evidence. It's only fair that this body take an action. And if that means postponing us to later in the month to take an action, you folks have all been through this. But that is another option other than the one.
I appreciate it, yeah. So we've given you, as the representative of the developer, to be able to speak. I would advise that we listen to county council's potential options.
Mr. Prado should weigh in terms of staff resources.
Yeah, can I ask one other question to you? I think this is maybe more for Abraham or maybe Joel. Can one option be to approve, if the majority decides this, to approve the project with the 2 condition changes that I've raised, and it's approved on that basis? I realize that may or may not be acceptable to the applicant, but that would be a way to move this forward.
Supervisor Tiffany, my understanding is that if that is the will of the board, and we can look at have legal counsel look at the statement of overriding considerations, maybe a little bit throughout the day today, if it's okay with legal counsel, and see if that's acceptable. And my understanding would be that you can make that recommendation as well for today. But
okay,
refer that to legal counsel.
So we have a motion and a
What
second
is the
on
will of the board? If we can clarify that motion.
It was to go ahead and continue it to a date later this month. I accepted the friendly amendment from Supervisor Tiffany to continue it to take into consideration the conditions that needed to be addressed, and not January, February, but before the end of December.
Okay, and I'll second that.
To the maker of the motion, it's nice to have a date and time certain, so instead of leaving it vague, if we could have, if it's going to be passed, if there's sufficient board desire to do that, then we need to
There's
set a date
December
and time.
20th and 27th are Tuesdays that are available. I don't know if you want to take it on to the part of this week, the following week. I don't know how much time the staff's going to need. A minimum of a week. That would take us to December 20th.
Wouldn't it be better to perhaps do it before the end of this week, because so many people are possibly out?
That day works for me too, but you asked me for a specific
Yes.
day. I'm just looking
Yeah.
at Tuesdays.
Let's just talk first. Let me just check.
And then I imagine we're going to go to closed session shortly, so all the parties can meet and discuss while we're in closed session.
And Mr. Chair, can I ask a question too? As long as do the stipulations that Supervisor Tiffany has proposed, do those meet the affordable housing ordinance requirements?
The affordable housing ordinance as it stands today has the default of 10% moderate and 5% low income. So yes, it would.
Okay.
I have a question, if that's all right. Maybe for Supervisor Gonzalez, for the purpose of the motion, is there a specific reason that we're rushing it to get it done before the new year? I'm just confused on that.
Well, as the speakers have said, everybody has been talking about it. I've seen this project from the Housing Advisory Committee for at least 2 months, and so it might be new to you all. It isn't to Supervisor Dirks and I. And again, the suggestions that were made from the Housing Advisory, from the HAC Committee, was to make the changes, and the developer made the changes and brought them back to us. So I see that there's a goodwill effort on his part to continue. I mean, look how many staff members from the high school are here. There's got to be some sort of motivating factor to get this done in this calendar year. I don't know it because I haven't had the conversations with them, but that's my assumption. And then if we put it off till next year, that will be January 17th at the earliest. And then to make a decision, that puts you off a month plus. And so I imagine the EIR, the final EIR that you're looking for is a green light for something else. I would imagine. I don't know, but I would just imagine in terms of the process. And so that's why I'm trying to get it through for them. Yes.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we
Joel
have the
and
date
Abraham,
certain?
could we do this by Thursday?
Well, one of the issues is if we go to the default 10% moderate, 5% low, there are a lot of details as to how that plays out in terms of the affordable housing plan or agreement with the developer, what it would look like in terms of the other elements that were included in the previous plan. So I think giving us at least a week or more, so Thursday would be unreasonable in that regard.
So the date certain?
Well,
Would have to be the 20th
and
Tuesday the 20th.
Gives you a week.
The 28th?
Tuesday the 20th.
20th.
12/20.
Wife's birthday.
I have a feeling there'll be another item that has to be continued, so that would be nice to have 2 items on that agenda.
Again, this would be a special meeting of the board, so.
So
Mr. Chair, I just think it's laughable that we're having this conversation about December, January, and this is extremely transparent to me what's going on. And everybody else can sort of run in circles around what we're talking about, but I just want it on the record that this, to me, this is clearly, the developer wants this board to vote on this for a reason, and it makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Thank you.
So there was a second.
Yeah, just to be clear, I've not had any conversations with the developer about this, about the timing. I mean,
Yeah,
I know that
neither
you
have.
can speculate, but I haven't. I do want to make sure that there's enough time. I mean, I could go either way. I could either get it done before the end of the year or put it to the, I do think about all the time and that we've already spent on this and the people that have been here, but, so if it goes to the new board, it's going to start again. But and I'm sorry that I feel strongly about the affordable housing component, but I do. And
No.
I don't think you should feel
Yeah,
sorry for
no, you
and
shouldn't, yeah.
So I feel like that's an important component for my support.
Agreed.
Well, County Council had asked for my motion to have a
So
certain date. So let's say Tuesday, December 20th, for it to come back, and we look at all the considerations. And is that Tuesday, the 20th, work for you as a?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's at 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m.
So that's the motion.
I'll second that, I guess.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
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 Yeah. I think it should go to the new board. I think it's unfair.
Okay, then I'll make a motion that, do we need a motion? I'll make a motion that this be continued to the January 17th meeting,
At 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I'm just going to.
So 1244, CAO Espinoza, do we go to
Go to closed session.
Closed
half an
session.
hour.
Yeah,
Yep.
what's the minimum amount of time?
So half an hour, we'll be back at 1.
Maybe do it sooner, but I
We
think.
Peter, because I don't, pardon, yeah, I have to read the closed session, Peter, into closed session.
If we can report out, County Council.
Just leave it be. Half an hour is fine.
Okay. Half an hour is fine. We'll be done even before that if you wanted to shorten it. So.
And what
Yeah,
is the
whatever we
push?
get-
in
whatever we
terms
get
Closed
of the
session,
time
conference
frame?
with
Because
legal
that I didn't
counsel.
hold on.
Existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivisions A and D1, Western Resources Legal Center versus County of San Benito. Call people to order because we still have to take public comment. Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, CU 21-00204. Was there any public comment?
Chair, could we call the meeting to order, please?
Mr. Chair, could you call them?
Public comment.
Before we go to closed session, if we could have public comment, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on the screen. No comments.
Okay.
We'll be back in half an hour.
But we will. Reportable action is CMAC. Go ahead.
Okay, and since I know that we have people out in the audience wanting to hear the hospital item, if it's okay with the will of the board to bring that item forward next. Okay, so we're bringing item, what is it, 3.2. Yeah, so we'll put it before the AMR item, and that will be next. Mary?
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for inviting us here. We really do appreciate the opportunity to come before you and give you information about Hazel Hawkins and the status of the hospital right as we stand today. I don't need to tell you, but Hazel Hawkins has been a part of this community for 115 years. It was 115 years on November 13th when Mr. Hawkins presented the hospital to Hollister. We've gone through a lot over those 115 years, and we continue to do so. I don't need to tell you the importance of what the healthcare district brings to our community. You can see statistics that we've provided, how important it is. And I know it's important to every single one of you. Some of us were born there. Some of us had our children there. And some of us have said our last goodbyes to our family there. Hazel Hawkins is so important for our community. These are the statistics that we have from the hospital. It's important to know we not only have an acute care center, but the district has also 2 SNF units that you can see here, 119 beds. Currently, we have a little over 90 residents there. We also have 7 clinics that see over 8,500 visits a year. And we also have a home health service. So basically, San Benito Healthcare District is more than just a hospital. The business of healthcare is very volatile. We have changing reimbursements that are sometimes very hard to forecast, volumes that are ever changing and can sometimes be seasonal. And we have things like pandemics that we just cannot plan for. All of that plays into our business as a whole, and we cannot budget for some of those things. You will see throughout our presentation that we operate on a very thin margin. That's healthcare. That's healthcare across the United States. On this slide, I would like to highlight a couple things for you. First, on the statistics, one of the things that's missing is the amount of behavioral health visits we see in our emergency room every year. Currently, this calendar year, we have seen over 670 behavioral health visits from our community members. Many of those have extended stays and holds in our emergency room that take a lot of resources. It's the right thing to do for our community. We continue to do it, but it's something that's not highlighted here. I would also like to highlight the graph that shows our payer mix. So that is the graph on the left. Really what I'd like to highlight there, that 75% of our business is government funded, whether it's Medi-Cal state funded or Medicare federally funded. That's a book of our business that we don't have much of a say or any of a say in how much they pay us. That's determined by the government entity. The rest is commercial payer. And then on the other side, I want to show our expenses. Our expenses, over 73% of those expenses are labor, benefits, registry, which is labor, and professional fees, which are the physicians that we bring to the community to see our patients. That is a huge portion of our expenses that we deal with every year. Some of that's also hard to budget as we work through this, this process. Here are the current challenges that we're facing at Hazel Hawkins. And I don't want to say it's just Hazel Hawkins. It is healthcare in the United States, and we're a little different in California too with Medi-Cal. But COVID impact is real, and it continues to be real. We heard today that we're seeing COVID again in the hospital. We didn't see it as much last year or last winter, and we're seeing it now. It's combined with RSV, it's combined with the flu and pneumonia, and it's real. Back in 2020, the hospital had a $9 million loss from COVID. A lot of that was around labor. We had to bring in a lot of extra staff. There were registry staff at high dollars to make sure we were able to see the patients that we were seeing. We are a licensed hospital with 25 beds, and there was times when we had 40 patients in the hospital. So we had to bring in a lot of staff. The funding that we did receive from the federal government was all paid back. That was a loan from the government, not free money, if you will. We are still recovering from the repercussions of COVID, and we are seeing skyrocketing pricing from that as well. Our costs are up tremendously from 2019. Supply costs have gone up in 2020 by 20%. Drug costs have gone up 41%. Again, not something we can typically budget. I like to think back to my old days of budgeting imaging when I was an imaging director, and my inflation rate, I used to budget in 3 to 5%. We are just astounded by the increased costs that we're seeing right now. Medicare payback, you're going to hear that from us. Medicare let us know back in June 30th that July 1st, the next day, that they had overpaid us in the methodology that they were paying us last fiscal year, to the tune of $5.2 million. On top of that, they've also said that we are going to reduce your payment by 20%. To rectify that and for us to kind of defend our cost, we were, just like everybody else, asked to submit our cost report, because it's the way we get paid as we're a critical access hospital, and it was due November 30th. So they do the estimate by a third party and start immediately taking back the money. And then they'll figure it out if there's a difference later in the year. We do believe there's a difference in that we don't quite owe $5.2 million, but that's still yet to be seen. They also told us we had 11 months to pay that back. So between the 11 months of paying back the 5.2, as well as the 20% reduced payment, we were seeing a deficit of over $900,000 a month starting July 1. That's why things really changed July 1. I'm not going to say that we were doing wonderful prior to July 1, but we were keeping our head above water then. And we started to really see a change July 1. We are working with CMS. I want to tip our hat to them because they've been very responsive to us. And they worked with our CFO and mentioned that if we get our cost report in a week early, they would put us to the front of the line to reevaluate that assessment that their third party has done. So we're hoping to do that. And we're also making strides with them to take that 11 months and extend it even longer to slow down that clawback, which is something we're still doing. Reduction in Medicare payments. So Medicare that is part of it, right? The 20%. So that was the reduction in Medicare payment. Underfunding with Medi-Cal, it's a state issue. And Medi-Cal has not given us a significant increase in years. We see over 33% of our patients that come into the hospital are Medi-Cal. We know with those patients, and we're there for them, and we will keep our doors open for them, but we know that the cost of doing the care for those patients exceeds our reimbursement. It's a given. There's some supplemental funds that we receive from Medi-Cal to try to make up for that imbalance. Those funds come at different times of the year, and the state's already telling us that those supplemental funds that we will be getting based on our quality scores, and our team does a fantastic job to ensure that we get as much supplemental as we can, but they're already giving us a little warning, it's going to be pushed out next year. You can see as I'm going through this, this is all a timing issue with cash flow with the hospital. We have inflationary pressures that I talked about before, and it was just made even larger with COVID. That is just something we are seeing all across the nation. The post-declaration of fiscal emergency and our vendors imposing the COD payment terms. So our board on November 9th declared a fiscal emergency to give administration the right, if and when needed, to file bankruptcy and start proceedings. We engaged professionals to help us maneuver through this, and we needed to have that declaration in order to move forward with some of the procedures that we're doing. What did that do? The backlash from that was our vendors hearing of the fiscal emergency and requiring us and imposing COD or in sometimes cash in advance for our supplies. And that has really, once again, affected our bottom line. So those are really the challenges that we're seeing right now. I'd like to introduce Seth Freeman. He is one of the professionals that we have brought on to help us maneuver through these difficult times.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to make this presentation today. I'm a managing director with B. Riley Advisory Services. We're a national firm, and I'm a member of the restructuring and turnaround management practice. And we've been working very closely with the district and the hospital in analyzing its cash flow and its cash flow projections. And we've been working night and day, literally, collaboratively since we started. And we've been helping prepare a very robust analysis and evaluation of the hospital's cash flows. And the slide that's on the screen now shows the cash flow that's projected through December. We have been fortunate since these slides were created to find a little more slack in our bottom line numbers through the implementation of some of our suggestions and working with staff. You can see that the cumulative shortfall in December is almost $1.5 million. But you also see, and I want to make it clear, that you see an ending cash balance in each of these weeks. It's important to note that even though there's cash, this is less than 10 days worth of cash in the bank. That is an extremely distressed situation. The review of the hospital and the district's budget and the pro forma is an ongoing and dynamic process, and we continue to update it as new information and data happens to be available. But our mantra or our theme that we would really like to convey here today is that the hospital needs to extend its runway, because the longer that we can operate and deal with some of the underlying strategic issues provides the optionality that the hospital requires. And that the request today is all about increasing the runway, and as Mary will describe, implementing some longer-term strategic changes that will help correct the negative cash flow situation. And the whole point is to preserve this healthcare district for the community. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Next slide. Whoops. There we go. So we prepared a 6-month cash flow projection. What we just saw earlier was only December. And this anticipates a $13 million cash infusion, $10 million from the county, and $3 million from CHFFA. Even with the $13 million, we're projecting that this is only going to last until May, according to this table. Since then, we've been able to make some strides and changing the cash flow management and reducing some expenses. And we think this may last perhaps another month or so. And again, this process is dynamic, and as we get more information, we update our projections. But this shows the importance of getting this funding. And you can see, in spite of this, we're still going to have a cumulative shortfall of nearly $17 million. The funds, I want to make a point in terms of how to conceptualize the funds that are being requested. The district presently receives approximately $2 million of property tax receipts each year. So one way to conceptualize this request is basically an advance against future years' receipts by the district. And the district isn't asking for a grant. It's asking for a loan. And essentially it's being paid, it would be paid back with cash flow from the property tax receipts. Again, we're working very closely with various agencies. We've had discussions with the Vision Fund, which is a state mandated fund. It's part of the state structure to support struggling and mid-sized businesses. With the support of the California State Treasurer. We had a 1-hour meeting with the Treasurer, who introduced us to several new funding sources. And I want to make the point that we're not just asking only the county for help. We're looking for a variety of state, regional sources of funding to solve this problem. And the other issue is that we're also looking at other opportunities to find financing against certain assets of the district. So we're not sitting around and only relying on the county, but the county's $10 million is very critical to extend the runway. Thank you.
One thing I want to make clear is our board did give us the authority to file Chapter 9 if and when we feel it necessary. As of today, we have avoided filing Chapter 9, and that is our intention, to do everything we can to avoid bankruptcy. We want to do that because of the administrative costs that really would increase if we went into court. And it's a long process if we were to go into bankruptcy. We also want to reduce, or what it would also do is reduce negotiation leverages with prospective parties that we may be interested in. It would, like I said, extend the time frame of us dealing with what we're dealing now if we went into bankruptcy. We've talked to Treasurer Ma, and she agreed. In fact, we know it would be better to get that CHFFA loan if we stayed out of bankruptcy. So we're doing everything we can to stay out of bankruptcy. Also, what going into bankruptcy would cause community uncertainty, and that's something we want to avoid, especially around healthcare. We really don't want our community to be scared. So we are trying to avoid it as much as possible. Some of the things that we are doing to avoid bankruptcy and restructure, you'll hear that. To go into bankruptcy would allow us time to restructure our finances. We are doing things in advance to try to avoid bankruptcy. One of the things that we are doing is pursuing local, regional, state, and national funding sources. So like Seth mentioned, we've met with Treasurer Ma's office. We've also met with and have been meeting with members from Assemblyman Rivas and Senator Caballero's office for months now, looking for emergency funding from the state. Have not had any luck with that, but we continue to meet with them, brainstorm, think out of the box to see how we can save our hospital. We've met with all of the Board of Supervisors, and I want to personally thank each and every one of you for taking the time to be interested in our hospital and what we are going through. I also want to say that I'm committed. I am interim CEO, but we as a team are committed to growing the relationship with our county partners. It's something that we feel needs to happen, and we need to also meet with the city. I have a meeting later this week with newly elected Mayor Mia Casey. We are committed to fighting this and doing this as a community. We also, like I've mentioned before, have worked with the federal government to try to ease some of the distress we are feeling from the clawback and the reduced payments. We are actively engaged with other community stakeholders to see if we can find solutions throughout our community. We are aggressively managing our cash procedures and developing new ones with the help of Seth and his team and some of our other professionals working with us. This is really important for us to look at every single day. When I say this is volatile, the reason those graphs that we gave you last week are already outdated because this changes every single day and it's difficult to manage. We are implementing cost savings. I want to highlight just a few that we are doing here, and we have more to do. But this is another reason why the $10 million, when Seth said will get us out farther than May, we believe it will get us out farther than May. We're doing some cost savings. Those include reviewing supplies and looking at the level of supplies that we have on hand. It's a very touchy thing because we work in emergent situations, but we are looking at par levels, looking at alternatives for supplies, and any way we can reduce that cost. We have a hiring freeze at the hospital. We've implemented a hiring freeze, not bringing on any new employees. We're working with our managers and directors who hold this on their shoulders, and we are working different angles to ensure that we are properly staffed at the hospital. But right now we're looking at every single position that comes in. Some of our staff have asked us what they can do to help the hospital. And we have some that have volunteered to do a temporary reduction in wages. That is also helping our bottom line and our cash flow. So I want to make that clear. Some of our staff have volunteered to reduce their wages, and we are eternally grateful to each and every one of them. We are finding opportunities to increase our revenue. What does that mean? We are looking for ways and to ensure that we are not leaving money on the table. We have implemented an audit in our billing department. That is very important for us to look at how we are billing, what we are billing, to maximize collections for the hospital. We've had some issues and we are working on it, and we want the community to know that we are working on it. We are working with payers to ensure that we are making headway to improve reimbursement with them, and we are making some strides with some payers. We have we are working to renegotiate debt and refinancing assets. That, again, is with Seth's team, and we are working on some of that with them. Lastly, but certainly not least, we are looking at strategic alternatives for the hospital. What does that mean? We know that, I'm going to pull some papers here. We know that rural hospitals across California and the nation have been closing. Real quickly, between 2010 and 2021, 136 rural hospitals have closed. 19 of these closures occurred in 2020. We need to make sure Hazel Hawkins is not that statistic. We need to do what is best for our community to ensure that we have health care here for the individuals that seek us every single day. Our emergency room typically sees 65 patients a day. In the last few weeks, it's not uncommon for us to see well over 100. The community needs us. That means we need to look at alternatives. We need to look for partners for our hospital. We need to look not only for a partner, we need to look for the right partner for our community. And we need time to do that. It's not just putting a hospital and, looking down the street for a partner. This is a huge body of work, something the hospital has tried to do in the past, and we have not been successful at doing. We've tried to look at neighboring hospitals to partner with, and we were unsuccessful. So we need to do it differently now. Administration has engaged a firm to help us cast a wider net to, again, find the right partner for our community. So we need time to do that. In the meantime, you saw the graphs. If we don't get funding, we're going to have to look at the services of the hospital. If we don't get funding, we may lose services of the hospital and the healthcare district. Anything else?
I would just add that we're implementing a highly disciplined, systematic approach in attracting potential strategic partners, and that's going to be a strong focus of our activities because that is really the long-term solution for the hospital. But as Mary said, the process takes time. Even if there are suitors, they have a due diligence process and so forth, and it takes months to close a deal like this. And so again, the request is about extending the runway to provide optionality for the hospital.
Are there any questions for us?
Thank you, Mary, for that presentation. Hold on a bit if we can go to public comment first before we come back to the board.
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Jerry Hernandez.
I'm obviously not Jerry Hernandez, but she had to leave, and she asked me to please read her speech to the board of directors. Good morning, and thank you. Well, I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting Hazel Hawkins Hospital to come and present to the board. Jerry, as you all know, is the chair for the San Benito Healthcare District Board of Directors. And on behalf of the entire board, she appreciates you taking the time to hear about our current financial emergency. Healthcare across the nation is struggling, and Hazel Hawkins is no different. To get through this crisis, we need to work together as a community. Therefore, we encourage you to hear our concerns and take action in January. Again, thank you for your time.
Elias Salinas. Bill Lee.
Well, I apologize. I know you've already heard quite a bit from me, but this is an important issue with the hospital, and I just wanted to put a couple of perspectives in your mind. We don't want to let our hospital close. We'll be in big, big trouble as a community. That happened in Morgan Hill. When their hospital closed, it never reopened. Even though the city council refused to let that land be used for any alternative, they kept it medical. To this day, Morgan Hill has an urgent care clinic and some doctor's offices in there. Watsonville went through this some time ago, and the county ended up having to bail out the hospital and form an entire new healthcare district. I'm not here to tell you what the answers are because I'm not deep enough. I mean, I've only heard the same presentation you have. But I am here to say that this is really important for the health and welfare of our community. And please take this very seriously in terms of trying to find a way to make sure that Hazel Hawkins doesn't close and that our community has access to health care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and board like me. Do I have 2 minutes?
Three, ma'am.
I've been here this morning, and I heard how the board can't afford to provide health care for their own workers, the workers that take care of disabled people, and just because you can't afford it. But I also hear that the remuneration from Medi-Cal is not enough, Medicare is not enough. Oh, sorry. So I don't have the answer either, only I have a thought, a big thought, because there's a lot of money that goes to the insurance companies. What if that money stayed in healthcare and didn't get siphoned off to profit for insurance companies? Leave that money in healthcare for everybody, the needs of everybody. And there's our answer, but try to do it. Okay, it takes political will. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon again, Board of Supervisors and Chair Hernandez. As you know, I've been very critical of the hospital, and I remain so. What's missing from this, anything that the hospital tells you, is any details behind some of the nice things they say. How many employees exactly have volunteered to take a reduction in pay, and what are the impacts of that? That's just one example. The other thing is don't let them make you guys be the bad guys. If you loan them $10 million, and then you call the note by taking over their property taxes, everybody will be blaming you guys for putting the hospital out of business because you executed on your note, per what they're actually asking for, but they don't have a path out of right now. Implore the hospital board and yourselves to come up with a business solution to get out of their way. Loaning money, grants, whatever, that's only a short-term solution. I've sat on 2 different boards here in the county, and I, just like you folks and every other board, we go with the low-cost provider. And guess what? The low-cost provider, Blue Cross Anthem, they're going to be the low-cost payer. That's why if you've read any of what I've published, it's going to take tens of thousands of people in the county to help them get out of the mess. And that is, we have to be insured by somebody that's going to pay the hospital fair rates. And they have to do everything else that they're paying their high-priced consultants to do. But it's ultimately, what is the business of the hospital, and can they break even doing it, and taking whatever steps are necessary to do that, including, most importantly, what is the business model? You folks, the Board of Supervisors, you work within a business model. You know what your taxes are, the property taxes and sale taxes, and you act accordingly. Everybody would like a whole lot more, but you operate within your budget. So you can either increase revenues or decrease expenses. You probably have to do both, but without the increase in revenues, all you're doing is extending their death. But let's save the hospital. Force that board to come up with a business plan and to explain it to you. I've not heard anything here today or at their meetings about what their business plan is. So please, force them to do their job. They can do it. There's a lot of smart people there in the room, and plenty of people have volunteered to help. But no handouts, no bailouts. That's not the appropriate use of the County of San Benito's money. What is a good use of your time is to force them to come up with a business plan that makes sense with facts, not.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Dr. Michael Bogey. I'm a ER physician here at Hazel Hawkins. I appreciate the board allowing me to speak. Thank you very much. I wanted to give a brief plea to the county to reiterate the importance of the hospital's existence. I've been an ER doctor here for 5 years, and I would encourage everyone to put their biases away. I think this is much bigger than your biases for or against the hospital. I think this town deserves to have a hospital in it. It's a large population of people. Geographically, it's isolated from other big hospitals. And every day I work, somebody's life is saved. And they come in different ways. And I think that's because of the ease of access to the hospital here. I've seen teenagers roll over ATVs that wouldn't be alive if the hospital weren't here. I've seen many people with heart attacks that wouldn't be alive if the hospital weren't here. I've seen many people have strokes that would have terrible outcomes if the hospital weren't here. I've seen people working with livestock, big accidents where they had internal organ damage that would be dead if the hospital weren't here. The hospital took care of them in the ER and in the OR. So I would just like to, again, reiterate the importance of having a hospital here in this town and encourage you all to put your biases away and help save the hospital. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Diane Beck. I'm a registered nurse at Hazel Hawkins for 12 years. I'm also the chief nurse representative for our union, the California Nursing Association. I'm here to speak on behalf of the hospital. It is very critical that our vital hospital remains open and that all current services are maintained. Our community's public health depends on the care that the nurses, physicians, and the healthcare workers provide at our hospital. As a registered nurse, we are sworn patient advocates. We are standing united and committed to ensuring this hospital remains open and that our patients are able to get the care they need and rely on. Our ER last year seen 22,000 patients. As COVID and flu and RSV is on the rise right now, the last month or so, we've been seeing anywhere from 65 to 100 patients in our ED every day. If our hospital closes, it would be so devastating to our community. We hope that the county considers helping Hazel Hawkins. Thank you for letting me speak.
No more comments.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, please. One of the reasons this item is on the agenda, and I probably went about it the wrong way, but this affects me personally. Prior to becoming on the board, I was what you would consider in the community indigent. So I would have been on unemployment. I would have needed food stamps. I would have needed possibly if I had children at home, maybe child support. And I'm one of those individuals that speak for the little man, all right? Because I was a little woman myself. That may not be true now, but it was 2 years ago. Now, I mentioned earlier in November, I went to a conference in Orange County. The conference lasted from the 14th to the 18th. By the evening of the 18th, I was so deathly ill, I could not walk. I needed to hold on to the walls just to use the restroom. I lost my ability to control my bodily functions, and I didn't know what's going on with me. They had to wheel me from the taxi to the airport, from the plane back to the curb. I didn't know what was wrong with me. So I come back to Hollister on Monday and I call my doctor. She diagnoses me with the RSV virus. All right? Doesn't want to see me, does telemed. This is the weekend of Thanksgiving. Because of problems at the pharmacy and those of us who have to beg at the pharmacy to get the medication that are out of stock, 2-3 days went by. By this time, it's Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and I'm sick as a dog. I can't drive. I can't get the medication. So on Friday, after Thanksgiving, I call my doctor. She refused to see me. She refused to treat me. Basically, why didn't you call me before? How could I? It's a freaking holiday. So I put an SOS call out to anyone and everyone I knew in the medical community. And thank God Rosa Vivian Fernandez came to my aid, got me into her clinic the following Monday, and I'm still being seen by them. It's almost a month that I've been sick. I know the resources in this community. I know how to find a doctor, and even I was stifled. The situation that's going to happen in 2023 is going to be exactly what I lived through for the last 4 weeks. We're going to have people who have Anthem Blue Cross that can't get in to see a doctor. And if they do and can, it's going to be an out-of-network fee. If they go to the hospital, they're going to have to make arrangements with the hospital to make sure that they're paid, charged in network. It's ridiculous. Lab work and so forth, they can't get in there. But this is going to be the future of San Benito County if we let this hospital fail. Now, as I said, I have been working and meeting with Mary going back to probably early July. And we first talked about trying to redeem the reputation of the hospital. I'm born and raised, and we all know the way people talked about the hospital. It had a bad reputation. It has changed. It has improved. But not everybody will let the past stay in the past. So I was going to be out there and help Sherry Bakke and help bring back the reputation of San Benito County and Hazel Hawkins. Then the Anthem Blue Cross situation happened. Through no fault of the hospital. Think about it. If you're interacting with contractors and someone's going to give you 17 cents on the dollar and someone's going to give you 67 cents on the dollar, who are you going to want to deal with? Not the 17 cents on the dollar. That was Anthem Blue Cross versus the other providers were in the 67 to 70% reimbursement rate. It's a no-brainer. Granted, it sounds like it's a perfect storm with what happened with the state, the reimbursement, the fiscal year starting, the Anthem Blue Cross, and they're in this situation now. And I totally understand people saying, B, you cannot give the hospital $10 million. I'm not giving them anything. I'm asking the county to look at a loan. And I know that the way this was put on the agenda, we can't even discuss a loan. And I'm hoping that somebody will second me here at this dais so that we can have a second meeting in December to discuss a loan. And I know that I'm asking for a great deal, but it's necessary. This is a community hospital. This is a community problem. It's going to require a community solution. And again, I'm just one vote. And then I apologize to Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Kosmicki if I went about it the wrong way. But when I found out that this was going on the agenda as an informational item, I was livid. I know that I had been working for almost 2 months trying to get this taken care of. I met with Fiona Ma. I met with the hospital finance district with the state. I even called one of the developers here in town to say, hey, can you give us a $10 million loan? We need to save the hospital. If I had rich friends, I'd knock on their door. I don't have rich friends. Remember, I used to be an indigent. And so I'm asking this county to look and see. Also, while I've been here here on the board and as a chair, I've been accused of not doing my investigation, not doing my homework. So I did my homework. I called the auditor, I called Joe Paul and asked him, how much money do we have in reserve? And as of June 30th, 2022, we had $23 million. I asked the hospital, how much do you need? Well, they needed $25 million. I'm like, that's not gonna fly. So they asked for 10. And here we are today. Again, we are not discussing the loan per se. We have to get a second meeting on the calendar so that we can then discuss the loan. But we cannot let the hospital fail. We cannot. Thank you.
To clarify, Supervisor Gonzalez, there's nothing restricting us from talking about a loan. It's really, the whole point is it was informational because the goal is to get into just the substance of what even we want to position as far as being able to help the hospital if that is the wish or the will of the board. So we can talk about a loan, but there's so many layers. I want to make sure the conversation's thorough. At the end of the day, we have, even under our own governing rules and procedures, we have a fiduciary responsibility just as much as I would imagine the hospital. So we make sure that we vet this process, I would say, very, very prudently to make sure that we're protecting the interest of the county, all the while we see what we can do to help the hospital. So with that, I want to make sure that, we have a thorough discussion here. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a huge issue for the community. Everything that was said earlier and what B said, I agree with in terms of how important this is for the community. Personally, my family's been connected to the hospital for many years. My dad was president of the hospital board for like over 20 years. My whole young life, I remember my dad going off to hospital board meetings. So anyway, it's been a big part of, it was a big part of my dad's life. And, but more importantly, it's a huge part for important for the community. And I would agree, we can't let the hospital close. With that being said, obviously it's our fiscal responsibility as a county to be smart with the money. And as I said to Mary yesterday, obviously the county's not rolling in dough. We have revenue issues, and it would be irresponsible of us to, even if it's a loan, to make the loan unless we were absolutely certain that we would get repaid that money. And so while I'm certainly supportive of the idea of exploring the idea of a loan, I do think we have to be extremely careful because let's face it, and I come from business, you got a company that's on the brink of bankruptcy. Common sense would say you don't want to give that company $10 million unless you have absolutely certainty that you can get the loan repaid. So I think before, and I may very well not be on the board by the time this is decided, but I think before we could, when the board does take up the issue of whether they would look at this loan, I think the county has to have the opportunity to do a very thorough examination, analysis of what's involved. Although I respect the hospitals presenting the numbers, obviously we have to look at it. The county's looked at it ourselves. We have to. I'm hearing property tax would be the way we would be reimbursed. But as I said to Mary, we obviously would need ourselves to be sure that we're protected, and in terms of getting repaid. I know as Mary stated, certainly the city of Hollister should be looking at this as well. Certainly shouldn't be just the county's responsibility. And I would agree with some of the comments. I think we have to have some assurances that that there is a plan in place to get beyond this situation. Because when you look at the numbers at the end of May, or maybe now it's the end of June, you know, they're going to be at $300,000 net cash flow. So that's not a lot of time. So can the hospital turn things around in 5 to 6 months? Or are we just delaying it inevitable? So we need to look at that. You know, I also asked a question. I know the hospital doesn't want to look at bankruptcy, but bankruptcy exists for a reason. Chapter 9 is a way to give yourself some time to restructure, and it may be that is the best way forward. I mean, as much as the hospital doesn't want to do that, but I'm not saying you go that route. I'm just saying that I think all these things have to be looked at. But anyway, I guess bottom line, I would agree, as a community, as a county, City of Hollister, we all have to work together to do whatever we can to try to keep that hospital open, because it would be devastating to the community if it closed.
Absolutely.
But we also have to be fiscally responsible about this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, going back to Supervisor Tiffany's comments, and I didn't mention, but time is of the essence. They have until the end of the month to make a decision whether we're going to help them or they have to file for bankruptcy. And one of the conditions I have been repeating over and over to Mary is that with transparency, she has to communicate with the community so they know where we all know as a community what's going on. And I appreciate the comment from Mr. Banowski that said it's a business model where we need facts. And I think that's what we're lacking, is the facts. But what I didn't add, and Mary doesn't even know this, is because I understand the whole concept of fiscal irresponsibility, I was hoping that the hospital would be willing to deed over to the county a deed of trust to the tune of $20 million from your property. So in the event you guys do bankruptcy, the county is not in a worse position than where we started. We all need office space. We might end up with the office building, you know?
Yeah,
Again, that was just an option, so
I
I was
appreciate
hoping.
the recommendation. I mean, I think that's, you know, the security of a $10 million loan is an important part of the conversation. I want to make sure every supervisor gets their questions answered. So did you have any questions? Supervisor
Yeah,
Tiffany?
just one last thing to what B just raised, and I guess this might be a question for Mary. You know, what I'm suggesting has to be done as far as due diligence analysis is not, I don't think something can be done in, 4 or 5 days. And so I don't know that it's realistic to have it come back to the board this year to make a decision. I really question whether that's possible. So, I mean, I understand time is of the essence, but is there any way that the county could have more time to make a decision, at least into January? I mean, that's just the way I'm thinking, so.
Did you have any questions, Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, there's just a general question. I don't know. What's your drop dead date?
Would be mid-January, I would think. We have to make a lot of decisions even between now and then. Can I address the property tax? Just,
So Supervisor Gonzalez had asked about the security, so.
Yes.
Yeah, if you could.
yeah, so the repayment of and Supervisor Tiffany as well, about the security, right? Of you all giving us quote-unquote loan. Like Seth said, we can even think of it as an advance in the property tax. Currently, we're collecting $2,427,679 annually property tax from the county. That is money that would go towards what we proposed in the proposal we gave you was about half of that annually as a repayment. But you're collecting that. So you already have that money that you can hold against us. So the $2,427,000 and some odd dollars is money that you can hold, right? We're asking for about 4 years worth of property tax in advance. Right? So that's That's what we're proposing.
But I guess the question I would have, and I'm no expert on this, but legally, if you go into bankruptcy, is there any way that, that they can claw back that money? Are we in a first position, or I don't know what but anyway, that's an answer, a bankruptcy attorney probably would have
Right.
to answer, but that's.
I think we have one on Zoom if
Oh.
you want the answer.
And I think if
But-
all things considered, it'd be good to include Ramon, who's
Should I respond to that? I'm sorry.
So there's the legal question, and then there's also the fiscal question, so I don't know if Ramon can also chime in. But yeah, if you wanted to answer that.
Yeah,
Barbara.
and he can elaborate if he wants to. I
Correct.
did speak with their counsel. He indicates that he believes it would be able to be secured, and if he wants to indicate further. But we'd want to confirm that with our own bankruptcy counsel before we entered into this loan.
Just for double checking.
And Michael Sweet, our bankruptcy attorney, is on the line, I believe.
Why do we really want to listen to their? He's going to be biased.
Michael, did you want to address the board?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the answer is yes, that this is the kind of thing that could be facilitated in a way that the county would be secured. And the protections that you're looking for would be available. That would be in the structure of the loan agreement. Presumably we would work with the county and county council to facilitate.
Okay. Supervisor Cosmic, did you have any?
He's first.
I guess I had a question, yeah.
Sure, Dom, go ahead.
Yeah, so in the event of bankruptcy, I understand it's possible the hospital might close, but is the likely scenario? Just a restructuring and then
If we
some
go into
time off?
bankruptcy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it allows for, and I'll let Seth answer, it allows for some restructuring of our contracts. So do you want to talk about what that would gain us?
And perhaps Michael can elaborate on this further in terms of the legal question. We are attempting to do essentially the same kind of restructuring outside of bankruptcy because it's a lot faster, it's a whole lot less expensive. A bankruptcy could cost $1 million easily. And we're seeking to avoid that. We're going through today all the same motions and the mechanics that we would within the context of a Chapter 9 bankruptcy. So, but the answer is yes, and there are some tools that Michael could elaborate on in terms of what's allowed, what a debtor can do in bankruptcy. But we are, we're going to do the same things inside or outside of bankruptcy. But the point's well taken from Mr. Tiffany, that Supervisor Tiffany, that there are some advantages to a Chapter 9 filing, but it's slow. And one of the problems with a bankruptcy proceeding is simply that you're partly subject to the schedule of the bankruptcy court and the lawyers' schedules and so forth, and it just elongates the process. And if we can do it outside of bankruptcy, it can be way more efficient. And I think that was the point Mary was trying to make in terms of streamlining it and reducing the community uncertainty, because it's just one of these things, it kind of keeps rolling along, and the resolution or the finality of a bankruptcy case can take a long time. And that's the other reason to try to get this done.
Okay, and then the other question, just so I'm clear, so basically the loan would be repaid over 10 years, is that right? 1 million a year, or you say 2 million? You're saying for the whole.
We've illustrated, we've created an example of a six-year loan, and the proposed repayment amount is less than half of what the hospital presently receives in the property tax revenue. So it's, and again, it goes back to this issue where the county's, collecting money on behalf of the hospital and paying it to the hospital now. And so we're suggesting that actually less than half goes to pay down the loan. And maybe there's some room there. But the point is, it's money that the county's already collecting on behalf of the hospital.
And if the hospital closes? Would they still be collected?
I think that's a legal.
Yeah, we'd
fine
have to
legal
also
question.
find
I
out if,
kinda don't-
right, okay.
So,
Well,
Joe
I
Paul
could
would like
speak,
to- hold it really quick. We have Joe Paul wanting to address the board.
I just wanted to bring up, and I don't know if the hospital considered the temporary transfer. Temporary transfer is allowed under the state constitution, Article 16, where the county treasurer can provide up to 85% of their property tax revenue upon request by the special district to the board. Back in the early 2000s, I worked with our predecessor, Mary Lou Andrade, to have a board pass the resolution to allow for temporary transfers to be made directly with the treasurer. And I don't know if that's still active. But so if you're really in a cash crunch, 85%, and I believe our estimate is about 2.6 million that you'll be receiving in 22-23. So you get about 2.2 million that we could upfront, the hospital, so that you can facilitate some of those cash needs.
We would absolutely consider.
So the temporary transfer, if you could elaborate, Joe Paul.
They're simply it's allowed in the state constitution because the framers of the constitutions understood that there was going to be these cash needs, and during the Great Recession, we had several requests from school districts that to help them get through the cash crunch, because several payments were being withheld from the state to them, and so they weren't able to meet their obligations. So it was through that process that we were able to help, I think, one or two school districts during that time. But the same law is allows special districts to ask for this, for these. Basically, it's their money, but they're getting 85% of it up front. They must be completely repaid by the end of the fiscal year, however. That's the only caveat. In other words, you're getting it up front, but it must be reimbursed.
So, and this is technically a loan against their own revenue?
Yes.
Which is what the 6-year proposal basically
Would
was. Would
But
do
this
that.
is more of an immediate thing, just
Right.
to kind of get through December?
That would be greatly appreciated. We
I
would.
mean, that could, I think that that's a decent consideration. I mean, ultimately, to at least give the board a chance to see what
Yeah.
potential there could be.
And when I
next step.
said mid-January, that's probably stretching it. So if we could have that to get us through and give us time to even collaborate and sit down and talk a little bit more, we're happy to do
Yeah.
that.
So as far as that temporary transfer, that has no burden on the county as far as liability,
No,
right?
it's through the Board of Supervisors allowing for the temporary transfer to be allowed. And it's then through the county treasurer. The treasurer would receive this temporary transfer request, and basically, though, at this meeting, a request can be made for the temporary transfer, and we could work on the form that we had back in the early 2000s that we would have filled out. Basically, there's a kind of a pro forma that the hospital needs to fill out in order to in order for us to be satisfied that we will be repaid by June 30th of 23.
Is there a potential for creditors to claim on the property taxes if there's any default concerns?
Is that a question for maybe Michael Sweet?
I would imagine, yeah.
Sure, this is Michael Sweet. I'm, again, counsel for the district, bankruptcy attorney. Yeah, I think, are we talking about the TRAN? Is that the question? I think Joe Paul is talking about a TRAN, is that right?
Yes.
No, that's a different instrument. Temporary transfers are allowed under Section 6, Article 16 of the state constitution, and allows for, 85% of the special districts to receive their funds up front. The hospital could have come in July and asked for this request. And they could have received 85% of the entire projected 22-23 year.
So you say that because that's the budget cycle when it could have been presented, right?
Well, I
In
mean,
June.
if they had come to the board in July, they could have received it, because the idea is that they would be making the request within the same fiscal year.
Correct, yeah. So the timing, so
And it'd have to be paid for by the end of the fiscal year.
Now, the other question is anything having to do with the actual bankruptcy still needing to be filed, it still would be at the discretion of the hospital, and that would have nothing to do with the board and that transfer, right?
I don't believe so, because it's the district's money.
Okay.
And then, Joe Paul, would that require a 4/5 vote then? For a transfer of funds?
Temporary transfer is a little bit different than the County Budget Act. This really has to do with other agencies. I don't know of a 4/5 requirement.
Okay.
Generally, those kinds of things.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, if there's a budget adjustment.
Yeah. County Council, do you know if that would require a 4/5
This is not
vote?
in the budget.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be us budgeting this.
It would require a
This would be,
4/5 vote.
A simple majority then, okay?
Yeah, I'm not giving a final determination, but probably a simple majority, I would think, because it's not in our budget, it's their money. It's just normally divided up and provided to them in segments, and they would be getting advance. I am looking at the Constitution right now.
well, I don't know if there's further.
So are we, since this isn't on the agenda as an action item,
It's
can
not.
on an emergency basis, can we,
Well,
approve what Joe Paul's suggesting, or is this something that would have to come back to a meeting later?
I still
mean,
think there should be a vetting of the process. Like, if we're gonna do it, if it's the will of the board, but if this is gonna happen, I think still there should be a vetting out of the process to make sure that we have considered everything as we bring it back, right?
yeah, I mean, we probably would like to bring it back, but let's see how we do it. I mean, I don't know whether it's possible. I mean, do you think the board, if we could interject, would the board probably be continuing some of these items to either later this week or next week, and we could place it on the same meeting?
I was hoping that we can do that with the hospital, so that if we aren't permitted to act on this item specifically, we have another opportunity at a meeting before the end of this month.
Well, the larger question of the $10 million loan, I think, in my mind, will maybe take more than just a week, but maybe what Joe Paul's suggesting
Yes.
I mean, we
could
don't
be
even know whether.
fairly quickly vetted out,
even know whether it's
and then maybe we could, in a short amount of time, approve that at least to buy them some more time. I don't know.
Well,
That would take some heat off of
Yeah.
us. It really would.
so I want to make sure the will of the board is heard. So if Supervisor Kozmicki had any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot thrown at us here. So, I mean, my initial gut question here is, it's not a question, I guess it's more of a statement. This doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't solve the structural deficit. It doesn't solve these 3 or 4 major areas where the hospital has a serious problem, and I haven't heard anything today that has told me that those issues are going to be fixed. And we also see that we're still facing bankruptcy in 5 months. That even if you get $10 million and $3 million, then we're still facing bankruptcy in May, and I'm not, it goes without saying, I'm not a lawyer. I've said this to Barbara probably a million times, but I'm still very concerned that we're going to be getting in line with the other creditors if you file for bankruptcy and we transfer over a significant amount of money. So that really still is something that sits with me as making me pretty uncomfortable with this large of a sum of money from a county that is very cash poor. This is just not something that we're in a position to really.
I agree, and it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that even if the hospital closes, those property taxes are still collected, Joe Paul. So this is guaranteed for you all. If we close, you just keep those property tax. This is an advancement in the property tax. So if the hospital closes its doors, you're still collecting that 2.6 now that we are hearing, and you would keep that. So it's from where we're standing, a zero risk to the county. It would take you the 4 years or whatever it would take you to get back the 10 million.
I would question if the county would have a secured debt versus unsecured, because anyone who has dealt with bankruptcy understands that a secured debt is secured by something concrete.
Sure.
And that's why I was suggesting possibly the deed of trust. So if we can ask Mr. Sweet that question, because unsecured, right, you'd get in line with everybody else and you'd get pennies on the dollar on your loan.
Right.
But if you have a secured loan, it's not the same concept.
Correct. And again, it would be an advancement in those property taxes for the
Well,
4
and
years. So do you want to ask?
Please.
I
Yes.
think ultimately,
Supervisor.
just one last thought is that's why I think we need to have our own.
And Mr. Chair, I would
bankruptcy
just like to
attorney.
point out that, I think we have to stick with protocol here. We're kind of having a very all over the place. I have the floor and everyone's asking questions and not asking for the floor. I think we have to stick to proper
So
protocol
so if you
here,
have further
if I
comments,
can. I have a
Supervisor.
lot more questions, actually.
Okay.
Can you explain again, what is the precise shortfall? I still don't have a great answer for that. I know when we sat down and staff sat down, I heard of a $20 to $25 million figure. I see that we have a structural deficit that still is going to exist, whether we give a loan or not. And so can you explain the $20 to $25 million, how that intersects with the structural deficit, not just these big chunk dollar amounts, but the structural deficit that is going to continue to be a problem going forward unless major changes happen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me try to be responsive to that. The original request or the communication that was given out in terms of looking for $25 million, that was really intended to provide a fulsome one-year budget. It doesn't solve, you're absolutely right, it doesn't solve the hospital's structural problem in terms of revenue and expense. And that's why we're implementing a disciplined, you could call it, investment banking process to line up a strategic partner for the hospital. That's the goal. And that process can take 5 months. It could take a year. And the whole idea here, as I've said a few times, is to get the runway to do that. I think everyone in the hospital management and the district understands that the hospital is just not going to survive as a totally independent hospital. And that's why we're going through these exercises to find some partners. But it takes time.
So, but, we've all been around for a while up here. The hospital's been trying to get a strategic partner for many years. So why would the public have confidence that that particular strategy is somehow going to work out in the next year as opposed to 5 years ago or whenever it was when everybody said no?
Because the hospital has engaged a national firm to assist it, and we do this as our job. I mean, we do this for a living, and we're going to be pursuing a disciplined, systematic approach to find a partner. And that's what we do routinely in our jobs. So And it hasn't been, the hospital has not had an advisor or professional firm to assist it. It's been more random, and we're going to be doing it in a very structured, professional way.
But for the hospital to get to a point where it's financially stable and maybe having a little bit of surplus so we can create a safety net at some point, you have to make up $25 million. You have to close the deficit, the structural deficit, which is a significant amount of money, and you have to create additional revenue beyond that to be able to, logically, to be able to pay back the county, pay back whoever else loans you money, and then continue to operate and continue to be stable and having a balanced budget. So so my question, I guess, beyond the strategic partner, what is, as Robert Bernowski mentioned, what is the business plan, and what, for instance, has the hospital already done? I'm a bit curious as to why there hasn't been a cost reduction plan put into place already, why there haven't been layoffs. And I hate to be the bad guy in the room to bring that up, but every other organization in the world that faces this level of a financial problem, and you're on the verge of bankruptcy, and we haven't even had a discussion publicly about a cost reduction plan. I just don't understand that. Could you please explain that, if you can, to whatever extent? I know that there's some sensitivity here with union issues.
So we are looking at cost reductions, like I've pointed out already. We can go into more detail with those and what we are looking at. As far as announcing layoffs, it's not an easy thing to do in healthcare. We would have to potentially look at reducing services. We are required by the state of California to keep a certain ratio of patients to nurses. So it's not a sweeping thing that we can easily do. It would mean cutting services.
And I don't necessarily mean doctors and nurses. You have 750 employees, and I think I saw 40-something physicians. And
let's remember that's also for the clinics and also for 2 skilled nursing. It's not just the hospital. So that's why you look at 7, and it looks odd for a 25-bed hospital. I completely agree. But when you look to see that we also operate 7 clinics, seeing over 85,000 visits a year, that takes a lot of employees. When we look at 2 skilled nursing that houses 90 residents 24/7, that takes a lot of, it takes a lot of employees. If we were to close the skilled nursing, that would be very difficult to those 90 families. We can show you studies that show that people are better when they have their long-term care family nearby. So we want to see, now we are keeping all options open as we maneuver through this. We're hoping a strategic partner will help us with that. And that's why we're looking at that. So we want to be very careful when we talk about we are considering everything as we move forward. Do you want to?
Maybe if Michael's available, he could make a comment about the layoff question.
Michael, do you have any comments about the layoff questions?
I appreciate the supervisor's question, and certainly that's something we're looking at, and it's part of the pieces of the puzzle. What I did want to speak to actually was the concern that was raised earlier about whether the obligation would be protected in a bankruptcy. And to be clear, the structure that is anticipated in this discussion would leave the county in first position for recovery of those funds in the event there is a bankruptcy. So with or without a bankruptcy, the structure that we would anticipate for a borrowing, either the short-term borrowing that was raised here today or the longer-term borrowing that was presented in the package for the board, the $10 million would be a senior obligation that would be repaid presumably out of the tax revenue collection.
Supervisor, did I?
Yeah, no,
answer?
thank you. Yeah, I appreciate
Okay.
that. So how do I say this lightly? In the community, just generally, maybe they're wrong, but to me, what I see is there's a tremendous amount of lost trust, lost faith in the hospital district as an institution. So if we're willing to go down the level, the path of a loan or a transfer with, again, the county's putting even having this conversation, the county is putting its own financial stability at risk, significantly at risk. And so would there be a willingness to have the county, as some level of an option, take over some level of ownership or have decision-making authority going forward if there's such a massive contribution to keep the hospital afloat?
We're looking at all options. If the county wants to make a proposal, we're looking and keeping all possibilities open. Again, I want to reiterate, the 10 million is an advance in what you're already collecting. If you wanted to not do it all at once, we're open to that as well. If you want to look at it at stages, but we are open to all possibilities.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, the county's not going at risk on our request. The county is already collecting property tax that is directed to the hospital. And that the property tax assessments that are on your property tax bill are not going away. So the county is not advancing county money in the same sense that if you were going to just pull money out of the county's treasury. You are collecting, and we found out for this year the hospital district would get $2.6 million. The county is collecting that tax money from residents, from property owners. It's not coming out of pocket. It's simply distributing money that it's charging in taxes to property owners, which is different.
Right.
So this does not impact the county's finances at all.
Well,
I mean,
well, hold on a second.
We need to verify that we just would need to verify
That's
with
why,
the bankruptcy
yeah.
attorney
So-
about what would happen in a bankruptcy.
I just know
Yeah,
there are a
so-
lot of statements being made here that we have to do a whole lot of vetting to do as far as the security and
Sure.
we'll be first in line in a bankruptcy. We're going to have to do that on our own. I know you have your bankruptcy attorney on the line,
absolutely.
but that's their job is to represent you and to try to convince us here today that this is a good idea. So, yeah. Anyhow, did you have something, Ray?
I was just going to say the $10 million is coming out of the county coffers.
Right, we understand.
That is the county
right.
money. I just want to be clear with that.
Right. So we understand that. So it would come out of your money. I understand that. But what we're trying to reiterate is that you're already collecting that property tax. So if we were to close, you would still be collecting that.
And I know you kind of, you aren't crazy about the idea of bankruptcy, but I have to come back to that and I have to wonder, I know, again, this would force the hospital to completely restructure. It would force, people would lose their jobs. And very likely, because you're going to have to clean up your finances. And the only way to do that is to fix the books. And when 80% of your, whatever number was payroll, 75% is payroll, that means
Right.
very clearly there's going to have to be some very difficult decisions that are made if you go into bankruptcy. Again, for the long-term viability of the hospital, has there been a serious conversation of whether perhaps bankruptcy may be the best option for the hospital
Yes.
district? And
Yes.
essentially, perhaps this is all a moot discussion that we're having as far as it,
Well, even if we
Just
went
the-
into bankruptcy, right? Would you want to talk about that?
Yeah. The preference is to avoid a Chapter 9. But even going into a Chapter 9, the debtor needs to be funded. Everything continues in terms of the debtor's operations, paying the payroll, serving the patients, and so forth. And so the situation in terms of the funding and the funding needs doesn't really change. If anything, the funding requirement may actually go up, because now we're going to have heavier restructuring costs. So it's not like you just file the Chapter 9 and go into a bankruptcy with 10 days' worth of cash. That would not be a good idea. So there are some tools to obtain secured financing from third parties that is called a debtor in possession financing. And those lenders typically require what's called a super priority lien on the assets to fund the bankruptcy case. So that is a choice that's available.
Okay. I get the impression that the transfer option, although I appreciate the creativity from Joe Paul, essentially we're just delaying the inevitable, and for you to have to pay us back at the end of the fiscal year. It seems to me that there's a certain likelihood that you're going to be in the same situation in May and June unless all these things sort of work themselves out, and that seems pretty unlikely to me at this point. So under this scenario, we'd essentially be giving you a huge amount of money that we'd be wanting you to pay us back at the end of the fiscal year. You'd still be facing bankruptcy, and the county would still be being put in a position where we're the bad guy if we hold your feet to the fire on that payback. And I don't see any way around that. I'm a skeptic, but.
Excuse me. The transfer would be in advance in what you would give us later in the year. So instead of you giving us money, say in June, you would get it to us now, and we would not get it in June. It's already money coming to the district this fiscal year, just at a different timing is what my understanding is, to give us a little relief for you all to do your due diligence, as you said, and then we can, sit down and talk about it more. We will need more funding than the 2.2.
So generally, the way it works, about 45% of what you will receive in an entire tax year, you receive at the end of December. And then another 50% you'll receive at the end of April. The other 5% comes in probably in into June. So what would happen here is that temporary transfer happens where we take 2.2 million, we transfer that to you. The first installment payment that's coming in that would normally go to you, that installment payment, I can't imagine it also going to you if you're going to get the full 2.2 million.
Right.
So it would need to, be, stay here to pay off the temporary transfer. And then in April, the second installment payment will also stay here to pay off the debt. And
Right.
anything in addition to that, the other 15% that you did not receive, you will receive at
Right.
that time. Yeah.
So I'm seeing that as an advancement. So
Yeah,
we
it
would
is.
not get that payment in April. That would stay with the county.
Right.
So instead of getting a payment in December and April, we would essentially get an even at the end of the fiscal year.
As I mentioned
Right.
earlier, generally, temporary transfers are requested early in the fiscal year.
Sure.
And how much money are we talking about again for a temporary transfer?
About 2.2 million.
And that's gonna give you about a month or a month and a half of.
It would give us some time, yes.
That's not, I know, but so we're gonna be back here in a month and a half, and you're essentially still gonna be requesting a significant amount of money from the
Yes.
county.
But it
So
will
it's-
give you the time for the due diligence that I hear you all wanting and understand. And we can
But
talk.
that doesn't
and-
solve the problem.
It doesn't solve the
It
problem,
buys
yeah.
some, it just
Right.
buys some time till the new board can make a decision.
So
have to
you
Is
done
what
with
it
your,
would
With us time, basically.
Yeah.
well, we want to stay in order. Are you done with your questions?
I had some comments on the loan part of it. This transfer is fairly new. You're still wanting a loan, basically, in a month or two. You're still wanting a
Yes.
Unless we get lucky.
and a transfer. And
Well,
so,
we would take that transfer as part of the loan.
Yeah, it would probably be
That
minus
would be
the amount.
part of it, right?
They just need the money.
Yeah.
okay, and well, I guess the last question I had before I had a few comments. Why isn't there more pressure being put on the state and the federal representatives? I feel frustrated that the county is now being put in a position where we're potentially getting blamed. We have nothing to do with the hospital district. I know you put on a statement yesterday that said the county's #1 responsibility is health and safety. But in my view, that relates more to the providing sheriff services, providing fire services. We have a healthcare district whose job it is. They're elected officials. There's this completely separate government entity. That is the healthcare district's responsibility to provide health and safety when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to hospital services and clinic services. So going on TV and, making an announcement that, the county basically is making a decision whether to allow the hospital to stay open in a way was frustrating to me. That I saw that yesterday. It was obviously a strategic move on your part to put pressure on all of us. And I didn't appreciate that. I thought that was, I just didn't think that was fair. So I'm wondering what have you done to put pressure on our assembly member and our state senator and our Congress member so that they're potentially being painted as the bad guy as much as we are?
First off, there's no intention to paint the county as a bad guy in this. We need to change the way we're working, and we need to work as a community as where we're coming from. This is a community problem. We need to have a community solution. That includes the county. It's why I'm meeting with the city later. We continue to meet with Rivas and Caballero's office as well, looking for emergency funding. I met with ACHD, which is an organization for district hospitals, to look for lobbyists to see what we can do to continue to try to get state and federal funding. CHA is another organization, California Hospital Association, that we are working with their lobbyists at federal levels to get some relief as well. We're not stopping. We're not even stopping at private funding. We are looking at every angle. The county happens to be one of them, and we came to you first with a proposal. We actually went to the state with the $3 million CHFFA loan as well first before coming here. We are looking at every single angle. We are keeping all possibilities open to make sure that the community has the health care that they need. It's not just the county that we're coming to, so I apologize if it felt like we were targeting you as a bad. That was not the intention. The intention is for us all to understand this is a community issue, and we need to come together and think collaboratively and fix it together.
And Colin, as to your comments about meeting with Senator Caballero or Rivas, it's in the works. And so Gary Burns from the Community Foundation and I have offered to meet with Rivas. And I did have a conversation last night, so Gary, I'll talk to you later. But we are trying. And maybe it's not the hospital strong-arming them, but I'm trying to sweet talk them into something to help. Because again, it's a community problem. I'm trying to help solve the community problem.
And another state fund that we're dealing with is the Vision Fund, and that came from Treasurer Ma's office as a recommendation, and that very same day, we reached out to them. The pressure is on as well. It's all over. You're feeling it here, I understand. But we are working. I want you to know we're working every single angle to try to find funding.
And my main thing overall is that we're elected to be fiduciary overseers of the county budget, and this is a cash poor county. We have a little bit of a reserve now, but we have hundreds of millions of dollars in facility and infrastructure deficit now. And I'm not trying to compare fixing a road versus keeping a hospital open. That's clearly not appropriate comparison, but that's our responsibility as a county. The healthcare district's responsibility is to have financial stability first and foremost, and to operate hospital and healthcare and provide healthcare services to the community. So for me, I feel like, when we're talking, if we want to go back to a loan, I am completely against a $10 million loan. I think it's it's an extreme step for this county. It's an unprecedented, irresponsible step that I believe still does carry significant risks. Whether you want to say that there's zero risk involved, I find that hard to believe, and we're going to obviously need time to vet out, exactly what level of risk there is for this county. But I can tell you there is at least one risk I can think of, and that is that we are not going to be able to follow through on our commitments we've made as a board. Supervisor Tiffany just brought up earlier, again, the road infrastructure projects. I don't know, we're gonna have to have a discussion, but it seems pretty obvious to me that those are out the door now if we do this. We're not doing road projects for the next couple of years, and maybe I'm wrong, but this doesn't seem, how can we? Because we're not gonna have the reserve funds to do it. And we have to have some level of a safety net in our reserve budget, or else we're doing a disservice to our employees. And if we face an economic downturn in the next couple of years, now the county of San Benito is in a serious financial situation because of this. And so even if we're being paid back over 4 years, if there's an economic downturn next year, we're in big trouble because of this. We're in a lot bigger trouble than we would have been. And so that's why I'm adamant that the $10 million loan is really should not be on in my view, it's a radical move for this county. It's completely out of bounds with what the San Benito County organization has the capacity to do. And if we do an actual loan, it is going to require a 4/5 vote. So I just want to remind everyone, if there's 4 other supervisors that want to go down the road of putting this county in financial risk, you're going to need 4 other supervisors to fulfill that loan. And if you don't have that, then I think we're wasting a lot of time as far as these conversations that we're having.
So,
Mr. Chair?
Just a couple thoughts, Supervisor Tiffany, but I'll hand it off to you. I agree with the sentiment that we have to be extremely careful with the funds of our county because we already have commitments. We have a budget cycle. We have a strategic plan. There's all these layers of planning and ultimately even negotiations when it comes to staffing. There's a lot to consider, which is part of the reason why I've, was definitely very intentional to slow walk this because we got to be very careful. Granted, there's at the end of the day, I feel like we're in a rock and a hard place because I do also agree that we have to protect the interest of our community by preserving our hospital. It's not even a question that we can't not consider something, right? I mean, if we really don't have that conversation, then we've officially just agreed to allow that hospital to go away. And I don't think that, at least for me, speaking as one supervisor, I don't think that also would be responsible, right? I'd hate to get a call where someone has a heart attack and God forbid we don't have a hospital where they don't have access and their life is gone because we made a decision. So this is a really tough decision, Supervisor Kosmicki. At the end of the day, I personally believe, which to a certain extent I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki, that there needs to be a greater pressure with the state. The state, and I'm not trying to pick on individual representatives, I just know that the system is struggling. I mean, there's an item on our agenda about Measure EE that's focused around the funding stream. That's going to be the intent of that conversation, is there's questions with how the state, the relationship with the local counties and the governments that really put us at odds, our ability to be able to manage our own resources, right? There's things called unfunded mandates, which put us as a county, right? And we have our own complexity with the regional element where we're non-competitive with Santa Cruz, Monterey, or even Santa Clara, right? We can't keep our staffing levels. We're very shallow with our staffing. But by God's grace, even through the shutdowns, we didn't let people go. Why? Because we were fiscally responsible. We were very strong in making sure that me and Supervisor Kosmicki have had debates over $200. So it's that intense, these conversations. So we have to be very, very careful. I definitely want to consider personally what Joe Paul had proposed, just even as an option to try to consider an opportunity, granted that we protect the liability of the county. I just think that we can't walk away from this conversation, I guess, ultimately my point. Supervisor Tiffany, I'll hand it off to you.
Yeah, I'll just, I guess, piggyback on what you just said, Peter. I mean, I've been in business pretty much my whole life, and I certainly know what it's like to face, I mean, during '07 through '09 when there was the Great Recession, my family's business was losing lots of money, and we seriously looked at closing down. We looked at all situations. So I know what it's like to have to go through this. And my initial reaction when I heard about the $10 million loan, frankly, was no way in hell, because I felt like there's just no way that we could put that money at risk. Now, I'm feeling much better about the possibilities when I'm hearing about the property tax, et cetera. The questions that you asked, Supervisor Kuzmicki, I had them all the same questions. Why are we, and I asked a lot of these questions yesterday when we got together. Why now? Why didn't this, why did you let it get to this point? I do think it was kind of a perfect storm.
Yeah.
But I have the same concerns. Are we just buying 5 months of time? Why should we think that we'll be going to be able to find a partner now when we couldn't before? Same questions.
Sure.
With that all being said, I just think, as much as it's, I said, irresponsible for us to make a loan unless we absolutely know it can be returned, and I have the same concerns that you have, Colin. I think it's also would be irresponsible for us as a county not to seriously look at whether we can do this. Now we have to make sure that we can do it and be protected and not have it interfere with everything else we've been doing up here. But the hospital is a community asset that we just can't turn our back on unless we have no other choice as a county. Otherwise, I mean, why are we even up here? If we let the hospital close, frankly, it is, a much more important thing than whether we have potholes right now.
Yeah.
As much as I want to see those roads fixed. So anyway, I hear everything you're saying, Colin. I agree. I don't disagree. I do seriously think we have to explore it, though.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's going to take time. It's not something that we can determine in the next week or so whether we can, whether it makes sense for us, because we have to be very, very careful with our decision. What Joe Paul's suggesting may be a way to buy some time.
Absolutely.
Which I potentially would be comfortable with as long as we get confirmation,
Yep.
from our own,
We need to make sure we get county counsel.
attorney. But anyway, those are my comments.
I mean, I think,
Ray?
I know County Council and I have been talking a little bit about this. Your board will have to approve an urgency item. We'd have to have a resolution that will allow this to occur. And if your board wants to do that, I mean, that's something that maybe we could do and start now, have staff work on it. Because we're only on our second item. It's 3 o'clock, I think. So, and we have a long day still. So, we might be able to get staff to work on that. I just think that, we have the holidays. We need the time. We have to do our due diligence. We really need our financial advisors involved with this. Bankruptcy lawyer. Yeah, we just need to have our ducks in a row and make sure we make the right decisions, or at least provide direction to our board that money would be. And again, it's our county money. And I know the way you were talking. We don't, there's a lot of districts, there's schools. We do not touch that funding. I want to make sure that the public understands that. It's not coming to the county. There's county funds that we have that are separate outside of that. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. So with that.
And I think, just some final thoughts. I do believe that there needs to be a stronger conversation or relationship with the hospital district and the board,
Yes.
so that we have a better understanding and being able to be in a better position to support any needs that come up, right? I mean, as we become aware and educated, we're better to at least be able to troubleshoot how we would respond and how we would even make sure to get advice. So, if we do this, are we asking for something in December, or are we going to wait till January?
Well,
I was going to make a suggestion that we as a board, so this be my motion, that we go ahead and approve the temporary transfer of the 85% at this meeting.
We'd have to bring it
You have to ask for an emergency item.
Okay, so then we'll.
Ask it as an urgency item.
So then I'm going to ask for it to be an urgency item.
Which
to be
the findings are that it has to come to the attention of the board after the posting of the agenda and cannot reasonably wait until the next board meeting.
per staff recommendation, to go ahead and consider the 85% and then table the 10 million or the remainder of the 10 million for the January 17th meeting. Does that get us through today?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't know if we need a second before
Well,
before I maybe ask a question.
I think there's going to be questions.
My whole thing is, we still don't have any security. We don't have any sense of security that this is a sure thing, that we're for certain going to get our money back. Do we? Are
Joe
we?
Paul's telling us
Hunter-
it's a constitutional ability to be able to do
that money's against their money, their
Yeah,
property.
it's a 85% against their own money.
Yeah, so the
I
motion.
question that we're going to get paid, because in April, by April, from that, the second installment payment, I'll be able to recover, the full $2.2 million, and any excess amount that we collect, I have to send to the hospital. So
Joe-
yes,
And, excuse me, Joe Paul, we've done this before.
yes, we've done it with a couple of school districts.
And how much money was involved then, do you remember? Probably not as much, but
It was, in the million range.
it was done before?
Yes.
Okay.
And as I say, this is allowed in our state constitution.
Yeah, well, and this was an informational item without that expectation.
Yeah, you'd have to have
Personally,
4
I
votes to
believe
add
we'd
it onto the agenda, even to add that as an urgency item onto the agenda. You'd have to
For
have.
today?
Yes, to do any sort of resolution. And then, I'm encouraging the board to either put it at a separate meeting or like January 3rd or something, so that, we can prepare the resolution, do get the bankruptcy attorney's review,
Well,
just to
so-
confirm that the bankruptcy, which is federal, wouldn't have any effect on the revenues that are going to the district.
Yeah, and
Hopefully-
that's the concern, I believe,
Yeah, I
from
can't
Colin is-
vouch for that, without confirming.
That's my point,
Yeah.
is the motion is going to be to move forward with the consideration in the next board meeting to adopt a potential transfer, right? So we're not voting on doing it now, we're voting on moving forward so that Joe Paul so it comes back, right?
Yeah, it's up to the board
It's up
whether
to
you
you
provide
guys.
direction, yeah.
And Mr. Chair,
I'm just saying, because I know that there needs to be more advisory on, I believe, I trust Joe Paul, but it's just,
Yeah.
I'd rather make sure there's a little bit of a vetting instead of making the decision right away.
Don has something. I was going to say, Mr. Chair, along with that, it's our duty to talk to our constituents. This was just thrown at us today, regardless of whether, Joe Paul concludes that we're definitely going to get this money back. For the county to get involved in the hospital district's budget is an extremely unprecedented situation. And I also would add that, for me, I would really like to see more information on what the plan is going forward. I still have not seen a plan. I still have nothing that shows me that I should be confident that the hospital district is going to reach a point of financial stability, whether we provide $2.5 million to give them a month, a payroll or not. I just still haven't seen anything to say other than hope.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the only plan right now is hope, that X, Y, and Z is going to come through. And beyond that, hopefully there's a partnership with a merger of some kind. These are all things that are, there's a certain level of unlikelihood that they're going to happen. So I still haven't seen a plan. And for us as a fiduciary to get so involved, in the hospital district's finances.
So if I can make a recommendation, Supervisor Kozmicki, is maybe establish a temporary ad hoc. My honest assumption is that there's privacy elements to this conversation. So we got to be careful, and ultimately, that's why I think if we want to get more into the weeds, which I do agree that we need to understand better, that we do it through a temporary ad hoc, so these conversations are happening. But just the same, maybe consider as a separate a motion to move forward with, or at least consider. Granted, we get the advisory from the county council with what Joe Paul had recommended.
I think if the hospital was not asking for the $10 million and they just came today to ask for a temporary transfer, and it had been agendized, this is, again, their money. They're just asking it to be fronted. Will the county be paid within the fiscal year? Yes, we're going to be completely reimbursed because it's their money. It's no general fund money.
So, yeah.
So that's
A
why
non-issue.
county council has suggested that this could be an urgency item added to the agenda because you didn't know about this before this agenda was posted. So the request could be made, and I believe the hospital is making the request for a temporary transfer be made as allowed under the state constitution.
Yeah. Well, if you hear any skepticism, Joe Paul, and not that we don't believe you, it's just because there's just so many layers of consideration. But if that's the will of the board to move forward with this, I mean, I'm at the discretion of the board. So if there's a motion made, then we can consider what Joe Paul had recommended.
Well, we haven't added that as an urgency item to the board yet. First of all, you have to add it as an urgency item to the board.
So there needs to be a
So we need a motion to add it as an urgency item. Okay, so moved.
I'll second.
So before we finalize the vote, Dom had.
Yeah, I just had a question. So what are we doing with the 10 million? Is that just put off till January, that discussion?
That's
Yes.
technically off the table right now. That's why I had recommended an ad hoc to have those conversations, further discussions.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 7.8. Look, they're looking at in January, if they are.
So right now, the only motion that's on the floor is
I thought they knew that.
temporary transfer that Joe Paul recommended.
And Mr. Chair, can I make an
This is-
alternative motion as well?
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Yes, you can.
It's not going to be crazy wild. The alternative motion would be, it's 3:15. We're headed toward, this meeting's very likely going to be continued until whenever, the end of the week or next Tuesday. Ray says no.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably.
if there's a certainty that this meeting's going to be considered, it may make more sense as opposed to an urgency item to continue this item to a date certain along with other remaining items, just to make sure that we can vet this out somewhat, and talk with our constituents about it.
But
So-
don't we still need to add it as an urgency since it hasn't been agendized per se?
What I
Well,
would
if we
do
move
is,
it, then we would make a motion for that item to be a recommended item on the new agendized meeting.
yeah, we could just
You can
probably
just do that.
repost the agenda.
Yeah.
So you made that motion, or the friendly amendment to that motion. Does anybody second that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Well,
We have a
doesn't the maker
specific
of the
date
motion
or-
have to accept the friendly amendment? Because we still have a first and a
Okay.
second on the table.
Well, he just asked for a friendly
And
amendment.
I'm saying, no, I don't want to accept that friendly
Okay.
amendment. So we have
So
a first and a
Does anyone
second.
oppose
I'm sorry, could you
Supervisor
clarify the
Kozmicki's
first and
amendment?
second right now? It
I
would
was
be
the
to add it as
first.
an urgency item.
Yes.
He asked for the urgency. Bob
And I gave a
seconded.
second. I guess you go ahead with the vote, and then if that fails, we can go to Collins' motion. Why don't we do that?
So all those in favor of Supervisor Gonzalez's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay.
No.
So now, do we have a date? Are we going to say Friday or?
I guess we want to decide when are we continuing.
We're going to continue this meeting. I guess we're making that decision
I really
today.
believe the continuance is going to be better.
It's going to be
Do you
required.
want to?
Is Friday
so
morning too quick?
I'm not excited.
Can we continue this meeting till Thursday? Because I'm booked tomorrow and I'm booked on Friday.
I can't do Friday either.
Thursday's COG. It would have to be after.
Well,
Well, what
I thought it
time?
was going to be in the morning.
Oh,
You can do it in the
before
morning.
o'clock, That's right.
Do it in the
Sorry.
morning.
Thursday, the clerks are on a training.
I can do any time.
Not allowed.
Yeah,
Have
we'll
all
keep
the
one of
committees.
you.
Yeah, there's a fire safe council on Thursday morning too, but I mean, this is more important.
Yep.
I mean-
let's bring it back Thursday.
I can do Thursday.
Hope I don't get in trouble.
But I do think.
Because we
should-
have 2 or 3 items
I think
still
we should
left.
still continue the meeting until, as long as we can go. I just
Yeah.
want to be clear. I'm
Yeah,
not saying
right.
we cut off at 3
I
o'clock.
agree.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we might be continuing it twice.
I'm sorry.
We want to try to get as much done as we
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, I don't have anything Thursday actually besides call.
Yeah, yeah.
So Supervisor Kozmicki's motion was to follow till Thursday morning at 9 a.m.
9 o'clock.
Can I get a second?
Oh, go ahead.
I'll second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so,
So for
Yes.
clarity purposes, we're going to go ahead and add the temporary transfer agreement resolution on that agenda
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah.
For your
Yeah.
approval. Okay.
thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you for your
and
time. We
Yeah.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Let's keep this conversation going.
Thursday
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let me ask a question. This can be discussed on Thursday, but
Yeah.
is it going to come back? I think still is going to be then a question about maybe it's 7.5. We approve the 2.5
That's,
in the January meeting, or do we?
that'll be all in January. We'll
Okay.
discuss all of that, but I think we'll add in
We-
there.
we don't need to
We'll
give
add in there
direct-
board direction moving this forward and doing our due diligence on
Yeah,
this as
okay.
well in Thursday's meeting.
Yep.
So we'll add that in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now we go back to the public hearing item, I believe. We had
Yeah, second.
affordable housing.
Yeah.
Sorry for making you guys wait so long. It's Bob Tiffany's fault. Next to Bob. It's just easy to blame you, Bob. So back to public hearing item 2.2. It's 3:20. I know we're bouncing around. So this is on the amendments to the affordable housing regulations.
Good afternoon. I had previously written good morning on here, and I just amended that. So my name is Stephanie Reck. I'm an assistant planner with the County of San Benito. Under this role, I've been covering the duties of a housing coordinator, and I have been tasked with working with the Housing Advisory Committee to make amendments to Chapter 21, the Affordable Housing Regulations, as so directed by the Board of Supervisors on the May 24th meeting. So today, I'm here to present to you these amendments. I'm going to provide you with the discussion of workforce housing, and I'm also going to present to you the in lieu fee. Before I get started, I just want to let you know that I do have our consultant who did the housing feasibility study online, so if you have any questions I will direct about the in lieu fee, I'll direct those to her. So without further ado, staff implemented minor updates to the section titles to create a uniform standard throughout the document. In section 1 of the ordinance regarding findings, staff updated the language to reflect that a developer would apply to pay a fee rather than elect to pay the fee. This amendment was established as a standard throughout the chapter. In section 3 of the ordinance regarding definitions, staff updated the definition for affordable housing plan to encompass both the housing and implementation plan for all affordable housing projects. So these plans must demonstrate how a developer intends to meet the inclusionary requirements, and it will provide a comprehensive review of the implementation and administration of their affordable housing plan for the proposed development. Staff also added definitions for single-family housing, duplex housing, triplex housing, townhome housing, multifamily housing, and condominium housing. And finally, staff removed the definition for first approval and created a standard of approval throughout this document. In section 4 of the ordinance regarding development requiring inclusionary contribution, staff updated the review, approval, and appeal process for all developments that must comply with inclusionary requirements. So the Housing Advisory Committee will review all affordable housing plans for compliance with this chapter, and they will provide their recommendations to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will then review the affordable housing plan and provide their recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, who has final approval on all affordable housing plans and final maps. Tentative maps are reviewed by the Planning Commission, then a county engineer reviews and approves the final maps, and then the maps are recorded with the Board of Supervisors. An appeal process is also stipulated as pursuant to the provisions of San Benito County Code Title 25, Chapter 47. So in section 5 of the ordinance regarding inclusionary requirements, staff updated the inclusionary requirement to reflect that developments of 6 to 10 units would be eligible for an in lieu payment, and that developments of 11 or more shall provide inclusionary units, except for when an in lieu fee can be paid for fractional units that are less than 0.7. So the fractional unit requirement was also updated to reflect that fractions that are 0.7 and above must be rounded up to the next whole unit, and that any fraction below that, so 0.6 and below, would pay the in lieu fee corresponding to that fraction. So in section 6 of the ordinance regarding on-site units, staff updated the inclusionary requirements to reflect the proposed fractional unit requirement of 0.7. The on-site inclusionary tables were also updated for both for sale and rental units, reflecting that a developer would provide an additional 15% inclusionary housing. Additionally, on November 16th, 2022, during a regularly scheduled public hearing of the Planning Commission, a resolution was adopted which recommended the adoption of Chapter 2103 to the Board of Supervisors with one change. The 15% requirement for on-site for-sale units was split evenly among the two income-targeted categories for developments of 41 units or more. So what this means is that the 15% was split evenly at 7.5% between moderate income units and low income units at 41 units or more. Staff also removed provisions for exterior appearance, number of bedrooms per unit, and minimum unit sizes. These provisions were updated and included in section 15 regarding development standards. So section 7 of the ordinance regarding off-site units, again, was updated to reflect the proposed fractional unit requirement of 0.7. And the off-site tables were updated for both for sale and rental, reflecting that a developer would provide for an additional 20% of inclusionary housing. Staff added a provision which stipulates that off-site units must result in the creation of newly constructed units or units that were not otherwise planned, unless approved by the Board of Supervisors. And furthermore, staff removed the term first approval from this section. So in section 8 of the ordinance regarding in lieu payments and other alternative compliance mechanisms, staff updated the fractional unit requirement of 0.7 and updated the language to stipulate that a developer shall pay the fee instead of the previous language may pay a fee. Staff also updated the qualifications for in lieu payment as directed by the Board of Supervisors during the May 24th meeting. Applicants can apply to pay an in lieu fee if they can demonstrate that specific characteristics of the development site, like septic systems or individual wells that are not connected to a public agency or regulated water purveyor, zoning which requires large lot development or is not within 10 miles of an incorporated city, make the site unsuitable for households at the required income levels. Furthermore, staff updated the process for reviewing in lieu fees and removed the term first approval from this section. So in section 9 of the ordinance regarding development project approval, again, the review, approval, and appeal process for all developments that must comply with inclusionary requirements was included, as also stipulated in section 4 of the ordinance. And again, that term first approval was removed from the document. So in section 10 of the ordinance regarding the occupancy and continuing availability of affordable units, the process for securing an in lieu payment was updated to reflect again that a developer would apply to pay the fee rather than elect to pay the fee. So in section 11 of the ordinance regarding the Housing Advisory Committee, this was updated to reflect that the purpose of the Housing Advisory Committee, or the HAC as I so affectionately refer to it as, is to advise the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on all matters relating to the housing element of the general plan, the affordable housing regulations, and any development that requires inclusionary contribution. So in section 12 of the ordinance regarding the collection and use of in lieu fees, we updated the use of those fees. So among other uses, In lieu fees can be used to fund an affordable housing trust, or they can be used to as reasonable reimbursement to cover costs associated with impact fee waivers provided to developments that are 100% affordable. The provision for the impact fee waiver was also reinstated as directed by the Board of Supervisors during a regularly scheduled public hearing on May 24th. This section was also updated to reflect that the Planning Commission reviews and provides recommendations to the Board of Supervisors for all funding proposals. So Section 13 of the ordinance regarding density bonus and incentives was updated to comply with California Government Code Section 65915 to 65918 for density bonus. It has been expanded over the years. So again, the fractional unit requirement of 0.7 was updated, as well as the definition for housing development to incorporate the construction of rental or for sale housing, including condominiums, in the definition. So provisions were added which stipulate that concessions and incentives may be approved without any requirement that the applicant must demonstrate to the county that these requested concessions and incentives result in cost reductions to the project. And the county can consider other concessions and incentives proposed by the developer. Provisions were removed which limited the number of concessions and incentives which can be provided to a developer. Additionally, the period term of affordability for California Government Code for density bonus was also removed from this section, only to avoid over-describing provisions that are already held at state level. So developers will still have to comply with the density bonus provisions of the state. We're just avoiding over-describing them in our regulations. So Section 14 of the ordinance regarding affordable by design standards was updated to provide developers with the option of incorporating affordable by design standards. These standards will be assessed on a case-by-case basis and will incorporate modern affordable concepts into a project's development standards. Developers who wish to include affordable by design standards are encouraged to consult with planning staff to incorporate these concepts in development proposals. All affordable by design standards elected by a developer are in addition to the requirements of this chapter, and they do not replace them. So Section 15 of the ordinance, pardon me, regarding development standards was amended to include standards regarding the dispersal of affordable units throughout a development to avoid the concentration of affordable units when possible. Architectural standards were included which stipulate that market rate units and inclusionary units should all be of similar architectural style to create consistency within our community standards for affordable housing. A provision was included which stipulates that average number of bedrooms per unit for multifamily housing should average 2.2 rooms per unit, and for single-family housing should average 3.2 rooms per unit. Now, these calculations were based off developments already going on in our county. So provisions for minimum unit sizes were also completed for 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units, again, both in multifamily and single-family housing. Additional standards were implemented to ensure the issuance of building permits for affordable units to occur concurrently with or prior to that of market rate units. And finally, a provision was included which stipulates that any exemptions to this section can be reviewed and approved by the Board of Supervisors. Okay, so the inclusion of workforce housing income category was also explored as an addition to the affordable housing regulations. It should be noted that there is no uniform health and safety definition for workforce housing. The San Benito County Council of Governments presented recommendation number 1 to the Board of Supervisors at a regularly scheduled public hearing on July 21st, 2022, which recommended the inclusion of a workforce housing category of up to 300% to be adjusted as needed based on future information. This was based off a case study conducted in Lake Tahoe, where their jurisdiction implemented a workforce housing category of up to 300% of the AMI in an effort to include more of its workforce in the category before they as well could conduct studies and figure out what their cap is for workforce housing. Our neighboring jurisdiction, the city of Salinas, caps their workforce income category at 160% of the AMI. Staff explored setting a workforce income category at 121 to 150% of the area median income. However, it should be noted that at this time, staff do not have an accurate understanding of the percentage of area median income that workforce housing falls into for our jurisdiction. Additional studies would have to be conducted to gather this information so that San Benito County can better define and provide for workforce housing before including it in the affordable housing regulations. Now, the city of Hollister is working on their inclusionary requirements, and I have been connecting with the housing coordinator, Jamila Sakat, and we are open to discussions between the county and the city of possibly conducting that study together. In the meantime, workforce housing can be provided for in the housing element as we begin our update for the 6th cycle. And finally, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors directed county staff during a regularly scheduled public hearing on May 24th, 2022, to amend the in lieu fee to be set as a $30 fee per square foot for all for sale units, as opposed to 2 fees for large lot and small lot developments. Since rental housing is infeasible even before an in lieu fee is added, it has not been included in this calculation. This in lieu fee will be applicable to fractional units. The formula for this calculation is the sum of the fee times the square footage multiplied by the fractional unit. There is no fiscal impact associated with the county implementing an in lieu fee. So for staff recommendations, number 1, staff recommend the approval of Chapter 2103, the Affordable Housing Regulations, with the revisions recommended by the Planning Commission. Number 2, staff recommend conducting studies to accurately define workforce housing for our jurisdiction before including it in the affordable housing regulations. And number 3, staff recommend adopting one $30 fee to be applicable to for sale units to the master fee schedule. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Can we go, Madam Clerk, to the public first?
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Kozmicki.
Oh, I was going to suggest if the Housing Advisory Committee, I guess that would be super. Did you want to go first or not? It's otherwise, I can go. It doesn't really matter to me.
It was a nice summary that Stephanie provided, so I'm good. So you can go ahead.
Great. Okay, so questions that I have. So among the we got a lot of materials, and among the red line materials, I was wondering, and I apologize, I probably should have just asked this beforehand, but there was a mention of tentative maps, and the tentative map may be approved or conditionally approved by the Planning Commission, and if it finds that the proposed subdivision together with the design and improvement is consistent with the general plan, affordable housing regulations, and any applicable code. Are there any significant implications there? I just want to make sure that we're not changing gears, in a significant manner on something that looks to be fairly complicated. So just want to make sure that that's normal for the Planning Commission to do that, and if that's something that we want to explore.
Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. Yeah, appreciate that. So as Stephanie mentioned, it is a requirement of the Planning Commission. The board has provided those duties to the Planning Commission to review the tentative maps, and at that point also review the housing affordability plan. But by the time it goes to the Planning Commission, it would have already had been only the affordability plan would have already been reviewed and recommended by the Housing Advisory Committee. And then, the Planning Commission would also take a recommendation to the board. So the hope would be that it comes to the board as an affordability plan for the board to accept it. But the Planning Commission has the authority on the tentative map.
But that's not a requirement though, right? That's just something the county has implemented. And I know this was brought up to me a while back by somebody that said, well, you might want to look at the tentative map process, that the Planning Commission essentially has in a sense, the final say on some developments, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, and I know Joel wants to say something now.
Yeah, and
And it was redlined, so that's why and it was probably redlined because of the affordable factor, that we would get the affordable and.
All decisions by the Planning Commission are subject to appeal to the Board of Supervisors. So the Planning Commission only has final authority if there is no appeal on tentative maps.
But there is and again, I know I'm getting off track from the core of what we're trying to do here, the affordable regulations, but there's nothing stopping the county from implementing policy that, whereas the tentative map would be considered by the board as opposed to it would automatically come to the board, or am I missing that?
That would require an amendment of the county code to require
Okay.
approval by tentative maps by the Board of
Okay.
Supervisors.
Maybe that's
instead
something
of the
for
Planning
down the
Commission.
road, on the horizon, down the road somewhere, if there's interest there. So first, I want to thank the Housing Advisory Committee members who gave their time and staff giving their time to develop this updated ordinance. I do believe that it should be viewed as a draft recommendation, a starting point per se, and that we as a full board should scrutinize and deliberate over the details, because there's a whole lot there. As we all know, there wasn't just one or two provisions changed. There was a pretty significant overhaul to the ordinance, and I do, as much as I appreciate the committee process, I also think that, we are elected to make these decisions, and I want to make sure that this isn't just yes or no on this entire thing. I think we should work our way through some of these primary provisions in spite of it being 3:40 in the afternoon. And so, that being said, considering the timing of the decision that we're now, when I wrote these notes, we were in the last meeting before the new board takes office, but we're 2 meetings away now, and I just would like to know if and I don't want to put the new supervisors on the spot here, but in that 2 years ago, 3 of us got up to the prior board and said, hey, we don't necessarily agree with these changes you're making, and we're a new board. You guys, 3 of you are leaving in a couple weeks. So I'm just putting that out there. If there is any sort of hesitation with us going forward with this, I would strongly recommend, the 2 new supervisors to express such, and I would certainly be more than willing to delay it if that is the case, if there is a will there. But if not, then we move forward, and that's great. Again, I don't want to put them on the spot, and I'm so sorry,
I'm eyeing them. Can we ask
Supervisor-elects Sotelo and Curro. I just wanted to put that out there in the event that there was that desire that, if you had issues with the ordinance, considering.
And I will concur with Supervisor Kozmicki, because when we were December 12th of last year, we were sitting, 2 years ago, we were sitting there and we were like, oh, wait a minute, we're not quite sure this is the format that needs to go forward. And so here we are 2 years later in basically the same place and potentially approving something that may or may not sit well with the new majority. And so,
But we're a smarter board than they were.
that may be the case, but it's still the same situation where 3 new supervisors coming on and the
Yeah.
previous board is
Yeah, I know.
approving. Yes. And it's been a very long process. It really has. But thoughts? We'll start with Dom maybe, and then maybe the supervisor, the other 2.
Yeah, well, I'm up here right now, so it's sort of a little different, but I don't mind. I think, I don't mind. I don't think, I read through it. I heard the presentation. It's not like an entirely different direction or something that I would take, anything like that. So it's not really, I'm sort of indifferent towards that aspect.
So, and I apologize, I could not, because of the Brown Act, I could not call you 2. I would have done that if I could. So just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate, is it on? Yeah. I appreciate the consideration. Of course, at this point, I'm like, hey, we're almost there. Let's just wait if we can. I feel pretty passionately about the affordable, but I also really appreciate all the work that has gone into it. So I don't want to delay if there's something that staff or the previous committee was really working on. I don't want to delay it, but I would love to have input in it kind of moving forward. So if it's not something that there's projects and things are waiting on, please wait. But if there is, then we can figure that out. I would just say, I think workforce housing is really important. I see that's a part of it. I would ask, in the workforce housing, is there anything in there that is specifically tied in with its workforce housing for San Benito County, or is it workforce housing for anywhere? You just have to meet that threshold, or what's going to qualify you for that workforce housing. I would love to see it be workforce housing for San Benito County, residents, employees, type of a thing.
Good question. Can I address that now, or?
Yeah, if we could make it brief,
Yeah,
just because we.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you so much, Supervisor-elect Sotelo. Yeah, for the workforce housing, that component of it has been discussed, but it would eventually be a part of our housing element update, which we're hoping to start at the beginning of. We've already had some meetings, and we've done some outreach already as a county staff, and the hope is that January we have a consultant on board to help us, and the hope is to explore the workforce housing for San Benito County. Stephanie mentioned right now that there was discussions on previous meetings on how workforce housing is being addressed at other cities like Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe has a 300% cap. And so that may not be the case for Hollister in San Benito County. That may be a different cap. Salinas, I believe, has it right now at about 160. Thank you, Stephanie. 160. That may work for Salinas, but not necessarily work for Hollister, San Benito County. So the hope is to as part of the RFP, allow for a study to be take part for San Benito County, so that way we can show those numbers and be able to vet them through the Housing Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, and the board.
Thank you so much. I agree completely with Supervisor-elect Sotelo. I would love to have a little more time to, dive into this a little more. And if it's not urgent that it passes right now, if it could be postponed, I would appreciate that. However, I do know from speaking with Supervisor Dirks that this is something that has been really vetted out. And if it does need to happen right now, I would support it and not. Basically make comments for future amendments if needed. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know that there's urgency, and I appreciate what Supervisor Kazumiki suggested, because it's right. We were shoes on the other foot. I will say this much, is that there's a tremendous amount of work that's been put into this. I mean, I went through this thoroughly, and we've been pushing for this for well over a year. I mean, it was literally 2 years ago when, the impact fee but I was going through this, and, we've addressed in lieu fees, changed the 15, like you said, from 10 and 5 to 7.5 and 7.5. There's affordable by design, there's workplace housing, I know we got to get into, there's the off-site housing, there's incentives for density bonuses, there's a lot here. So what I would suggest, and there are some projects that are coming up pretty soon, you're going to be dealing with some stuff. So what I would suggest, if we don't approve it today, that it be on the January agenda or soon thereafter, because the one thing you don't want to do is we all wanted this to get done before the end of the year. I have no problem if we don't actually vote on it, but I would suggest you don't delay, because you'll get into other things, and before you know it, it's June. And then suddenly, that project that's going to come up in March will be under the old ordinance. So I would strongly encourage you, if we don't vote for it today, that it's on the agenda in January. That would be my suggestion.
May I address the timing question?
Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, the Subdivision Map Act essentially provides that only those ordinances that are in effect at the time the application is deemed complete would apply to that. So if any new applications come in before these amendments are adopted, the existing ordinance would apply to them if, once they've been deemed, those applications have been deemed complete. So,
Yeah, your board understands that, right? Yeah.
Right, but that's good to clarify that. And there are some, there's some out there, aren't there?
I can't speak to
Yeah,
what
I mean, I'm looking
projects
at
may be
Abraham
pending.
more.
They are, Supervisor Tiffany. There's some out there already, but that I can think of any coming in new at this time for residential. I can't think of any that are coming in new.
So something like the wind project, Ridgemark, or for example, that would be under the old one?
Yeah, those are all deemed complete already. Yeah, and
Okay.
we're going through the
So
environmental
maybe-
process on
Maybe
those.
their industry's not as great, but I would encourage, we can, I mean, it always can be amended, so I would encourage it be approved fairly quickly, just so, it's not forgotten. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
And Mr. Chair, I would certainly encourage the outgoing supervisors to share your thoughts if desired, if we do continue it, to certainly share your thoughts on, because you took the time to review this and, certainly your input would be valuable whether you're on the board or not.
Yeah, no, I'll be out there, and I'm going to be on. Okay. No, and I did want to say, but I do think it's very thoroughly done, and I wanted to thank Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Dirks for, I know they put a lot of time into it, and of course, staff. So anyway, it's well done. Thank you.
Yeah, my only thoughts is applicability, because I know you have in here the review process for project applications. I know Supervisor Kosmicki is very adamant about understanding the process, because technically an ordinance only is as valuable as we enforce, right? The expectation with developments, making sure those projects meet the RENA standards, right? And set the expectation that we're going to try to encourage more affordability in our community. So that means we have to understand the implications of each of these elements, right? So if there was a way to do like maybe an affordable housing, I would say training or something to the effect for the new board members to understand the implications, because the rules themselves can get easily very complicated. I mean, when you're talking fractional units, the 70%, like if there was actually a way to apply that practically so that you understand how the process plays out and how those actual definitions start to really implicate whatever the decisions are based off of the project itself, I think it would give it a lot more tangibles for the board members to know how to use these rules. Just be on top of the expectations of the ordinance.
What I could do is very similarly, like when I first presented the ordinance in May, present that to them with a more in-depth overview of what each section is getting into.
The applicability, yep, that would be good.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to really ensure with what Abraham was saying is the understanding is there really isn't a risk necessarily of a project coming through and the application being finished before the new board takes office. That's not a significant risk, I guess, because that obviously we don't want a major project to come forward and all of a sudden they're using the old ordinance, which I think we all agree needs quite a bit of improvement.
Good point, Supervisor Kuzmicki. We do have a few minor subdivisions in which the ordinance would not apply because minor subdivisions would split up property into a maximum of four lots, and so that technically until it goes into 6 units is when the in lieu fee would apply, and then 11 plus the actual affordable units. So yeah, major projects at this point that are for residential are not, that I can think of off the top of my head, are not being considered for, to make it, to deem them complete, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the will, are we done with comment, questions? What's the will of the board?
Sounds like we're going to table it until January 17th. Is that
Okay.
what the thought was?
So if that's the motion,
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, if you continue it to date and time certain,
if we can specify the date, the
January
first meeting
17th.
in January.
Yes, at 9 a.m.
To republish.
Yeah.
yeah, and I don't even know that they published for this one because it's 2-part. Oh, you did? Okay, so then that would be good.
Either way, if I can get a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Can I get just a quick point of clarification? Is this whole item going to be pushed? Can we talk about the in lieu fee and implementing that into the master fee schedule, or do you just want this whole thing to come back to the board in January?
The whole thing.
Yeah, the in lieu fee, I think, applies to the whole complexity of the affordable housing.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so back to regular agenda. We had Chris Mangano from OES.
Yeah, so an AMR representative had to leave, so we can defer this
So
to
we'll defer that item?
January. Possibly put it on Thursday, but we were planning to put it on January, February.
January sounds perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so on to 3.3, Henny. CAO authority to execute a contract for professional services, Behavioral Health Leadership and Development Institute.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Henny Ring with Human Resources. This is just a 3-hour presentation, but I'm going to knock it down to 2.5. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What I wanted to do is go over a little bit regarding where we are with Behavioral Health Agency. I want to give a little bit of background and timeline with the recruitment and then where we are today, just as a brief overview. So end of 2021 of last year, Director of Behavioral Health Director Alan Yamamoto announced that he would be retiring. Starting in January 12th of 2022, Human Resources began the recruitment process and accepting applications. On March 3rd, all eligible applicants were reviewed, rated. A top 5 applicants were invited to interview on April 1st. They did select 2 candidates. The first candidate that they offered the job to declined. The second candidate was selected, was also declined the offer. That recruitment was listed as a failed recruitment for the Director of Behavioral Health at that time. On April 15th, Director Yamamoto officially retired. On April 28th, I started, so you didn't have an HR person, so I was on board. And shortly after that, I was directed to keep the Behavioral Health Director as a continuous recruitment. Around early July of 2022, in addition to the continuous recruitment, the Board of Supervisors authorized a contract with a consultant firm, MRG Solutions, to conduct an organizational assessment to assist San Benito County leadership and senior management to assess the current status of the Behavioral Health Department and identify any organizational gaps, transformational risks involving issues. The assessment was going to be conducted in 3 phases. Phase 1 was a big picture assessment to develop more refined scope of the organizational assessment services, which included interviews with the board, county leadership, Behavioral Health Department leadership staff, and then identified any key stakeholders or other officials. Phase 2 of the assessment was targeted approach agreed upon by the organizational assessment. It assessed and identified where San Benito Behavioral Health might best benefit from clarifying current challenges, identify, define, and tighten systems, set direction, planning, develop successful recruitment strategies, and identify training and compliance gaps. Phase 3 of that plan was sharing the recommendations with the key senior management and engaging the management team in the process to identify a strategic approach to the recommendations. And then there was an overall goal of the assessment, which was to identify areas to enhance operational effectiveness, take into consideration the viability of reorganization and or merging service areas, identify approaches to strengthen teamwork efficiencies, and then align the department structure and staffing with services need and service delivery goals and compliance requirements. So on April 13th, Human Resources updated the board with the continuous recruitment, and at that time we had 6 applicants. On October 4th, additional applications were received totaling to 11 applicants that met the minimum qualifications. On October 7th, the Behavioral Health Board reviewed all 11 applications and designated 6 as qualified applicants that would be invited to participate in the Human Resources interview process. On October 21st, 5 candidates were interviewed by the panel. The panel consisted of Supervisor Tiffany, Supervisor Dirks, Sheriff Taylor, and then Dr. John Yarbrough from Merced County Behavioral Health. 3 candidates were selected for the final interview that would be conducted with the CAO Espinoza. During the week of October, it was like right around October 26th through the 28th, CIO Espinoza and Health and Human Services Director Tracy Belton conducted the final interviews with the 3 candidates. And it was determined at that point that Dr. Wayne Clark was the most qualified applicant for that position, for the recruitment that they did. Dr. Clark has a wealth of experience in public services. Specifically, that's where he comes from, is behavioral health agencies. His education is a doctorate in sociology from the University of Berkeley, California, Berkeley. His experience was, he was executive director for the California Mental Health Services Authority from 2015 to 19. And prior to that, he did 13 years as the director of behavioral health, a division for Monterey County Health Department. So he has direct experience with public and behavioral health agencies. So the reason why I'm giving you a little background, just because that's who the top candidate was and was selected. However, I do want to go into a little bit of the issues with offering the position to Dr. Clark. That is because he is a retired member of the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS. And due to the regulatory requirements of CalPERS, he cannot resume the position as a behavioral health director. So we had to look at other options that we could probably work around with that. Options for hiring, the county could hire Dr. Clark as a retired annuitant, but then he would be limited to only working 960 hours during a fiscal year.
Per year, honey?
Yeah, fiscal year, per fiscal year, so 960 hours only. Second option would be Dr. Clark could unretire, however, that wasn't an option for him. Third option, the county could enter a contract with Dr. Clark and hire him as a consultant. CalPERS did provide us some specific guidance regarding the scope of work that would be needed if he was brought on as a contractor. So we made sure we vetted with CalPERS because we don't want to get into any regulatory issues with CalPERS at all, or that could affect his retirement because he is receiving full retirement from CalPERS now. As a consultant, Dr. Clark could provide the professional services through Behavioral Health Leadership and Development Institute, LLC. As a consultant, Dr. Wayne Clark will assist the Behavioral Health Agency with the continuing of Phase 3, with the development and organizational strategic assessment, as well as provide recommendation for future operational effectiveness. Again, he could assist with the overall goal of the assessment. I just also want to note some other important information. Administration, CAO Espinoza, and myself, HR, as well as some other HR staff, have been present at Behavioral Health since they've had an absence of director. So we've been doing a lot of meeting with staff. I know Ray has been physically parked over at Behavioral Health numerous times, working to address immediate concerns, had numerous one-on-one meetings with staff, as well as myself. Human Resources and SEIU had established a labor management team. We were meeting every 2 weeks. I wanted to meet pretty aggressively because there were some immediate concerns that were that needed to be addressed, and we wanted to work out some of the kinks that needed to be dealt with the lack of leadership there. So they've been pretty successful. It was in order to establish providing clarification to staff as well as management to understand what the staff concerns were. Some of those issues were like reporting time. They had an iPad check in and out that wasn't working. They removed that. We also had some policy clarifications like dress code procedure things, understanding leave without pay, some safety and security issues. So those are the things that were addressed during that labor management. So I just wanted to give you kind of that overview, but the recommendation is that staff is asking to delegate the authority to asking recommendation of the board to delegate authority to the county administrative officer to execute a contract for professional services with Behavioral Health Leadership and Development Institute, LLC, and bring on Dr. Wayne Clark as a consultant effective today, if possible, and delegate authority to county council and CAO to approve minor changes to the contract and not increasing overall monetary obligations of the county. So that is my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Before I go to the board, if I can go to the public, please.
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas?
Good afternoon, almost good evening. Okay, so he spent 15 years in Monterey County as the behavioral health director, and he retired at 69 years old. Today, he is 76 years old, and this is not age discrimination. This is just reality what it is. A job has been offered to him on a contract basis because he doesn't want to lose his CalPERS benefits. Although under CalPERS, he's allowed to work up to 920 hours, if I remember that correctly. If you read the contract says that he will work between 60 to 180, which means 60 is 720 hours a year. So he's accepting a contract working less than the required hours so that he doesn't lose his CalPERS. Of course, he can work up to 180 hours, which would be like over 2,100 hours. I looked him up, and I looked in the California license, and I could not see that he's licensed. I'm sure that he is, but he did retire in 2015, I think it was. So I could not find his license. I have a problem with that because as it is right now, I've come before you and I've stated that the behavioral health does not have a licensed person where interns can come in and study under and get their hours for their schooling. Let's see, what else? So this is really some creative ideas that they've come up with to hire him as a consultant. He went ahead and he filed an LLC. Now he's got established a company. It's himself. It's called Behavioral Health Leadership and Development Inc. Institute. That was filed in November. So this has been in the works. This creativity has been coming in the works, and I am questioning. Were the other individuals less qualified in the eyes of the persons that did the interviews, yet they had the credentials that this individual person does not have, possibly may not have, and that the creativity of this person, for tax purposes, creating a company so that he can get hired by San Benito County and get funded through the corporation, and what he does with the taxes and how he does his write-off is all completely different. What I don't see on the contract is he lives in Carmel Valley. It takes an hour and 15 minutes from where he lives to get here. Is that part of the hours that's going to be included? Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I guess this is me. This is Wayne Clark. Am I being heard?
No, Wayne, you can hold off. We're looking for public comment right now. Thank you for
Great.
being on, though.
Go ahead and speak. You've been unmuted. No. No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, thank you. So I've been on the Behavioral Health Board for the last 2 years. It's been one of the areas that I've been particularly passionate about, and obviously there's been a great need to make a change at the top with behavioral health. I was actively involved in the recruitment process, both the first time around as well as the second time. As Henny said, I was, along with Supervisor Dirks, involved in the interview process. So there were 3 finalists, and we liked them all, but Dr. Wayne Clark clearly was our number one recommendation to Ray and to Tracy. I'm often in agreement with the speaker that just spoke in this case, frankly, I think she's way off base. Dr. Clark has unbelievable experience. I mean, we are unbelievably fortunate that he has decided to come out of retirement to help our county. Frankly, given the turmoil that we've been going through, it's very surprising that someone would step up like this. Again, this is someone that worked for 13 years in this the position that we're essentially talking about in Monterey County. Monterey County is well known for having a much more robust behavioral health department, I think that's fair to say. They do a lot of the things that I would like to see and a lot of us would like to see happen, working with more community-based organizations and thinking outside the box. Prior to him being Monterey County Behavioral Health, he was also Director of Substance Abuse in San Francisco County for, I believe, 13 years. He was also Director of Mental Health in San Francisco for 9 years. Yes, he's older. So is President Biden. Anyway, is he going to be in this position for the next 10, 15 years? No. But I see, and I know Supervisor Dirks, if she was here, she'd say the same thing. I see him as being a tremendous asset to the county, will help us transition into a new approach and help us transition to whoever the long-term director is going to be, whether that's in a year or two or what have you. And I know there's some possibilities there already. The other thing I was just going to mention, in addition to his tremendous background and his experience, one of the things that really impressed me about Dr. Clark is during the interview process, I can't remember the question we asked him, but we asked him a question, and he got very emotional about his answer, because you could tell that he was just very passionate and very caring about dealing with the clientele that he has to deal with. It's mental health, behavioral health, and I think that was, frankly, something we were greatly lacking in our previous director, and I think that he will bring a level of passion and caring to the job that I think is so critical for behavioral health. So I'm very excited about this opportunity to bring him on board. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say here. I wasn't involved in the process, obviously, but seeing change in behavioral health has been a priority, I think, for all of us. And so thank you to everyone that's been involved. It sounds like it was an extremely challenging process. Welcome to trying to hire a top executive in the year 2022, because I just went through the same thing on the COG board. We didn't have quite as much turmoil or I guess challenges as you guys did. Ours went pretty smoothly, thankfully. But I know this has been a major challenge, and I'm just optimistic that this very qualified professional will come in, survey the landscape, and right the ship for an eventual long-term successor. So thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Thank you. Yes, I was on the Behavioral Health Board for the first year, and I did see that we had some issues there. So I'm glad to see that we have a finalist that we will be taking over Alan Yamamoto's position. So the question that was raised regarding the license, does he, Dr. Clark, possess a license?
We haven't done all the full background on that, but I can look at it. He's only going in as a consultant, so he wouldn't be working under a license.
Okay, so then we wouldn't be able to do the internship program as we were hoping.
Not at this time. I mean, I'm sure that that's something that could be developed in the works for whoever is, after we go through this transition part. But I think As far as, the licensed part of it, I think we're still covered with what we've been doing in the past year, so.
So how many hours would he be working a week then, more or less? Is it going to be a 40-hour or
It'll be
18
full-time.
and a half.
full-time?
Full-time.
Okay.
There
'Cause
was
that
some
was my concern.
flexibility because as
He's-
an independent contractor, we don't direct the exact hours that he's
Exactly,
going to be
but-
working. He sets his own hours, but I think that.
And the plan is for
he's got
full-time, and he's
plenty of
gonna,
work to do.
he's gonna be out here as much as he can. He may be working some days here and there remotely, but that's the
Okay.
plan.
Yeah, that was just my concern that we
According to the
have.
contract, it's 18 and a half.
No, it's,
Right, it's like-
there's a range.
Yeah.
But I know when we asked the question in the
20
interview,
hours.
he said that it's a 24/7 job.
Yeah, it
Now,
is,
he
yeah.
may not physically be in the office
Right.
24/7, but
Yeah.
he's not playing.
It's almost like salary, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. And so that was just my concern. I just know that there has been some turmoil, for lack of a better word, there at behavioral health. And so to have oversight, to have authority figure there in hand, and that's just my concern. So his credentials sound great to me, other than the question on the licensing. But if he possesses it, then
Again, through the scope of work, and CalPERS is very clear on that, because he's going to provide guidance.
he doesn't
and-
need it in the,
Yeah,
in the
and
capacity that he's done.
He won't be a final authority. We still do have staff there that have, management staff there, but he'll be working very closely with them, and providing whatever assistance that he can for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Do you have
I
any-
mean,
Supervisor,
yeah, I mean, I trust Supervisor Tiffany and the others that did their homework on him. I think he's going to be great. He's 76 years young. I've heard good things about him, so, I trust you guys. I think you guys did a good job.
thank you. So what's the will of the board?
Is he gonna, is he gonna speak, or?
Oh, he's on it just in case, but I know he's
got COVID.
ill. He's not feeling well, so I don't want to,
Okay.
if you're bored, but what we can do is, we'll invite him in January and present to the board. Yeah.
So if I can get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract.
You're delegating authority to the CAO. There may be minor changes to the contract
Okay,
that
and
don't
delegate-
increase the dollar amount, and that would be specifically, what was contemplated was one sentence, basically, that we've talked about.
So can you clarify the motion?
Yeah, delegating authority to the CAO to execute a contract for professional services with Behavioral Health Leadership and Development Institute.
Okay, I'll make a motion as stated.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
So next item,
That'll be presented. Dulce Alonso
yeah.
is here, and she'll be presenting this particular item.
my
I'll
thing-
open up
my-
by saying,
Huh?
just
I have to cut you off, Bob. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, the library expansion project, Dulce.
Go ahead, Dulce.
Okay. So that item before you is to approve a contribution match of 4.9 million. That was part of the requirement of the grant. So taking the project back, the library submitted a request for 14.85 million. And of that, 9,900,000 was awarded through a grant that required 4.9 million as a county contribution match. So taking it back, on March 2022, the board did approve a resolution to move forward with the grant. And what staff is proposing is through the ARPA committee, 2.5 million was allocated to serve as the county's contribution match. For the additional 2.5 million, we are proposing using the existing balance in the library impact fee, which is approximately it's 1.184 million, and we would use the general fund reserves to serve as a loan to the impact fee report. So essentially, the 2.5 million would be fully served by the impact fee reserve, but as we don't have that balance now, we would use the county reserves to loan it to the impact fee report. So, so essentially, we are committing the funds today to move forward the full 4.9, but we would use general fund as a loan going forward. So
is this a 4/5 vote?
no, because we are not spending the money now. It's just a commitment that we're going to use these funds.
Okay, so it's just an budget allocation.
I mean, if you're committing, I mean, would it be, yeah. I mean, like, basically, what happens if the future board didn't agree with it? You know, wouldn't it be better to have, I mean, is it, when is it going to be expended? And,
This really should be, this is really a commitment of
Yeah.
the money, because
Forfeit.
and it really requires a 4/5 vote, and it should be by, formal action.
four-fifths vote, are you fine with no budget adjustment because it can be budgeted next year? When, is it going to be spent before June 30th?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if it's not in this budget cycle, it doesn't have to be 4/5.
Well, the commitment,
The commitment would be now, today.
Okay.
because this would have to be irreversible by a future board.
Oh,
Yeah, and the grant was contingent upon the match, the county match.
Correct.
okay. Well, yeah, and that's good points.
So friendly amendment to, I guess, on the staff recommendation.
Will it need to be budgeted this year or just committed?
Just committed, because I don't think they're not gonna spend the money by.
Okay.
Irregardless,
Forfeit.
4/5, yeah. So,
And I just want to add one more thing.
yep.
We're also working with Michelle. She's been working with us.
Rubalcaba.
And they're going after money that we could possibly use for this. So we may not use this, but we need to commit to this per the grant. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of it, but we're still looking for more money to cover our cost
Perfect.
on this.
Okay.
From our perspective, this is a formal commitment that the board's making that will encumber the general fund reserves. So,
Okay.
And then we would encumber the general fund. It's 1,265,597. So.
Okay. We need to go to the public. I think, Madam Clerk.
Members of the public in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board, what's the will of the board?
Mr. Chair, real briefly, I just want to say, for me, this is an enthusiastic yes. At one point there was talk about, a new library that could have cost $60 million plus dollars. There was some pushback from myself included that said, that's just not something that our community can afford. Looking at a new high school, and hundreds of millions of dollars in other facility needs that we have. So this board set a reasonable approach of an expansion, and now we're looking at $1.265 million from the general fund at the very most. And I just think that's a huge win for this county and the taxpayers of this community that are going to benefit from this library expansion. And I just applaud the staff that's worked hard on this, the county board that took this fiscally prudent, responsible approach to adding services to our community, and I'm just so excited for the future of the Samuel County Free Library. Thank you.
Awesome. Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what Supervisor Kuzmicki said. I think this is exciting for all of us. And Dom, you can take credit for part of it too, which is good. But it's been a long time coming, and it's really exciting that this is actually going to be happening. So anyway, I'm very excited.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I very much support it, and I do like the idea there's only 1.2 something million is coming from the general fund. Even better, yes.
I on my behalf, I think it shows the fiscal prudency of the board to consider all or exhaust all options on trying to come up with the revenue and to a certain extent to give a lot of credit to Nora and the library for going after the grant and being able to challenge us with matching funds or do the attempt to try to help them in matching funds. So it's a win-win all the way around. I mean, the only other thing that I would hope is as the expansion happens that we consider, other options with technology and the opportunities. I know there's been talks about remote office space and things that the library could, I think, really capitalize to diversify the library and 21st century needs. So all of that to be considered. Did you have any thoughts, Dom, to share?
No.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So can I get a motion?
I'll move that we approve the contribution to the match to the $4,950,000 for the library expansion project as set forth in requirements SB 129 for the Building Forward Library Infrastructure Grant.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
There you go. You got your 4/5.
Thank you. On to the next item. I brought forward this item, and just to clarify for the public interest, that has nothing to do with secession. That's actually an item, that was language specific to their measure, San Bernardino Measure EE. But I actually been in talks with Curtis Hagman, who is the chair of the Board of Supervisors in San Bernardino. It has more to do with just what I argued earlier, that we just need to really consider trying to push our state legislature to consider a different way of doing business with our local counties. In talking to them, there's just a lot of issues when it comes to the state funding and to understand a fair share. I know that one of the things they're actually doing is trying to do a study as it pertains to the funding streams and figure out how there could be a different way, or there has to be a different relationship, I believe, because these things, like the hospital, like the expansion of the school, is just, they're not sustainable. I don't believe us as a county are going to be sustainable. To a certain extent, I wanted to at least encourage the conversation with the brand new board, because these are the kind of headwinds we're going to be dealing with, right? Even a decision to make with the hospital is going to have, just as Supervisor Kosbicki had articulated earlier, they're going to have just compounding issues that are going to develop, even with the intent of trying to solve these problems, right? Unfunded mandates, all these things that I've argued from the get-go. And the state, I've argued actually local control should be something considered from the state. That if they're not able to give us the revenue to implement these new laws, something like 800 of them, then maybe they should consider giving us more authority over the funding that comes our way. We just need more flexibility, I guess is the best way to put it. And I see this as a compounding thing with the public. You're seeing it happening in other counties, and the pressure's only going to be built up at the local level more. So, to a certain extent, I just wanted to touch on it. I wanted to open it up to the public, and then just hear the thoughts. Right? I don't know what exactly the board is considering, but it's just going to be a really important conversation going forward. You might not think so, but I think once the brand new board comes on board, they're going to see these things develop at a faster pace. The hospital conversation, as an example, is barely starting. A couple last things, the conversation with the homeless with Gavin Newsom, right, all the chairs attended, he brought up the $25 billion deficit that's coming this next year. I think that based off of what I'm hearing, the hint is there's going to be cutbacks. What that means, to what level, I don't know. But I just know that these are the kind of things that it's going to really frustrate local counties, because you even have counties with care courts coming up, which I've heard that there's some sort of funding, but there's not a lot of clarity. And so all that being said, that's going to be an animal of a lift for a local county to try to implement if it doesn't get the funding to support it, let alone try to manage its own resources, right? Because those are the things that get usually cut back more and more. So that really is kind of the substance of the conversation that I wanted to. So to a certain extent, if you can take it as a presentation, I'd like to see if we can, Madam Clerk, open it up to the public.
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Lawrence Martin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's been a long afternoon. I come to you as a generational Californian. My family's been here well over 100 years. 7 or 8 of my family's generation has grown up in the state. And I know the people who get the Measure Double E in San Bernardino County. And I come to you as in a capacity as the Vice President of the Glenn County Drainage Land Association. You guys, San Benito County, you're part of the RCRC. There's 39 of the counties in that organization. We are resource counties. A lot of the issues you're dealing with, though, are urban issues that have been brought on because the resource portion of our counties have kind of been put on the back burner and subjected to other mandates, funded and unfunded, and urban issues have been put on their forefront. We know that we had, at one moment, $100 billion surplus. Oh, that's gone. Okay. We don't know where the money for these maps that were sent to China, where it really went. We have no really idea how much money was taken during the pandemic for prisoners through the EDD. We really don't know where lots of this money has gone. San Bernardino County has started, has given the opportunity to do, is to begin to examine it from the county level. To where is this money coming from? Where should it be going? And how is it allocated? And it's just not money, it's other resources. The power grid. We're going through rolling blackout. Is the power grid being allocated? How is that being allocated? There's a number of issues that have to do with that. We also have approved a lot of money for water bonds. Where's the water? Okay? There's a lot of questions at the state of California that are not being answered, partially because the checks and balances are no longer there. We used to depend on the political system to having check and balances. Well, there's only one political organization that now controls the whole state. There really isn't an organized statewide political organization that can get check and balance. We have tried to get a check and balance through our legislature. However, as good as they might be, that legislature is the same size as it was in 1862. How can we expect our legislature to have any oversight on any of these departments? In fact, there's about 575 commissions and boards that are appointed that have never been audited. We talked about Treasurer Ma. Treasurer Ma used to be our Board of Equalization representative. I know personally she's asked for books for some of these agencies. They either give up or they do not turn over complete books. Okay? There is just no ability to oversight our state legislature, and therefore you, our county supervisors, have become kind of de facto representatives of the underrepresented population. And so, just to finish, let me address the issue of succession. It's really not really succession, but what happened was about 12 years ago, 23 of your fellow RCRC member counties up in the North State banded together, went through the Board of Supervisors, and petitioned the state for an Article 4, Section 3, state split under the U.S. Constitution. Now, why did they do that? Who would want to do that? Underlying reason, ladies and gentlemen, is because our legislature is still the size as it was in 1862. They have no voice. There is no representation. It is probably the oldest battle cry of
You can wrap it up, Lawrence.
is the taxation without representation. Their underlying issue is representation.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Lawrence.
Elias Salinas.
It wasn't 5 minutes.
Anyway, there are checks and balances. You cannot deny that there isn't checks and balances. If you don't like what's happening, then you go and you pay attention. All these commissions, there are Information is the way to get there. If you don't know how to run the state page, you know how to navigate the state page, that's on you. But if you want questions, it's not on, is it?
I've asked staff to get better mics. Hopefully we'll have them next year.
Batteries. Okay, there are checks and balances, and the checks and balances are done by our legislator. And as I've been saying years and years and years, I started complaining about the G1 funds, and you have to be the squeaky wheel. Fresno County was getting the money. LA County was getting the money because the representatives from there are more vast than we are. You have to go to Sacramento. We have a lobbyist, and you can have a lobbyist, but you still, as a supervisor, it is your duty to go knocking on doors in Sacramento to be the squeaky wheel to get those funds here. You don't rely just on your lobbyist. And if you don't know how to navigate through the state website, ask for some help. But we don't need to do this. This is ridiculous. And I thought we were going to get a presentation. We didn't even get a presentation. We just had Supervisor Hernandez say a few things that why he brought it, and it has nothing to do with secession. Secession has to be an act of Congress. You brought forth the ordinance for San Bernardino, yet you're saying it has nothing to do with secession. What does it have to do with? You're saying we're not getting our fair share. It is your responsibility as Board of Supervisors to make sure that the staff and yourselves are going out there and getting the money that we deserve and the money that is owed to us. I mean, we had an issue with the solar system down in South County, and for whatever reason, the money ended up going to San Francisco, and it took a long time, and honestly, I don't even know if we're even getting that money still, because you're not paying attention. But it doesn't have to do with putting out some kind of an ordinance or a vote to the people to say, we want to go to Sacramento and get our fair share. Of course we do. But it is your responsibility, and it is not by some kind of a vote or an ordinance. And honestly, just the secession part of it is absurd. And that it was seconded by you, Supervisor Kosmicki, that you were claiming you were going out the door, and you said, okay, let's hear about it. What have you heard? I didn't hear anything other than what Supervisor Hernandez has said. There's no presentation. You have to read the attachment. Most people are upset because the attachment has to do with secession. This is absurd, and the staff time that was spent on this, I don't even know what it was. Was it a half an hour, a couple hours? Because all it was one attachment, and that was it. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Cheryl Von Booth, and I'd like to say a couple things. First, I'd like to say shame on Hernandez for even bringing something that has secession even in the text. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's just a dog whistle to your people. This measure in San Bernardino was the brainchild of a real estate developer who has a nonprofit real estate developing company, but with assets of $1.3 billion. He brought it saying that his county's not getting enough money from the state. However, he's personally, and his corporation is the recipient of a $102 million lawsuit that he brought against the county over water and land rights for a project that he was working on. And then through that 102 million, they bribed a couple of the supervisors to agree to give that settlement to them. And one of the supervisors is sitting in jail, or at least went to jail. So I hope Hernandez spoke with him, because I'm sure he's got a lot of information that would be valuable about this. And then after that, he also sued the county again for another $67 million because of the shambles court trial afterwards with the whole bribery thing. So this is a guy that cost his county over $160 million, claiming that he's going to bat for them because they're not getting enough money from the state. This is absolutely ridiculous. I agree with Elia. If you want more money from the state, figure out the way to get it. Because if we can't afford to do what we want to do without the money from the state, I surely don't understand how we're going to do it if we secede from the state. It's just such a ridiculous waste of time. And all it does is rile up the stupid. It doesn't get anything done. That's all I got to say. Oh, and please take the penis out in front of the building. Please take that down soon. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a little obscene.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. I knew it would spark up a healthy conversation. Again, this was merely about a conversation. Both I and Supervisor Tiffany are gone after the end of the year. This is just talking about the reality and whether people agree with it or not. No, there is going to be liability with the issues of the funding streams. You know, I have constant communications with CAO Espinoza dealing with how do we do more with less? And that more with less is only growing every year. That means staff is being overburdened. We're running our people into the ground. I only see it as a worsening scenario. And really, this is nothing that I'm going to be able to do anything about. It's the new board that's going to have to deal with the implications of this relationship. So no, no one's pushing for secession. This is pushing for just a different conversation to consider when you're talking to your state representatives. And I do encourage you to have a good relationship with them, right? With Robert Rivas and Ana Caballero. But it is a tough scenario because things aren't changing. Hopefully there's some thoughts from the board. And again, whatever the board wants to do, it's really going to be the new board. And I'm not pushing for anything having to do with the measure itself, as far as it's just really considering the reality of what we're going to be dealing with this next year. So I don't regret this conversation because I firmly believe you're going to remember this next year when you start to sit behind here and see the issues that us as a county are dealing with. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think this is probably the best way to bring this subject forward. I think the succession thing is absurd. Although if it happens, I want to be the first dictator. But seriously, I think that I understand your point. Again, I think the San Bernardino measure is, and I don't know the details, but I think it's kind of ridiculous. But I think the bigger issue is, and I know Supervisor Hernandez, I agree to a certain extent with this part of it, is that there are unfunded, it's not so much, we're not talking about the grants and stuff like that, which we do need to get our fair share. But there are unfunded mandates coming from the state, and it's a problem for all, particularly rural counties, because we don't have, let's face it, a lot of juice. And so I'll give you an example. There's this new care court, which is a big deal in behavioral health. And this was going to be imposed on every county in the state. And it took a lot of effort from organizations like RCRC and CSAC and some of our legislators to get a little bit more help from the governor in terms of covering some of the expense. But there's still questions about whether it's a neutral. It probably won't be neutral. So we run into those kind of unfunded mandates that are really tough on rural counties. So I do think it is an issue. Frankly, San Diego County on its own, there's only so much we can do, but organizations like RCRC is a very important organization because that's the kind of things that they are constantly working on behalf of their counties. CSAC as well, although CSAC obviously represents all the counties, so they also represent the very large counties. So I think RCRC is particularly an area where it's important. One last thought I was going to mention, I brought this up yesterday, and I'm sure all of us have thought of this, is, at the end of June, our very own Assembly member, Robert Rivas, is going to be the Speaker of the Assembly. That is a big deal, and I'm not sure everyone realizes what a big deal it is. Next to the governor is the most powerful position in the state. And so someone from Hollister, who used to sit up here, by the way, being the next Assembly Speaker is a big deal. Obviously, it's a big job. He's not going to be hanging out, doling out money to us every day, but I think there's an opportunity for us to work closely with Robert and develop that relationship. And as Elia suggests and others, get up to Sacramento and really, work that relationship. I think that will be helpful to San Diego County. And hopefully we can convince Robert to help us with these unfunded mandates. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Awesome.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Now this secession thing, I guess it sounds interesting because somebody's got to be governor, right? I mean, might be Governor Tiffany or Governor Hernandez. I don't know. I'm kidding around. So in all seriousness, though, yes. So I sat through part of the agenda review, and this was presented to me. I was headed out the door, and it's. Was just having a conversation about it. So it wasn't, it's not an action item. It's just having a conversation. And maybe it was my present to Chairman Hernandez, and is what was supposed to be his last meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I care about this
conversation
community. I just
about
wanted
this,
the conversation to start.
It was just out of respect. And so, really, actually, the bottom line is I actually agree with the spirit of it, aside from the secession part of it. I think we all know that. Inherently we get we're kind of the short end of the stick with a lot of these funding mechanisms, and part of that is Prop 13, and I brought this up with our lobbyists yesterday, and clearly there's nothing we can do about Prop 13, and we just have to live with it. We just get a smaller amount of our own property tax revenue than most counties do, and that's a big problem, and we all have to deal with that. And then I think the other part is we aren't LA, and we don't have the influence, we don't have the numbers basically to that other bigger counties have to be able to leverage their influence in Sacramento. And that's not a criticism at all of our representatives there. I think they're doing the best they can. It's just that they're up against a huge roadblock when the other counties just have numbers. But I do think we should keep pushing. So I don't have a problem with the conversation. We should find a way to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, keep speaking up, demanding our fair share. I think this year we were successful in getting a lot of money, so that maybe it's a good start. And but we got to keep pushing on this issue. And so I actually think it's a valuable topic to discuss. And that's about it. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I don't have anything positive to say, so I'm just going to keep to myself. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you for at least considering it. I mean, this is just, like I said, a conversation. That's all I wanted. I really do believe, representation is really important. And I'll just leave you with this. I remember going to NACO and sitting down with an LA County, I think at the moment she was the CAO of LA County, and her county supervisors represent roughly 2 million people, each one. There's a little bit of a lopsided ability for an individual to actually truly represent 2 million people, a county supervisor for that matter, technically having more power than a state representative. That kind of presents a concern and a question. And that's all I'm saying is consider that reality and why representation really matters. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next item. Yeah, and I think we have a hard stop at 5 o'clock because.
No, we don't. We have to do two. We have to do two items. We have to do consent, because we have 4.20 that needs to get approved. And so we'll do that. If any items do get pulled on consent, we'll hear them on Thursday. And then we also need to hear the last public hearing item with Tom Slavich. So those are the two things we need. So we have 3 items.
Well, I have a hard stop, so I'll hand it off, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do this next item.
That's the one. 12.20.
Yeah, yeah. Doesn't matter. Yeah, we could do the.
Sorry. So I said some of the items require a 4/5 vote.
We'll just.
Yeah, we can move the next item to.
You sure?
To the next meeting.
Okay,
That's
all right,
fine.
that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We could do the consent right now, so that just leaves
we'll
us
get
with
that done.
consent, because we need a force fits. I don't know, depending on the amount items that are going to be considered, I know we have a lot. So, County Council,
There was just a slight clarification on the recommended action item for item 4.21, which was the COG Executive Director. So I'll read it into the record, which is, it doesn't have a material effect. It just says approve employment contract for Benito Abraham as the new Executive Director for the Council of San Benito County Governments, and appoint Benito Abraham as the COG Executive Director based upon the COG's Board of Directors recommendation effective January 12th, 2023.
okay. So,
Public comment?
yeah, if we can please go to public comment, see if there's any items that would be considered.
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Just to confirm, you want me to speak on all the items that I want now, or you
More
want?
than one, you get 6 minutes, Elliot.
5.
That's it.
5 minutes.
Or 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah,
But thank you.
5.
Okay, all right, so then 4.4, 4.5, I think that there's no, the new supervisor should have a say-so in this. This has to do with rules and review of the board, and I don't think there's a hurry, so I would request that somebody else in your position, please pull it so that you can just save it for the new year when the new board of supervisors come on board. The 4.2, $75,000, is that for one, that's for one individual, but it excludes prescriptions, lab, and professional services. That individual is there for professional services. So what is the county paying $75,000 for? I couldn't find it on any of the attachments. 4.11, Proposition 64, that was the medical marijuana, legalizing marijuana from medical to regular, what they call recreational or adult use. That's where the funds will be coming from, so I just wanted to point that out so it doesn't just go under the radar, that basically those funds. Last year, 23 jurisdictions received $21 million, and now San Benito County is going to be maybe number 24 or somebody above 24 trying to get those funds from the taxes for this Prop 64. Let's see. 4.18, everybody's going on vacation. I asked, let's get this carpet cleaned and the seats steam cleaned as well. 4.20, let's see, what am I trying? Oh, it's the amount of money. I always say that if it's going to be over a certain amount of money, and this is the one with 4/5 vote, I think that it should be public information and not just put in the consent agenda item. Again, there's 41 items today, and it's almost 5 o'clock. 4.21, Benito Abraham, I think that it's great that they have a new COG director, but again, I keep saying, maybe he was here earlier. I don't know what he looks like, but he should be here, because if you're going to vote on him, I think he should be here, just like when you do other appointments. 4.32, again, that should be under public. $1.8 million, not to exceed. You're asking for $849,000. I think it should be brought up in public comment and not under consent agenda. 4.33. Will the Board of Supervisors, with these funds, when will the Board of Supervisors, and maybe you can bring it up in the new year, to seek employment, to seek our own engineers instead of having to rely on 4-leaf or outside contractors? Let's see. I know there's more. On 14, it's about time that the San Benito County court system came into the 22nd century with regards to getting online filing. You can finally file online. I've done that. Being in the legal field, having come from the legal field, it's really important. Under 4.5, you have your self-assessment, and one of the things that's clarified, and I noticed that. There's a lot of things on here that I think that the new Board of Supervisors with your self-assessment, and I know that was discussed at the retreat, and there was a special session. If it wasn't a retreat, it's called something else. Anyway, but I'm really concerned on the 4.4 and 4.5. Please, somebody pull this up from the consent and take it out and let it come before the board next year, and let the new Board of Supervisors discuss what the policies and procedures are. I think they should have an input. They're the ones that are going to have to make decisions based on this thing. And some of it actually is more of a it's just policy that the Board of Supervisors should already know, honestly. And the new Board of Supervisors, there are some effects on it that will affect some of the Board of Supervisors not knowing this, and I think that they should have an input on it. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board, any items the board would wish to consider?
I'd like to pull item 4.4, 4.5, 4.18,
Okay.
4.32, 4.36, and that's it.
I have a hard stop at 5, so I can. Like, who else? Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I'd like to add 4.8.
4.8. Supervisor Kozmicki?
435.
Supervisor Zanger?
No, that's it. You got them all.
435. Okay.
What was the last one? 4.35.
4.35. So if I can get a motion to approve all of them except for 4.18, 4.4, 4.5, 4.32, 4.35, 4.36, and 4.8.
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Supervisor Gonzalez, 4.18. Or wait.
Mr. Chair, if we may, could we hear these items on Thursday, all the items that are pulled?
That'll be great.
And then we need to go to the public hearing item.
Oh.
Okay.
So the consent items that were pulled, we can bring back.
Bring back on Thursday.
For Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can do the public hearing, I guess we have a.
We have, yeah. we need
That is the last public hearing item.
5.1.
We had it after consent.
5.1.
Yeah, 5.1. Tom,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and welcome Supervisor Zanger to the board. I'll try to get this done in 5 minutes, if possible.
Did we approve the rest? We did approve the rest of them?
So the first item, and this is in your packet, the staff report, this is a division request. the Williamson Act. It's the Bumgarner Ranch. It's a ranch down in South County. It's 1,102 acres. Contract number 17-7. It's a cattle ranch. It's located about 45 miles south of Hollister on Old Hernandez Road. The applicant is requesting to divide the 1,102 acres into two preserves of 600 acres and 502 acres. So the minimum acreage requirement for grazing land is 160 acres, and the minimum income requirement is $3,500 per preserve. The two preserves would meet our minimum acreage and income requirements, and your committee recommended approval of this division request. And any questions I can answer?
So before we bring it back to the board, can we go to the public, please, Madam Clerk?
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. What is the will of the board?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you, Tom.
The next one,
Okay.
another division request, Casillas Living Trust. This preserve is 50 acres, contract number is 18-2. This is mainly a pomegranate orchard with some olives and dry farming. It's about 9 miles east of Hollister and Santa Ana Valley Road. The request is to divide the 50 acres into two preserves of 35 acres and 15 acres. The minimum acreage for this type of ground is 10 acres for, orchard and so forth. And the income requirement is $3,500 per preserve. In this situation, the 35 acres has approximately 15 acres of pomegranates, 6.5 acres of olives, and 8 acres of dry farming. The other 15-acre preserve would have 10 acres, actually 10.3 acres of pomegranates, along with the residence and shop. It meets our requirements, and the committee recommended approval of this division request.
Okay. If we can go to public comment for that project.
Members of the public present in the chambers who wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. What's the will of the board?
I'll move to approve this item.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you, Tom.
Great, thank you.
Okay. There was a consent laid on the table for the items not including 4.18, 4.35, 4.4, 4.5, 4.8, 4.32, and 4.36. If I can get a motion to approve all the consent items except for those.
I think we did
already
already.
did. We already
Yeah,
did.
because I put the motion.
But we
just
didn't
didn't
vote on
talk-
it.
I don't think
We didn't.
Did we do the vote?
Yeah,
Clerk
we
of the
did. We
board?
just
Oh, I
didn't,
could've
we were
swore
gonna
we
start
did.
talking on it, and that's, we postponed till Thursday.
Oh, I just thought we didn't vote on the non.
We did.
Yeah.
So guess what? We all get to go?
Oh, okay.
You go.
Well, all that, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
To
Time
Thursday.
specific.
Yeah, so
To
15th, I believe?
what?
The 15th, yes.
to this Thursday.
To Thursday at 9.
9 a.m. So moved.
So that was,
Okay.
that was the motion, so
That was-
yours
I'll
was the
I'll second
second.
then, sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Have a good evening, everybody. Long day.
It's like, if you want to go home, I want
I
to go
didn't
home
want to
too.
break Bob's record.